Chapter 63. The Guests at the Inn, and the Story of the Dead Uncle. As had been truly stated by Mr. Marchdale, who now stands out in his true colors to the reader as the confidant and abettor of Sir Francis Varney, there had assembled on that evening a curious and a gossiping party at the inn where such dreadful and such riotous proceedings had taken place, which, in their proper place, we have already duly and at length recorded. It was not very likely that, on that evening, or for many and many an evening to come, the conversation in the parlor of the inn would be upon any other subject than that of the vampire. Indeed, the strange, mysterious, and horrible circumstances which had occurred bade fair to be gossiping stock in trade for many a year. Never before had a subject presenting so many curious features arisen. Never, within the memory of that personage who is supposed to know everything, had there occurred any circumstance in the county or set of circumstances which afforded such abundant scope for conjecture and speculation. Everybody might have his individual opinion and be just as likely to be right as his neighbors, and the beauty of the affair was that such was the interest of the subject itself, that there was sure to be a kind of reflected interest with every surmise that it all bore upon it. On this particular night, when Marchdale was prowling about, gathering what news he could, in order that he might carry it to the vampire, a more than usually strong muster of the gossips of the town took place. Indeed, all of any note in the talking way were there, with the exception of one, and he was in the county jail, being one of the prisoners apprehended by the military when they made the successful attack upon the lumber room of the inn after the dreadful desecration of the dead which had taken place. The landlord of the inn was likely to make a good thing of it, for talking makes people thirsty, and he began to consider that a vampire about once a year would be no bad thing for the Blue Lion. "It's shocking," said one of the guests, "it's shocking to think of. Only last night, I am quite sure I had such a fright that it added at least 10 years to my age." "A fright," said several. "I believe I speak English," I said. "A fright." "Well, but had it anything to do with the vampire?" "Everything." "Oh! Do tell us all about it. How was it? Did he come to you? Go on." Well, the first speaker became immediately a very important personage in the room, and, when he saw that, he became at once a very important personage in his own eyes likewise, and, before he would speak another word, he filled a fresh pipe and ordered another mug of ale. "It's no use trying to hurry him," said one. "No," he said, "it isn't. I'll tell you in good time what a dreadful circumstance has made me 63 today, when I was only 53 yesterday." "Was it very dreadful?" "Rather. You wouldn't have survived it at all." "Indeed?" "No. Now listen. I went to bed at 11:15, as usual. I didn't notice anything particular in the room." "Did you peep under the bed?" "No, I didn't." "Well, as I was saying, to bed I went, and I didn't fasten the door, because, being a very sound sleeper, in case there was a fire, I shouldn't hear a word of it if I did." "No," said another. "I recollect once." "Be so good as allow me to finish what I know, before you begin to recollect anything, if you please. As I was saying, I didn't lock the door, but I went to bed. Somehow or another, I did not feel at all comfortable, and I tossed about, first on one side, and then on the other, but it was all in vain. I only got, every moment, more and more fidgety." "And did you think of the vampire?" said one of the listeners. "I thought of nothing else till I heard my clock, which is on the landing of the stairs above my bedroom, begin to strike 12. "Oh! I like to hear a clock sound in the night," said one. "It puts one in mind of the rest of the world, and lets one know one isn't all alone." "Very good. The striking of the clock I should not at all have objected to, but it was what followed that did the business." What? "Fair and softly. Just hand me a light, Mr. Spriggs, if you please. I'll tell you all, gentlemen, in a moment or two." With the most provoking deliberation, the speaker relit his pipe, which had gone out while he was talking, and then, after a few whiffs, to assure himself that its contents had thoroughly ignited, he resumed. No sooner had the last sound of it died away than I heard something on the stairs. Yes, yes. It was as if some man had given his foot a hard blow against one of the stairs, and he would have needed to have had a heavy boot on to do it. I started up in bed and listened, as you may well suppose, not in the most tranquil state of mind, and then I heard an odd, gnawing sort of noise, and then another dab upon one of the stairs. How dreadful it was! What to do I knew not, or what to think, except that the vampire had, by some means, got in at the attic window, and was coming downstairs to my room. That seemed the most likely. Then there was another groan, and then another heavy step, and, as they were evidently coming towards my door, I felt accordingly, and got out of bed, not knowing hardly whether I was on my head or my heels, to try and lock my door. Ah, to be sure. Yes, that was all very well, if I could have done it, but a man in such a state of mind as I was in is not a very sharp hand at doing anything. I shook from head to foot. The room was very dark, and I couldn't, for a moment or two, collect my senses sufficient really to know which way the door lay. What a situation it was! Dab, 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 came these horrid footsteps, and there was I groping about the room in an agony. I heard them coming nearer and nearer to my door. Another moment, and they must have reached it, when my hand struck against the lock. What an escape! No, it was not. No, indeed. The key was on the outside, and you may well guess I was not over and above disposed to open the door to get at it. No. I felt regularly bewildered, I can tell you. It seemed to me as if the very devil himself was coming downstairs, hopping all the way upon one leg. How terrific! I felt my senses almost leaving me, but I did what I could to hold the door shut just as I heard the strange step come from the last stair onto the landing. Then there was a horrid sound, and someone began trying the lock of my door. What a moment! Yes, I can tell you it was a moment. Such a moment as I don't wish to go through again. I held the door as close as I could, and did not speak. I tried to cry out help and murder, but I could not, my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, and my strength was fast failing me. Horrid! Take a drop of ale. Thank you. Well, I don't think this went on above 2 or 3 minutes, and all the while someone tried might and main to push open the door. My strength left me all at once. I had only time to stagger back a step or two, and then, as the door opened, I fainted away. Well. Ah, you wouldn't have said well, if you had been there, I can tell you. No, but what become of you? What happened next? How did it end? What was it? Why, what exactly happened next after I fainted I cannot tell you, but the first thing I saw when I recovered was a candle. Yes. And then a crowd of people. Ah. And then Dr. Webb. Gracious. And Mrs. Bulk, my housekeeper. I was in my own bed, and when I opened my eyes I heard Dr. Webb say, "He will be better soon." Can no one form any idea of what it is all about? Some sudden fright surely could alone have produced such an effect. "The Lord have mercy upon me," said I. Upon this everybody who had been called in got round the bed, and wanted to know what had happened, but I said not a word of it, but turning to Mrs. Bulk, I asked her how it was she found out I had fainted. "Why, sir," says she, "I was coming up to bed as softly as I could, because I knew you had gone to rest some time before. The clock was striking 12, and as I went past it some of my clothes, I suppose, caught the large weight, but it was knocked off, and down the stairs it rolled, going with such a lump from one to the other, and I couldn't catch it because it rolled so fast, that I made sure you would be awakened, so I came down to tell you what it was, and it was some time before I could get your room door open, and when I did I found you out of bed and insensible." There was a general look of disappointment when this explanation was given, and one said, "Then it was not the vampire?" "Certainly not. And, after all, only a clock weight. That's about it. Why didn't you tell us that at first?" "Because that would have spoilt the story." There was a general murmur of discontent, and, after a few moments, one man said, with some vivacity, "Well, although our friend's vampire has turned out, after all, to be nothing but a confounded clock weight, there's no disputing the fact about Sir Francis Varney being a vampire and not a clock weight." "Very true, very true. And what's to be done to rid the town of such a man?" "Oh, don't call him a man." "Well, a monster." "Ah, that's more like." "I tell you what, sir, if you had got a light, when you first heard the noise in your room, and gone out to see what it was, you would have spared yourself much fright." "Ah, no doubt, it's always easy afterwards to say, if you had done this, and if you had done the other, so and so would have been the effect, but there is something about the hour of midnight that makes men tremble." "Well," said one, who had not yet spoken, "I don't see why 12 at night should be a whit more disagreeable than 12 a day." "Don't you?" "Not I. Now, for instance, many a party of pleasure goes to that old ruin where Sir Francis Varney so unaccountably disappeared in broad daylight. But is there anyone here who would go to it alone, and at midnight?" "Yes." "Who?" "I would." "What?" "And after what has happened as regards the vampire in connection with it?" "Yes, I would." "I'll bet you 20 shillings you won't." And I, cried several. "Well, gentlemen," said the man, who certainly showed no signs of fear, "I will go, and not only will I go and take all your bets, but, if I do meet the vampire, then I'll do my best to take him prisoner." "And when will you go?" "Tonight," he cried, and he sprang to his feet. "Hark ye all, I don't believe one word about vampires. I'll go at once, it's getting late, and let any one of you, in order that you may be convinced I have been to the place, give me any article, which I will hide among the ruins, and tell you where to find it tomorrow in broad daylight." "Well," said one, "that's fair, Tom Ecclesiastes. Here's a handkerchief of mine, I should know it again among 100 others." "Agreed, I'll leave it in the ruins." The wagers were fairly agreed upon, several handkerchiefs were handed to Tom Eccles, and at 11 o'clock he fairly started, through the murky darkness of the night, to the old ruin where Sir Francis Varney and Marchdale were holding their most unholy conference. It is one thing to talk and to accept wagers in the snug parlor of an inn, and another to go alone across a tract of country wrapped in the profound stillness of night to an ancient ruin which, in addition to the natural gloom which might well be supposed to surround it, has superadded associations which are anything but of a pleasant character. Tom Eccles, as he was named, was one of those individuals who act greatly from impulse. He was certainly not a coward, and, perhaps, really as free from superstition as most persons, but he was human, and consequently he had nerves, and he had likewise an imagination. He went to his house first before he started on his errand to the ruins. It was to get a horse pistol which he had, and which he duly loaded and placed in his pocket. Then he wrapped himself up in a great coat, and with the air of a man quite determined upon something desperate he left the town. The guests at the inn looked after him as he walked from the door of that friendly establishment, and some of them, as they saw his resolved aspect, began to quake for the amount of the wagers they had laid upon his non-success. However, it was resolved among them that they would stay until 12:30, in the expectation of his return, before they separated. To while away the time, he who had been so facetious about his story of the clock weight, volunteered to tell what happened to a friend of his who went to take possession of some family property which he became possessed of as heir at law to an uncle who had died without a will, having an illegitimate family unprovided for in every shape. "Oh," Nobody cares for other people's illegitimate children, and if their parents don't provide for them, why, the workhouse is open for them, just as if they were something different from other people. So they are. If their parents don't take care of them and provide for them, nobody else will, as you say, neighbor, except when they have a fifth put to their name, which tells you they are royal bastards, and of course unlike anybody else's. But go on, let's know all about it. We shan't hear what he has got to say at all, at this rate. Well, as I was saying, or about to say, the nephew, as soon as he heard his uncle was dead, comes and claps his seal upon everything in the house. But, could he do so? Inquired one of the guests. I don't see what was to hinder him, replied a third. He could do so, certainly. But there was a son, and, as I take it, a son's nearer than a nephew any day. But the son is illegitimate. Legitimate or illegitimate, a son's a son. Don't bother me about distinction of that sort. Why, now, there was old Witherbit. Order, order. Let's hear the tale. Very good, gentlemen, I'll go on, if I ain't to be interrupted, but I'll say this, that an illegitimate son is no son, in the eyes of the law, or at most he's an accident quite, and ain't what he is, and so can't inherit. Well, that's what I call making matters plain, said one of the guests, who took his pipe from his mouth to make room for the remark. Now that is what I likes. Well, as I have proved then, resumed the speaker, the nephew was the heir, and into the house he would come. A fine affair it was too, the illegitimates looking the color of sloes, but he knew the law, and would have it put in force. Law's law, you know. Uncommonly true that, and the nephew stuck to it like a cobbler to his last. He said they should go out, and they did go out, and, say what they would about their natural claims, he would not listen to them, but bundled them out and out in a pretty short space of time. It was trying to them, mind you, to leave the house they had been born in with very different expectations to those which now appeared to be their fate. Poor things, they looked ruefully enough, and well they might, for there was a wide world for them, and no prospect of a warm corner. Well, as I was saying, he had them all out and the house clear to himself. Now, said he, I have an open field and no favor. I don't care for no, What? There was a sudden knocking, he thought, the door, and went and opened it, but nothing was to be seen. Oh! I see, somebody next door, and if it wasn't, it don't matter. There's nobody here. I'm alone, and there's plenty of valuables in the house. That is what I call very good company. I wouldn't wish for better. He turned about, looked over room after room, and satisfied himself that he was alone, that the house was empty. At every room he entered he paused to think over the value, what it was worth, and that he was a very fortunate man in having dropped into such a good thing. Ah! There's the old boy's secretary, too, his bureau. There'll be something in that will amuse me mightily, but I don't think I shall sit up late. He was a rum old man, to say the least of it, a very odd sort of man. With that he gave himself a shrug, as if some very uncomfortable feeling had come over him. I'll go to bed early, and get some sleep, and then in daylight I can look after these papers. They won't be less interesting in the morning than they are now. There had been some rum stories about the old man, and now the nephew seemed to think he might have let the family sleep on the premises for that night. Yes, at that moment he could have found it in his heart to have paid for all the expense of their keep, had it been possible to have had them back to remain the night. But that wasn't possible, for they would not have done it, but sooner have remained in the streets all night than stay there all night, like so many house dogs, employed by one who stepped in between them and their father's goods, which were their inheritance, but for one trifling circumstance, a mere ceremony. The night came on, and he had lights. True it was he had not been downstairs, only just to have a look. He could not tell what sort of a place it was. There were a good many odd sort of passages that seemed to end nowhere, and others that did. There were large doors, but they were all locked, and he had the keys, so he didn't mind, but secured all places that were not fastened. He then went upstairs again, and sat down in the room where the bureau was placed. "I'll be bound," said one of the guests, "he was in a bit of a stew, notwithstanding all his brag." "Oh, I don't believe," said another, "that anything done that is dangerous, or supposed to be dangerous, by the bravest man, is any way wholly without some uncomfortable feelings. They may not be strong enough to prevent the thing proposed to be done from being done, but they give a disagreeable sensation to the skin." "You have felt it, then?" "Ah, ah, ah. Why, at that time I slept in the churchyard for a wager. I must say I felt cold all over, as if my skin was walking about me in an uncomfortable manner." "But you won your wager?" "I did." "And of course you slept there?" "To be sure I did." "And met with nothing?" "Nothing, save a few bumps against the gravestones." "Those were hard knocks, I should say." "They were, I assure you, but I lay there, and slept there, and won my wager." "Would you do it again?" "No." "And why not?" "Because of the rheumatism." "You caught that?" "I did. I would give 10 times my wager to get rid of them. I have them very badly." "Come, order the tale. Let's hear the end of that, since it has begun." "With all my heart." "Come, neighbor." "Well, as I said, he was fidgety, but yet he was not a man to be very easily frightened or overcome, for he was stout and bold. When he shut himself up in the room, he took out a bottle of some good wine, and helped himself to drink. It was good old wine, and he soon felt himself warmed and comforted. He could have faced the enemy. "If one bottle produces such an effect," he muttered, "what will 2 do?" This was a question that could only be solved by trying it, and this he proceeded to do. But first he drew a brace of long barrel pistols from his coat pocket, and taking a powder flask and bullets from his pocket also, he loaded them very carefully. "There," said he, "are my bulldogs, and rare watchdogs they are. They never bark but they bite. Now, if anybody does come, it will be all up with them. Tricks upon travelers ain't a safe game. I have these, and now for the other bottle." He drew the other bottle, and thought, if anything, it was better than the first. He drank it rather quick, to be sure, and then he began to feel sleepy and tired. "I think I shall go to bed," he said, "that is, if I can find my way there, for it does seem to me as if the door was traveling. Never mind, it will make a call here again presently, and then I'll get through." So saying, he arose. Taking the candle in his hand, he walked with a better step than might have been expected under the circumstance. True, it was the candle wagged to and fro, and his shadow danced upon the wall, but still, when he got to the bed, he secured his door, put the light in a safe place, threw himself down, and was fast asleep in a few moments, or rather he fell into a doze instantaneously. How long he remained in this state he knew not, but he was suddenly awakened by a loud bang, as though something heavy and flat had fallen upon the floor, such, for instance, as a door, or anything of that sort. He jumped up, rubbed his eyes, and could even then hear the reverberations through the house. "What is that?" he muttered. "What is that?" He listened, and thought he could hear something moving downstairs, and for a moment he was seized with an ague fit, but recollecting, I suppose, that there were some valuables downstairs that were worth fighting for, he carefully extinguished the light that still burned, and softly crept downstairs. When he got downstairs, he thought he could hear someone scramble up the kitchen stairs, and then into the room where the bureau was. Listening for a moment to ascertain if there were more than one, and then feeling convinced there was not, he followed into the parlor, when he heard the cabinet opened by a key. This was a new miracle, and one he could not understand, and then he heard the papers begin to rattle and rustle, so, drawing out one of the pistols, he cocked it, and walked in. The figure instantly began to jump about. It was dressed in white, in grave clothes. He was terribly nervous, and shook, so he feared to fire the pistol, but at length he did, and the report was followed by a fall and a loud groan. This was very dreadful, but all was quiet, and he lit the candle again, and approached the body to examine it, and ascertain if he knew who it was. A groan came from it. The bureau was open, and the figure clutched firmly a will in his hand. The figure was dressed in grave clothes, and he started up when he saw the form and features of his own uncle, the man who was dead, who somehow or other had escaped his confinement, and found his way up here. He held his will firmly, and the nephew was so horrified and stunned that he threw down the light, and rushed out of the room with a shout of terror, and never returned again. The narrator concluded, and one of the guests said, "And do you really believe it?" No, to be sure not." "You don't?" "Why should I? My friend was, out of all hand, one of the greatest liars I ever came near, and why, therefore, should I believe him? I don't, on my conscience, believe one word of it." It was now 12:30, and, as Tom Eccles came not back, and the landlord did not feel disposed to draw any more liquor, they left the inn, and retired to their separate houses in a great state of anxiety to know the fate of their respective wagers. Chapter 64. The Vampire in the Moonlight, the False Friend. Part of the distance being accomplished towards the old ruins, Tom Eccles began to feel that what he had undertaken was not altogether such child's play as he had at first imagined it to be. Somehow or another, with a singular and uncomfortable sort of distinctness, there came across his mind every story that he had remembered of the wild and the wonderful. All the long since forgotten tales of superstition that in early childhood he had learned came now back upon him, suggesting to his mind 1,000 uncomfortable fancies of the strangest description. It was not likely that when once a man, under such circumstances, got into such a frame of mind, he would readily get out of it again, while he continued surrounded by such scenes as had first called them into existence. No doubt, had he turned about, and faced the inn again instead of the old ruins, he would soon have shaken off these thick-coming fancies, but such a result was not to be expected, so long as he kept on towards the dismal place he had pledged himself to reach. As he traversed meadow after meadow, he began to ask himself some questions which he found that he could not answer exactly in a consolatory manner under the present state of things. Among these questions was the very pertinent one of, "It's no argument against vampires, because I don't see the use of him, is it?" This he was compelled to answer as he had put it, and when, in addition, he began to recollect that, without the shadow of a doubt, Sir Francis Varney, the supposed vampire, had been chased across the fields to that very ruin whither he was bound, and had then and there disappeared, he certainly found himself in decidedly uncomfortable and most unpromising situation. "No," he said, "no. Hang it, I won't go back now, to be made the laughing-stock of the whole town, which I should be. Come what may of it, I will go on as I have commenced, so I shall put on as stout a heart as I can." Then, having come to this resolve, he strove might and main to banish from his mind those disagreeable reminiscences that had been oppressing him, to turn his attention to subjects of a different complexion. During the progress of making this endeavor, which was rather futile, he came within sight of the ruins. Then he slackened his pace a little, telling himself, with a pardonable self-deceit, that it was common, ordinary caution only, which induced him to do so, and nothing at all in the shape of fear. "Time enough," he remarked, "to be afraid, when I see anything to be afraid of, which I don't see as yet. So, as all's right, I may as well put a good face upon the matter." He tried to whistle a tune, but it turned out only a melancholy failure, so he gave that up in despair, and walked on until he got within 100 yards, or thereabouts, of the old ruins. He thus proceeded, and bending his ear close to the ground, he listened attentively for several minutes. Somehow, he fancied that a strange, murmuring sound came to his ears, but he was not quite sure that it proceeded from the ruins, because it was just that sort of sound that might come from a long way off, being mellowed by distance, although, perhaps, loud enough at its source. Well, Well, he whispered to himself, it don't matter much, after all. Go I must, and hide the handkerchief somewhere, or else be laughed at, besides losing my wages. The former I don't like, and the latter I cannot afford. Thus clinching the matter by such knockdown arguments, he walked on until he was almost within the very shadow of the ruins, and, probably, it was at this juncture that his footsteps may have been heard by Marchdale and Sir Francis Varney. Then he paused again, but all was profoundly still, and he began to think that the strange sort of murmuring noise which he had heard must have come from far off and not at all from any person or persons within the ruins. Let me see, he said to himself. I have 5 handkerchiefs to hide among the old ruins somewhere, and the sooner I do so the better, because then I will get away, for, as regards staying here to watch, heaven knows how long, for Sir Francis Varney, I don't intend to do it, upon second thoughts, and second thoughts, they say, are generally best. With the most careful footsteps now, as if he were treading upon some fragile substance, which he feared to injure, he advanced until he was fairly within the precincts of the ancient place, which now bore so ill a reputation. He then made to himself much the same remark that Sir Francis Varney had made to Marchdale, with respect to the brightening up of the sky, in consequence of its being near the time for the moon to rise from the horizon, and he saw more clearly around him, although he could not find any good place to hide the handkerchiefs in. I must and will, he said, hide them securely, for it would, indeed, be remarkably unpleasant, after coming here and winning my wages, to have the proofs that I had done so taken away by some chance visitor to the place. He at length saw a tolerably large stone, which stood, in a slant position, up against one of the walls. Its size attracted him. He thought, if his strength was sufficient to move it, that it would be a good thing to do so, and to place the handkerchiefs beneath it, for, at all events, it was so heavy that it could not be kicked aside, and no one, without some sort of motive to do so, beyond the mere love of labor, would set about moving it from its position. I may go further and fare worse, he said to himself, so here shall all the handkerchiefs lie, to afford a proof that I have been here. He packed them into a small compass, and then stooped to roll aside the heavy stone, when, at the moment, before he could apply his strength to that purpose, he heard someone in his immediate neighborhood say, "Hist!" This was so sudden, and so utterly unexpected, that he not only ceased his exertions to move the stone, but he nearly fell down in his surprise. "Hist, hist," said the voice again. What, gasped Tom Eccles, "what are you?" "Hush, hush, hush." The perspiration broke out upon his brow, and he leaned against the wall for support, as he managed to say, faintly, "Well, hush, what then?" "Hist." "Well, I hear you." "Where are you?" "Here at hand." "Who are you?" "Tom Ecclesiastes." "Who are you?" "A friend." "Have you seen anything?" "No. I wish I could." "I should like to see you if I could." "I'm coming." There was a slow and cautious footstep, and Marchdale advanced to where Tom Eccles was standing. "Come, now," said the latter, when he saw the dusky-looking form stalking towards him, "till I know you better, I'll be obliged to you to keep off. I am well armed." "Keep your distance, be you friend or foe." "Armed," exclaimed Marchdale, and he at once paused. "Yes, I am. But I am a friend. I have no sort of objection frankly to tell you my errand. I am a friend of the Bannerworth family, and have kept watch here now for 2 nights, in the hopes of meeting with Varney, the vampire." "The deuce you have, and pray what may your name be?" "Marchdale." "If you be Mr. Marchdale, I know you by sight, for I have seen you with Mr. Henry Bannerworth several times. Come out from among the shadows, and let us have a look at you, but, till you do, don't come within arm's length of me. I am not naturally suspicious, but we cannot be too careful." "Oh, certainly, certainly. The silver edge of the moon is now just peeping up from the east, and you will be able to see me well, if you step from the shadow of the wall by which you now are." This was a reasonable enough proposition, and Tom Eccles at once acceded to it by stepping out boldly into the partial moonlight, which now began to fall upon the open meadows, tinting the grass with a silvery refulgence and rendering even minute objects visible. The moment he saw Marchdale he knew him, and, advancing frankly to him, he said, "I know you, sir, well. And what brings you here?" "A wager for one thing, and a wish to see the vampire for another." "Indeed?" "Yes, I must own I have such a wish, along with a still stronger one, to capture him, if possible, and, as there are now two of us, why may we not do it?" "As for capturing him," said Marchdale, "I should prefer shooting him." "You would?" "I would, indeed. I have seen him once shot down, and he is now, I have no doubt, as well as ever." "What were you doing with that huge stone I saw you bending over?" "I have some handkerchiefs to hide here, as a proof that I have tonight really been to this place." "Oh, I will show you a better spot, where there is a crevice in which you can place them with perfect safety." "Will you walk with me into the ruins?" "Willingly." "It's odd enough," remarked Marchdale, after he had shown Tom Eccles where to hide the handkerchiefs, "that you and I should both be here upon so similar an errand." "I'm very glad of it. It robs the place of its gloom, and makes it 10 times more endurable than it otherwise would be. What do you propose to do if you see the vampire?" "I shall try a pistol bullet on him." "You say you are armed?" "Yes." "With pistols?" "One. Here it is." "A huge weapon, loaded well, of course?" "Oh, yes, I can depend upon it, but I did not intend to use it, unless assailed." "'Tis well." "What is that?" What? Don't you see anything there?" "Come farther back." Look. At the corner of that wall there I am certain there is the flutter of a human garment." There is. "Hush. Keep close. It must be the vampire. Give me my pistol." "What are you doing with it?" "Only ramming down the charge more firmly for you." "Take it. If that be Varney the vampire, I shall challenge him to surrender the moment he appears, and if he does not, I will fire upon him, and do you do so likewise?" "Well, I don't know." "You have scruples?" "I certainly have." Well, don't you fire, then, but leave it to me." "There, look. Now have you any doubt?" "There he goes, in his cloak." It is Varney, by heavens!" cried Tom Eccles. "Surrender!" shouted Marchdale. At the instant Sir Francis Varney sprang forward, and made off at a rapid pace across the meadows. "Fire after him, fire!" cried Marchdale, "or he will escape." "My pistol has missed fire. He will be off." On the impulse of the moment, and thus urged by the voice and the gesture of his companion, Tom Eccles took aim as well as he could, and fired after the retreating form of Sir Francis Varney. His conscience smote him as he heard the report and saw the flash of the large pistol amid the half sort of darkness that was still around. The effect of the shot was then to him painfully apparent. He saw Varney stop instantly, then make a vain attempt to stagger forward a little, and finally fall heavily to the earth, with all the appearance of one killed upon the spot. "You have hit him," said Marchdale. "You have hit him." "Bravo!" "I have hit him." "Yes, a capital shot, by Jove." "I am very sorry." Sorry for ridding the world of such a being." "What was in your pistol?" "A couple of slugs." "Well, they have made a lodgment in him, that's quite clear. Let's go up and finish him at once." "He seems finished." "I beg your pardon there. When the moonbeams fall upon him he'll get up and walk away as if nothing was the matter." "Will he?" cried Tom, with animation. "Will he?" Certainly he will. Thank God for that. Now, hark you, Mr. Marchdale, I should not have fired if you had not at the moment urged me to do so. Now, I shall stay and see if the effect which you talk of will ensue, and although it may convince me that he is a vampire, and that there are such things, he may go off, scot-free, for me. Go off? Yes, I don't want to have even a vampire's blood upon my hands. You are exceedingly delicate. Perhaps I am, it's my way, though. I have shot him, not you, mind, so, in a manner of speaking, he belongs to me. Now, mark me, I won't have him touched any more tonight, unless you think there's a chance of making a prisoner of him without violence. There he lies, you can go and make a prisoner of him at once, dead as he is, and if you take him out of the moonlight. I understand, he won't recover. Certainly not. But, as I want him to recover, that don't suit me. Well, I cannot but honor your scruples, although I do not actually share in them, but I promise you that, since such is your wish, I will take no steps against the vampire, but let us come up to him and see if he be really dead, or only badly wounded. Tom Eccles hung back a little from this proposal, but, upon being urged again by Marchdale, and told that he need not go closer than he chose, he consented, and the two of them approached the prostrate form of Sir Francis Varney, which lay upon its face in the faint moonlight, which each moment was gathering strength and power. He lies upon his face, said Marchdale. Will you go and turn him over? Who, I? God forbid I should touch him. Well, I will. Come on. They halted within a couple of yards of the body. Tom Eccles would not go a step farther, so Marchdale advanced alone, and pretended to be, with great repugnance, examining for the wound. He is quite dead, he said, but I cannot see the hurt. I think he turned his head as I fired. Did he? Let us see. Marchdale lifted up the head, and disclosed such a mass of clotted-looking blood that Tom Eccles at once took to his heels, nor stopped until he was nearly as far off as the ruins. Marchdale followed him more slowly, and when he came up to him, he said, "The slugs have taken effect on his face." I know it. Don't tell me. He looks horrible. And I am a murderer. Pshaw! You look upon this matter too seriously. Think of who and what he was, and then you will soon acquit yourself of being open to any such charge. I am bewildered, Mr. Marchdale, and cannot now know whether he be a vampire or not. If he be not, I have murdered, most unjustifiably, a fellow creature. Well, but if he be? Why, even then I do not know but that I ought to consider myself as guilty. He is one of God's creatures if he were 10 times a vampire. Well, you really do take a serious view of the affair. Not more serious than it deserves. And what do you mean to do? I shall remain here to await the result of what you tell me will ensue, if he be a real vampire. Even now the moonbeams are full upon him, and each moment increasing in intensity. Think you he will recover? I do indeed. Then here will I wait. Since that is your resolve, I will keep you company. We shall easily find some old stone in the ruins which will serve us for a seat, and there at leisure we can keep our eyes upon the dead body, and be able to observe if it make the least movement. This plan was adopted, and they sat down just within the ruins, but in such a place that they had a full view of the dead body, as it appeared to be, of Sir Francis Varney, upon which the sweet moonbeams shone full and clear. Tom Eccles related how he was incited to come upon his expedition, but he might have spared himself that trouble, as Marchdale had been in a retired corner of the inn parlor before he came to his appointment with Varney, and heard the business for the most part proposed. Half an hour, certainly not more, might have elapsed, when suddenly Tom Eccles uttered an exclamation, partly of surprise and partly of terror. He moves, he cried. Look at the vampire's body. Marchdale affected to look with an all-absorbing interest, and there was Sir Francis Varney, raising slowly one arm with the hand outstretched towards the moon, as if invoking that luminary to shed more of its beams upon him. Then the body moved slowly, like someone writhing in pain, and yet unable to move from the spot on which it lay. From the head to the foot, the whole frame seemed to be convulsed, and now and then, as the ghastly object seemed to be gathering more strength, the limbs were thrown out with a rapid and a frightful-looking violence. It was truly to one who might look upon it as a reality and no juggle, a frightful sight to see, and although Marchdale, of course, tolerably well preserved his equanimity, only now and then, for appearance sake, affecting to be wonderfully shocked, poor Tom Eccles was in such a state of horror and fright that he could not, if he would, have flown from the spot, so fascinated was he by the horrible spectacle. This was a state of things which continued for many minutes, and then the body showed evident symptoms of so much returning animation that it was about to rise from its gory bed and mingle once again with the living. "Behold," said Marchdale, "behold. Heaven have mercy upon us. It is as I said, the beams of the moon have revived the vampire. You perceive now that there can be no doubt." "Yes, yes, I see him, I see him." Sir Francis Varney now, as if with a great struggle, rose to his feet, and looked up at the bright moon for some moments with such an air and manner that it would not have required any very great amount of imagination to conceive that he was returning to it some sort of thanksgiving for the good that it had done to him. He then seemed for some moments in a state of considerable indecision as to which way he should proceed. He turned round several times. Then he advanced a step or two towards the house, but apparently his resolution changed again, and casting his eyes upon the ruins, he at once made towards them. This was too much for the philosophy as well as for the courage of Tom Ecclesiastes. It was all very well to look on at some distance, and observe the wonderful and inexplicable proceedings of the vampire, but when he showed symptoms of making a nearer acquaintance, it was not to be borne. "Why, he's coming here," said Tom. "He seems so indeed," remarked Marchdale. "Do you mean to stay?" "I think I shall." "You do you?" "Yes, I should much like to question him, and as we are 2 to 1 I think we really can have nothing to fear." "Do you?" "I'm altogether of a different opinion. A man who has more lives than a cat don't much mind at what odds he fights. You may stay if you like." "You do not mean to say that you will desert me?" "I don't see a bit how you call it deserting you. If we had come out together on this adventure, I would have stayed it out with you, but as we came separate and independent, we may as well go back so." "Well, but—" "Good morning," cried Tom, and he at once took to his heels towards the town, without staying to pay any attention to the remonstrances of Marchdale, who called after him in vain. Sir Francis Varney, probably, had Tom Eccles not gone off so rapidly, would have yet taken another thought, and gone in another direction than that which led him to the ruins, and Tom, if he had had his senses fully about him, as well as all his powers of perception, would have seen that the progress of the vampire was very slow, while he continued to converse with Marchdale, and that it was only when he went off at good speed that Sir Francis Varney likewise thought it prudent to do so. "Is he much terrified?" said Varney, as he came up to Marchdale. "Yes, most completely." "This, then, will make a good story in the town." "It will, indeed, and not a little enhance your reputation." Well, it don't much matter now, but if by terrifying people I can purchase for myself anything like immunity for the past, I shall be satisfied. I think you may now safely reckon that you have done so. This man who has fled with so much precipitation had courage. Unquestionably. Or else he would have shrunk from coming here at all. True, but his courage and presence arose from his strong doubts as to the existence of such beings as vampires. Yes, and now that he is convinced, his bravery has evaporated along with his doubts, and such a tale as he has now to tell will be found sufficient to convert even the most skeptical in the town. I hope so. And yet it cannot much avail you. Not personally, but I must confess that I am not dead to all human opinions, and I feel some desire of revenge against those dastards who by hundreds have hunted me, burned down my mansion, and sought my destruction. That I do not wonder at. I would fain leave among them a legacy of fear. Such fear as shall haunt them and their children for years to come. I would wish that the name of Varney, the vampire, should be a sound of terror for generations. It will be so. It shall. And now, then, for a consideration of what is to be done with our prisoner. What is your resolve upon that point? I have considered it while I was lying upon yon green sward waiting for the friendly moonbeams to fall upon my face, and it seems to me that there is no sort of resource but to kill him? No, no. What then? To set him free. Nay, have you considered the immense hazard of doing so? Think again, I pray you think again. I am decidedly of opinion that he more than suspects who are his enemies, and, in that case, you know what consequences would ensue. Besides, have we not enough already to encounter? Why should we add another young, bold, determined spirit to the band which is already arrayed against us? You talk in vain, Marchdale. I know what it all tends. You have a strong desire for the death of this young man. No, there you wrong me. I have no desire for his death, for its own sake, but, where great interests are at stake, there must be sacrifices made. So there must, therefore, I will make a sacrifice, and let this young prisoner free from his dungeon. If such be your determination, I know well it is useless to combat with it. When do you purpose giving him his freedom? I will not act so heedlessly as that your principles of caution shall blame me. I will attempt to get from him some promise that he will not make himself an active instrument against me. Perchance, too, as Bannerworth Hall, which he is sure to visit, wears such an air of desertion, I may be able to persuade him that the Bannerworth family, as well as his uncle, have left this part of the country altogether, so that, without making any inquiry for them about the neighborhood, he may be induced to leave at once. That would be well. Good, your prudence approves of the plan, and therefore it shall be done. I am rather inclined to think, said Marchdale, with a slight tone of sarcasm, that if my prudence did not approve of the plan, it would still be done. Most probably, said Varney, calmly. Will you release him tonight? It is morning, now, and soon the soft grey light of day will tint the east. I do not think I will release him till sunset again now. Has he provision to last him until then? He has. Well, then, 2 hours after sunset I will come here and release him from his weary bondage, and now I must go to find some place in which to hide my proscribed head. As for Bannerworth Hall, I will yet have it in my power. I have sworn to do so. I will keep my oath. The accomplishment of our purpose, I regret to say, seems as far off as ever. Not so, not so. As I before remarked, we must disappear, for a time, so as to lull suspicion. There will then arise a period when Bannerworth Hall will neither be watched, as it is now, nor will it be inhabited, a period before the Bannerworth family has made up its mind to go back to it, and when long watching without a result has become too tiresome to be continued at all, then we can at once pursue our object. Be it so. And now, Marchdale, I want more money. More money. Yes, you know well that I have had large demands of late. But I certainly had an impression that you were possessed, by the death of someone, with very ample means. Yes, but there is a means by which all is taken from me. I have no real resources but what are rapidly used up, so I must come upon you again. I have already completely crippled myself as regards money matters in this enterprise, and I do certainly hope that the fruits will not be far distant. If they be much longer delayed, I shall really not know what to do. However, come to the lodge where you have been staying, and then I will give you, to the extent of my ability, whatever sum you think your present exigencies require. Come on, then, at once. I would certainly, of course, rather leave this place now, before daybreak. Come on, I say, come on. Sir Francis Varney and Marchdale walked for some time in silence across the meadows. It was evident that there was not between these associates the very best of feelings. Marchdale was always smarting under an assumption of authority over him on the part of Sir Francis Varney, while the latter scarcely cared to conceal any portion of the contempt with which he regarded his hypocritical companion. Some very strong band of union, indeed, must surely bind these two strange persons together. It must be something of a more than common nature which induces Marchdale not only to obey the behests of his mysterious companion, but to supply him so readily with money as we perceive he promises to do. And, as regards Varney, the vampire, he, too, must have some great object in view to induce him to run such a world of risk, and take so much trouble as he was doing with the Bannerworth family. What his object is, and what is the object of Marchdale, will, now that we have progressed so far in our story, soon appear, and then much that is perfectly inexplicable will become clear and distinct, and we shall find that some strong human motives are at the bottom of it all. Chapter 65. Varney's visit to the dungeon of the lonely prisoner in the ruins. Evident it was that Marchdale was not near so scrupulous as Sir Francis Varney in what he chose to do. He would, without hesitation, have sacrificed the life of that prisoner in the lonely dungeon, whom it would be an insult to the understanding of our readers not to presume that they had, long ere this, established in their minds to be Charles Holland. His own safety seemed to be the paramount consideration with Marchdale, and it was evident that he cared for nothing in comparison with that object. It says much, however, for Sir Francis Varney that he did not give in to such a bloodthirsty feeling, but rather chose to set the prisoner free, and run all the chances of the danger to which he might expose himself by such a course of conduct, than to ensure safety, comparatively, by his destruction. Sir Francis Varney is evidently a character of strangely mixed feelings. It is quite evident that he has some great object in view, which he wishes to accomplish almost at any risk, but it is equally evident, at the same time, that he wishes to do so with the least possible injury to others, or else he would never have behaved as he had done in his interview with the beautiful and persecuted Flora Bannerworth, or now suggested the idea of setting Charles Holland free from the dreary dungeon in which he had been so long confined. We are always anxious and willing to give everyone credit for the good that is in them, and, hence, we are pleased to find that Sir Francis Varney, despite his singular and apparently preternatural capabilities, has something sufficiently human about his mind and feelings to induce him to do as little injury as possible to others in the pursuit of his own objects. Of the two, vampire as he is, we prefer him much to the despicable and hypocritical Marchdale, who, under the pretense of being the friend of the Bannerworth family, would freely have inflicted upon them the most deadly injuries. It was quite clear that he was most dreadfully disappointed that Sir Francis Varney would not permit him to take the life of Charles Holland, and it was with a gloomy and dissatisfied air that he left the ruins to proceed towards the town, after what we may almost term the altercation he had had with Varney the vampire upon that subject. It must not be supposed that Sir Francis Varney, however, was blind to the danger which must inevitably accrue from permitting Charles Holland once more to obtain his liberty. What the latter would be able to state would be more than sufficient to convince the Bannerworths, and all interested in their fortunes, that something was going on of a character, which, however supernatural it might seem to be, still seemed to have some human and ordinary objects for its ends. Sir Francis Varney thought over all this before he proceeded, according to his promise, to the dungeon of the prisoner, but it would seem as if there was considerable difficulty, even to an individual of his long practice in all kinds of chicanery and deceit, in arriving at any satisfactory conclusion as to a means of making Charles Holland's release a matter of less danger to himself than it would be likely to be, if, unfettered by obligation, he was at once set free. At the solemn hour of midnight, while all was still, that is to say, on the night succeeding the one on which he had had the interview with Marchdale, we have recorded, Sir Francis Varney alone sought the silent ruins. He was attired, as usual, in his huge cloak, and, indeed, the chilly air of the evening warranted such protection against its numerous discomforts. Had anyone seen him, however, that evening, they would have observed an air of great doubt and irresolution upon his brow, as if he were struggling with some impulses which he found it extremely difficult to restrain. "I know well," he muttered, as he walked among the shadow of the ruins, "that Marchdale's reasoning is coldly and horribly correct when he says that there is danger in setting this youth free, but I am about to leave this place, and not to show myself for some time, and I cannot reconcile myself to inflicting upon him the horror of a death by starvation which must ensue." It was a night of more than usual dullness, and, as Sir Francis Varney removed the massy stone which hid the narrow and tortuous entrance to the dungeons, a chilly feeling crept over him, and he could not help supposing that even then Marchdale might have played him false and neglected to supply the prisoner food according to his promise. Hastily he descended to the dungeons, and with a step which had in it far less of caution than had usually characterized his proceedings, he proceeded onwards until he reached that particular dungeon in which our young friend, to whom we wished so well, had been so long confined from the beautiful and cheering light of day, and from all that his heart's best affections most cling to. "Speak," said Sir Francis Varney, as he entered the dungeon. "If the occupant of this dreary place live, let him answer one who is as much his friend as he has been his enemy." "I have no friend," said Charles Holland, faintly, "unless it be one who would come and restore me to liberty." "And how know you that I am not he?" "Your voice sounds like that of one of my persecutors. Why do you not place the climax to your injuries by at once taking away life?" "I should be better pleased that you would do so, than that I should wear out the useless struggle of existence in so dreary and wretched an abode as this." "Young man," said Sir Francis Varney, "I have come to you on a greater errand of mercy than, probably, you will ever give me credit for. There is one who would too readily have granted your present request, and who would at once have taken that life of which you profess to be so wearied, but which may yet present to you some of its sunniest and most beautiful aspects." "Your tones are friendly," said Charles, "but yet I dread some new deception. That you are one of those who consign me by stratagem, and by brute force, to this place of durance, I am perfectly well assured, and, therefore, any good that may be promised by you, presents itself to me in a very doubtful character." "I cannot be surprised," said Sir Francis Varney, "at such sentiments arising from your lips, but, nevertheless, I am inclined to save you. You have been detained here because it was supposed by being so, a particular object would be best obtained by your absence. That object, however, has failed, notwithstanding, and I do not feel further inclined to protract your sufferings. Have you any guess as to the parties who have thus confined you?" "I am unaccustomed to dissemble, and, therefore, I will say at once that I have a guess." "In which way does it tend?" "Against Sir Francis Varney, called the vampire. Does it not strike you that this may be a dangerous candor?" "It may, or it may not be. I cannot help it. I know I am at the mercy of my foes, and I do not believe that anything I can say or do will make my situation worse or better." "You are much mistaken there. In other hands than mine, it might make it much worse, but it happens to be one of my weaknesses that I am charged with candor, and that I admire boldness of disposition." "Indeed." "And yet can behave in the manner you have done towards me." "Yes. There are more things in heaven and on earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I am the more encouraged to set you free, because, if I procure from you a promise, which I intend to attempt, I am inclined to believe that you will keep it." "I shall assuredly keep whatever promise I may make." "Propound your conditions, and if they be such as honor and honesty will permit me to accede to, I will do so willingly and at once. Heaven knows I am weary enough of this miserable imprisonment. Will you promise me then, if I set you free, not to mention your suspicions that it is to Sir Francis Varney you owe this ill turn, and not to attempt any act of vengeance against him as a retaliation for it?" "I cannot promise so much as that." "Freedom, indeed, would be a poor boon if I were not permitted freely to converse of some of the circumstances connected with my captivity. You object? I do to the former of your propositions, but not to the latter. I will promise not to go at all out of my way to execute any vengeance upon you, but I will not promise that I will not communicate the circumstances of my forced absence from them to those friends whose opinion I so much value, and to return to whom is almost as dear to me as liberty itself. Sir Francis Varney was silent for a few moments, and then he said, in a tone of deep solemnity, "There are 99 persons out of 100 who would take your life for the independence of your tongue, but I am as the 100th one who looks with a benevolent eye at your proceedings. Will you promise me, if I remove the fetters which now bind your limbs, that you will make no personal attack upon me, for I am weary of personal contention, and I have no disposition to endure it? Will you make me this promise?" "I promise." "I will." Without another word, but trusting implicitly to the promise which had been given to him, Sir Francis Varney produced a small key from his pocket and unlocked with it a padlock which confined the chains about the prisoner. With ease, Charles Holland was then enabled to shake them off, and then, for the first time, for some weeks, he rose to his feet, and felt all the exquisite relief of being comparatively free from bondage. "This is delightful, indeed," he said. "It is," said Sir Francis Varney, "it is but a foretaste of the happiness you will enjoy when you are entirely free. You see that I have trusted you. You have trusted me as you might trust me, and you perceive that I have kept my word. You have, and since you declined to make me the promise which I would fain have from you, to the effect that you would not mention me as one of the authors of your calamity, I must trust to your honor not to attempt revenge for what you have suffered. That I will promise. There can be but little difficulty to any generous mind in giving up such a feeling. In consequence of your sparing me what you might still further have inflicted, I will let the past rest, and as if it had never happened really to me, and speak of it to others, but as a circumstance which I wish not to revert to, but prefer should be buried in oblivion. It is well, and now I have a request to make of you, which, perhaps, you will consider the hardest of all." "Name it." "I feel myself bound to a considerable extent to comply with whatever you may demand of me that is not contrary to honorable principle." "Then it is this, that, comparatively free as you are, and in a condition, as you are, to assert your own freedom, you will not do so hastily, or for a considerable period. In fact, I wish and expect that you should wait yet a while, until it shall suit me to say that it is my pleasure that you shall be free. That is, indeed, a hard condition to man who feels, as you yourself remark, that he can assert his freedom. It is one which I have still a hope you will not persevere in. Nay, young man, I think that I have treated you with generosity, to make you feel that I am not the worst of foes you could have had. All I require of you is, that you should wait here for about an hour. It is now nearly 1 o'clock. Will you wait until you hear it strike 2 before you actually make a movement to leave this place?" Charles Holland hesitated for some moments, and then he said, "Do not fancy that I am not one who appreciates the singular trust you have reposed in me, and, however repugnant to me it may be to remain here, a voluntary prisoner, I am inclined to do so, if it be but to convince you that the trust you have reposed in me is not in vain, and that I can behave with equal generosity to you as you can to me." "Be it so," said Sir Francis Varney. "I shall leave you with a full reliance that you will keep your word, and now, farewell. When you think of me, fancy me rather one unfortunate than criminal, and tell yourself that even Varney the vampire had some traits in his character, which, although they might not raise your esteem, at all events did not loudly call for your reprobation." "I shall do so." "Oh, Flora, I shall look upon you once again, after believing and thinking that I had bidden you a long and last adieu. My own beautiful Flora, it is joy indeed to think that I shall look upon that face again, which, to my perception, is full of all the majesty of loveliness." Sir Francis Varney looked coldly on while Charles uttered this enthusiastic speech. "Remember," he said, "till 2 o'clock, and he walked towards the door of the dungeon. "You will have no difficulty in finding your way out from this place. Doubtless you already perceive the entrance by which I gained admission." "Had I been free," said Charles, "and had the use of my limbs, I should, long ere this, have worked my way to life and liberty. 'Tis well. Good night." Varney walked from the place, and just closed the door behind him. With a slow and stately step he left the ruins, and Charles Holland found himself once more alone, but in a much more enviable condition than for many weeks he could have called his. Chapter 66. Flora Bannerworth's apparent inconsistency, the Admiral's circumstances, and advised Mr. Chillingworth's mysterious absence. For a brief space let us return to Flora Bannerworth, who had suffered so much on account of her affections, as well as on account of the mysterious attack that had been made upon her by the reputed vampire. After leaving Bannerworth Hall for a short time, she seemed to recover her spirits, but this was a state of things which did not last, and only showed how fallacious it was to expect that, after the grievous things that had happened, she would rapidly recover her equanimity. It is said, by learned physiologists, that two bodily pains cannot endure at the same space of time in the system, and, whether it be so or not, is a question concerning which it would be foreign to the nature of our work to enter into anything like an elaborate disquisition. Certainly, however, so far as Flora Bannerworth was concerned, she seemed inclined to show that, mentally, the observation was a true one, for that, now she became released from a continued dread of the visits of the vampire, her mind would, with more painful interest than ever, recur to the melancholy condition, probably, of Charles Holland if he were alive, and to soul-harrowing reflections concerning him if he were dead. She could not, and she did not, believe, for one moment, that his desertion of her had been of a voluntary character. She knew, or fancied she knew, him by far too well for that, and she more than once expressed her opinion to the effect that she was perfectly convinced his disappearance was a part and parcel of all that train of circumstances which had so recently occurred, and produced such a world of unhappiness to her, as well as to the whole of the Bannerworth family. "If he had never loved me," she said to her brother Henry, "he would have been alive and well, but he has fallen a victim to the truth of a passion, and to the constancy of an affection which, to my dying day, I will believe in." Now that Mr. Marchdale had left the place, there was no one to dispute this proposition with Flora, for all, as well as she, were fully inclined to think well of Charles Holland. It was on the very morning which preceded that evening when Sir Francis Varney called upon Charles Holland in the manner we have related, with the gratifying news that, upon certain conditions, he might be released, that Flora Bannerworth, when the Admiral came to see them, spoke to him of Charles Holland, saying, "Now, sir, that I am away from Bannerworth Hall, I do not, and cannot feel satisfied, for the thought that Charles may eventually come back, and seek us there, still haunts me. Fancy him, sir, doing so, and seeing the place completely deserted." "Well, there's something in that," said the Admiral, "but, however, he's hardly such a goose. If it were so to happen, to give up the chase, he'd find us out somehow." "You think he would, sir? Or, do you not think that despair would seize upon him, and that, fancying we had all left the spot forever, he might likewise do so, so that we should lose him more effectually than we have done at present?" "No, hardly," said the Admiral. "He couldn't be such a goose as that. Why, when I was of his age, if I had secured the affections of a young girl like you, I'd have gone over all the world, but I'd have found out where she was, and what I mean to say is, if he's half such a goose as you think him, he deserves to lose you. Did you not tell me something, sir, of Mr. Chillingworth talking of taking possession of the hall for a brief space of time?" "Why, yes, I did, and I expect he is there now. In fact, I'm sure he's there, for he said he would be." "No, he ain't," said Jack Pringle, at that moment entering the room. "You're wrong again, as you always are, somehow or other." "What, you vagabond, are you here, you mutinous rascal?" I, sir, go on, don't mind me." I wonder what you'd do, sir, if you hadn't somebody like me to go on talking about. Why, you infernal rascal, I wonder what you'd do if you had not an indulgent commander who puts up even with real mutiny and says nothing about it. But where have you been? Did you go as I directed you, and take some provisions to Bannerworth Hall? Yes, I did, but I brought them back again. There's nobody there, and don't seem likely to be, except a dead body. A dead body? Whose body can that be? Tom somebody, for I'm D if it ain't a Grady cat. You scoundrel, how dare you alarm me in such a way? But do you mean to tell me that you did not see Dr. Chillingworth at the hall? How could I see him, if he wasn't there? But he was there, he said he would be there. Then he's gone again, for there's nobody there that I know of in the shape of a doctor. I went through every part of the ship, I mean the house, and the deuce a soul could I find, so as it was rather lonely and uncomfortable, I came away again. Who knows, thought I, but some blessed vampire or another may come across me. This won't do, said the old admiral, buttoning up his coat to the chin. Bannerworth Hall must not be deserted in this way. It is quite clear that Sir Francis Varney and his associates have some particular object in view in getting possession of the place. Here, you Jack. Aye, sir. Just go back again, and stay at the hall till somebody comes to you. Even such a stupid hound as you will be something to scare away unwelcome visitors. Go back to the hall, I say. What are you staring at? Back to Bannerworth Hall, said Jack. What? Just where I've come from, all that way off, and nothing to eat, and, what's worse, nothing to drink. I'll see you, D first. The Admiral caught up a table fork and made a rush at Jack, but Henry Bannerworth interfered. No, he said, Admiral, no, not that. You must recollect that you yourself have given this, no doubt, faithful fellow of yours liberty to do and say a great many things which don't look like good service, but I have no doubt, from what I have seen of his disposition, that he would risk his life rather than that you should come to any harm. Aye, said Jack, he quite forgets when the bullets were scuttling our knobs off Cape Ushant, when that big Frenchman had hold of him by the scruff of his neck, and began pummeling his head, and the lee scuppers were running with blood, and a bit of Joe Wiggins's brains had come slap in my eye, while some of Jack Marling's guts was hanging round my neck like a nosegay, all in consequence of grape shot. Then he didn't say as I was a swab, when I came up and bored a hole in the Frenchman's back with a pike. Aye, it's all very well now, when there's peace, and no danger, to call Jack Pringle a lubberly rascal and mutinous. I'm blessed if it ain't enough to make an old pair of shoes faint away. Why, you infernal scoundrel, said the Admiral, nothing of the sort ever happened, and you know it. Jack, you're no seaman. Very good, said Jack, then, if I ain't no seaman, you are what shore-going people calls a jolly fat old humbug. Jack, hold your tongue, said Henry Bannerworth, you carry these things too far. You know very well that your master esteems you, and you should not presume too much upon that fact. My master, said Jack, don't call him my master. I never had a master, and don't intend. He's my admiral, if you like, but an English sailor don't like a master. I tell you what it is, Jack, said the Admiral, you've got your good qualities, I admit. Aye, sir, that's enough, you may as well leave off well while you can. But I'll just tell you what you resemble more than anything else. Chew me up. What may that be, sir? A French Marine. A what? A French Marine. Goodbye. I wouldn't say another word to you, if you was to pay me $1 apiece. Of all the blessed insults rolled into one, this here's the worstest. You might have called me a Marine, or you might have called me a Frenchman, but to make out that I'm both a Marine and a Frenchman, me, if it isn't enough to make human nature stand on end. Now, I've done with you. And a good job, too, said the Admiral. I wish I'd thought of it before. You're worse than a third day's ague, or a hot and a cold fever in the tropics. Very good, said Jack. I only hope Providence will have mercy upon you, and keep an eye upon you while I'm gone, otherwise, I wonder what will become of you. It wasn't so when young Belinda, who you took off the island of Antigua in the Indies, jumped overboard, and I went after her in a heavy swell. Howsomedever, never mind, you shook hands with me then, and while a bushel of the briny was weeping out of the corner of each of your blinkers, you says you. Hold, cried the Admiral, hold. I know what I said, Jack. It's cut a fathom deep in my memory. Give us your fist, Jack, and hold yourself, said Jack. I know what you're going to say, and I won't hear you say it, so there's an end of it. Lord bless you. I knows you. I ain't a-going to leave you. Don't be afraid. I only works you up and works you down again, just to see if there's any of that old spirit in you when we was aboard the Victory. Don't you recollect, Admiral? Yes, enough, Jack. Why, let me see, that was a matter of 40 years ago, nearly, when I was a youngster. There, Jack, that'll do. You bring the events of other years fresh upon my memory. Peace. I have not forgotten, but still, to hear what you know of them, if recited, would give the old man a pang. A pang, said Jack. I suppose that's some dictionary word for a punch in the eye. That would be mutiny with a vengeance, so I'm off. Go. I'm a-going, and just to please you, I'll go to the hall, so you shan't say that you told me to do anything that I didn't. Away went Jack, whistling an air that might have been popular when he and the Admiral were young, and Henry Bannerworth could not but remark that an appearance of great sadness came over the old man when Jack was gone. I fear, sir, he said, that heedless sailor has touched upon some episode in your existence, the wounds of which are still fresh enough to give you pain. It is so, said the old Admiral. Just look at me, now. Do I look like the hero of a romantic love story? Not exactly, I admit. Well, notwithstanding that, Jack Pringle has touched a chord that vibrates in my heart yet, replied the Admiral. Have you any objection to tell me of it? None whatever, and perhaps, by the time I have done, the doctor may have found his way back again, or Jack may bring us some news of him. So here goes for a short, but a true yarn. Chapter 67. The Admiral's Story of the Beautiful Belinda. Just at this moment Flora Bannerworth stole into the room from whence she had departed a short time since, but when she saw that old Admiral Bell was looking so exceedingly serious, and apparently about to address Henry upon some very important subject, she would have retired, but he turned towards her, and said, My story, my dear, I've no objection to your hearing, and, like all women folks, a love story never comes amiss to you, so you may as well stay and hear it. A love story, said Flora. You tell a love story, sir? Yes, my dear, and not only tell it, but be the hero of it, likewise. Ain't you astonished? I am, indeed. Well, you'll be more astonished then before I've done, so just listen. As Jack Pringle says, it was the matter of about somewhere 40 years ago that I was in command of the Victory frigate, which was placed upon the West Indian station during a war then raging for the protection of our ports and harbors in that vicinity. We'd not a strong force in that quarter, therefore I had to cut about from place to place and do the best I could. After a time, though, I rather think that we frightened off the enemy, during which time I chiefly anchored off the island of Antigua, and was hospitably received at the house of a planter of the name of Marchant, who, in fact, made his house my home, and introduced me to all the elite of the society of the island. Oh, Miss Flora, you've no idea, to look at me now, what I was then. I held a captain's commission, and was nearly the youngest man in the service, with such a rank. I was as slender, as a dancing master. These withered and bleached locks were black as the raven's plume. Aye, but no matter, the planter had a daughter. And you loved her, said Flora. Loved her, said the old man, and the flush of youthful animation come to his countenance. Loved her, do you say? I adored her, I worshipped her, she was to me, but what a d old fool I am. We'll skip that if you please. Nay, said Flora, that is what I want to hear. I haven't the least doubt of that, in the world, but that's just what you won't hear, none of your nonsense, Miss Flora. The old man may be a fool, but he isn't quite an idiot. He's neither, said Flora. True feelings can never disgrace anyone. Perhaps not, but, however, to make a long story short, somehow or other, one day, Belinda was sitting alone, and I rudely pounced upon her. I rather think that I must have said something that I oughtn't to have said, for it took her so aback. I was forced, somehow or other, to hold her up, and then yes, I'm sure I kissed her, and so, I told her I loved her, and then, what do you think she said? Why, said Flora, that she reciprocated the passion. And my rags, said Jack, who at the moment came into the room. I suppose that's the name of some shell or other. You here, you villain, said the Admiral. I thought you were gone. So I was, said Jack, but I came back for my hat, you see. Away he went again, and the Admiral resumed his story. Well, Miss Flora, he said, you haven't made a good guess, as she didn't say anything at all. She only clung to me like some wild bird to its mother's breast, and cried as if her heart would break. Indeed? Yes, I didn't know the cause of her emotion, but at last I got it out of her. What was it? Oh, a mere trifle. She was already married to somebody else, that's all. Some d fellow, who had gone trading about the islands, a fellow she didn't care a straw about, that was old enough to be her father. And you left her? No, I didn't. Guess again. I was a mad-headed youngster. I only felt, I didn't think. I persuaded her to come away with me. I took her aboard my ship, and set sail with her. A few weeks flew like hours, but one day we were hailed by a vessel, and when we neared her, she manned a boat and brought a letter on board, addressed to Belinda. It was from her father, written in his last moments. It began with a curse and ended with a blessing. There was a postscript in another hand, to say the old man died of grief. She read it by my side on the quarterdeck. It dropped from her grasp, and she plunged into the sea. Jack Pringle went after her, but I never saw her again. Gracious heavens! What a tragedy! Yes, tolerable, said the old man. He arose and took his hat and placed it on his head. He gave the crown of it a blow that sent it nearly over his eyes. He thrust his hands deep into his breeches pockets, clenched his teeth, and muttered something inaudible as he strode from the apartment. Who would have thought, Henry, said Flora, that such a man as Admiral Bell had been the hero of such an adventure? Who indeed? But it shows that we never can judge from appearances, Flora, and that those who seem to us the most heart-whole may have experienced the wildest vicissitudes of passion. And we must remember, likewise, that this was 4 years ago, Henry, which makes a material difference in the state of the case as regards Admiral Bell. It does indeed, more than half a lifetime, and yet how evident it was that his old feelings clung to him. I can well imagine the many hours of bitter regret which the memory of his lost love must have given him. True. I can feel something for him, for have I not lost one who loved me, a worse loss, too, than that which Admiral Bell relates, for am I not a prey to all the horrors of uncertainty? Whereas he knew the worst, and that, at all events, death had claimed its victim, leaving nothing to conjecture in the shape of suffering, so that the mind had nothing to do but to recover slowly, but surely, as it would from the shock which it had received. That is worse than you, Flora, but rather would I have you cherish hope of soon beholding Charles Holland, probably alive and well, then fancy any great disaster has come over him." "I will endeavor to do so," replied Flora. "I long to hear what has become of Dr. Chillingworth. His disappearance is most singular, for I fully suspected that he had some particular object in view in getting possession for a short time of Bannerworth Hall, but now, from Jack Pringle's account, he appears not to be in it, and, in fact, to have disappeared completely from the sight of all who knew him." "Yes," said Flora, "but he may have done that, brother, still in furtherance of his object." "It may be so, and I will hope that it is so. Keep yourself close, sister, and see no one, while I proceed to his house to inquire if they have heard anything of him. I will return soon, be assured, and, in the meantime, should you see my brother, tell him I shall be at home in an hour or so, and not to leave the cottage, for it is more than likely that the Admiral has gone to Bannerworth Hall, so that you may not see anything of him for some time." Chapter 68. Marchdale's attempted villainy, and the result. Varney the vampire left the dungeon of Charles Holland amid the grey ruins, with a perfect confidence the young man would keep his word, and not attempt to escape from that place until the time had elapsed which he had dictated to him. And well might he have that confidence, for having once given his word that he would remain until he heard the clock strike 2 from a neighboring church, Charles Holland never dreamt for a moment of breaking it. To be sure, it was a weary time to wait when liberty appeared before him, but he was the soul of honor, and the least likely man in all the world to infringe in the slightest upon the condition which he had, of his own free will, acceded to. Sir Francis Varney walked rapidly until he came nearly to the outskirts of the town, and then he slackened his pace, proceeding more cautiously, and looking carefully about him, as if he feared to meet anyone who might recognize him. He had not proceeded far in this manner, when he became conscious of the cautious figure of a man gliding along in the opposite direction to that which he was taking. A suspicion struck him, from the general appearance, that it was Marchdale, and if so he wondered to see him abroad at such a time. Still he would not be quite certain, but he hurried forward, so as to meet the advancing figure, and then his suspicions were confirmed, and Marchdale, with some confusion in his looks and manners, accosted him. "Ah, Sir Francis Varney," he said, "you are out late." "Why, you know I should be out late," said Varney, "and you likewise know the errand upon which I was to be out." "Oh, I recollect, you were to release your prisoner." "Yes, I was." "And have you done so?" "Oh, no." "Oh, indeed." I am glad you have taken better thoughts of it." "Good night, good night. We shall meet tomorrow." "Adieu," said Sir Francis Varney, and he watched the retreating figure of Marchdale, and then he added, in a low tone to himself, "I know his object well. His craven spirit shrinks at the notion, a probable enough one, I will admit, that Charles Holland has recognized him, and that, if once free, he would denounce him to the Bannerworths, holding him up to scorn in his true colors, and bringing down upon his head, perhaps, something more than detestation and contempt. The villain! He is going now to take the life of the man whom he considers chained to the ground. Well, they must fight it out together. Charles Holland is sufficiently free to take his own part, although Marchdale little thinks that such is the case." Marchdale walked on for some little distance, and then he turned and looked after Sir Francis Varney. "Indeed," he said, "so you have not released him tonight, but I know what will do so soon. I do not, for my part, admire this romantic generosity which sets a fox free at the moment that he's the most dangerous. It's all very well to be generous, but it is better to be just first, and that I consider means looking after oneself first. I have a poniard here which will soon put an end to the troubles of the prisoner in his dungeon. Its edge is keen and sharp, and will readily find a way to his heart." He walked on quite exultingly and carelessly now, for he had got into the open country, and it was extremely unlikely that he would meet anybody on his road to the ruins. It did not take many minutes, sharp walking now to bring him close to the spot which he intended should become such a scene of treacherous slaughter, and just then he heard from afar off something like the muttering of thunder, as if heaven itself was proclaiming its vengeance against the man who had come out to slay one of its best and noblest creatures. "What is that?" said Marchdale, shrinking back a moment. "What is that? An approaching storm?" "It must be so, for, now I recollect me, the sun set behind a bank of clouds of a fiery redness, and as the evening drew in there was every appearance in the heavens of some ensuing strife of the elements." He listened for a few moments, and fixed his eyes intently in the direction of the horizon from where the muttering sounds had proceeded. He had not long to wait before he saw a bright flash of blue lightning, which for one instant illumined the sky. Then by the time he could have counted 12 there came the thunder which the flash preceded, and he felt terribly anxious to complete his enterprise, so that he might get back to the town and be safely housed before the storm, which was evidently approaching, should burst upon him. "It is sweeping on apace," he said. "Why did I not come earlier?" Even as he spoke he plunged among the recesses of the ruins, and searching about for the old stone which covered the entrance to the dungeon, he was surprised to find it roll from its place, and the aperture open. "What is the meaning of this?" he said. "How negligent of Sir Francis Varney, or perhaps, after all, he was only jesting with me, and let the prisoner go. If that should be the case, I am foiled indeed, but surely he could not be so full of indiscretion." Again came a dazzling flash of lightning, which now, surrounded by the ruins as he was, made him shrink back and cover his eyes for a moment, and then followed a peal of thunder with not half the duration of time between it and the flash which had characterized the previous electric phenomenon. "The storm approaches fast," said Marchdale. "I must get my work done quickly, if indeed my victim be here, which I begin seriously to doubt." He descended the intricate winding passage to the vault below, which served the purpose of a dungeon, and when he got very nearly into the depth of its recesses, he called aloud, saying, "Ho! What ho! Is there anyone here?" "Yes," said Charles Holland, who fancied it might be his former visitor returned. "Have you come to repent of your purpose?" "Ah," said Marchdale to himself, "Sir Francis, after all, has told me the truth. The prisoner is still here." The light from without was not near sufficient to send the least ray into the depths of that dungeon, so that Marchdale, when he entered the place, could see nothing but an absolute blackness. It was not so, however, with Charles Holland, whose eyes had been now so long accustomed to the place that he could see in it as if a dim twilight irradiated it, and he at once, in his visitor, saw his worst foe, and not the man who had comparatively set him free. He saw, too, that the hand of his visitor grasped a weapon, which Marchdale thought that, favored by the darkness, he might carry openly in perfect security. "Where are you?" said Marchdale. "I cannot see you." "Here," said Charles. "You may feel my grip," and he sprung upon him in an instant. The attack was so sudden and so utterly unexpected that Marchdale was thrown backwards, and the dagger wrested from his grasp during the first impulse which Charles Holland had thrown into his attack. Moreover, his head struck with such violence against the earthen floor that it produced a temporary confusion of his faculties, so that, had Charles Holland been so inclined, he might, with Marchdale's own weapon, have easily taken his life. The young man did, on the impulse of the moment, raise it in his hand, but, on the impulse of another thought, he cast it from him, exclaiming, "No, no! Not that! I should be as bad as he, or nearly so. This villain has come to murder me, but yet I will not take his life for the deed. What shall I do with him? Ah! A lucky thought, chains!" He dragged Marchdale to the identical spot of earth on which he had lain so long, and, as Sir Francis Varney had left the key of the padlock which bound the chains together in it, he, in a few moments, had succeeded in placing the villain Marchdale in the same durance from which he had himself shortly since escaped. "Remain there," he said, "until someone comes to rescue you. I will not let you starve to death, but I will give you a long fast, and, when I come again, it shall be along with some of the Bannerworth family, to show them what a viper they have fostered in their hearts. Marchdale was just sufficiently conscious now to feel all the realities of his situation. In vain he attempted to rise from his prostrate position. The chains did their duty, keeping down a villain with the same means that they had held in ignominious confinement a true man. He was in a perfect agony, inasmuch as he considered that he would be allowed to remain there to starve to death, thus achieving for himself a more horrible death than any he had ever thought of inflicting. "Villain," exclaimed Charles Holland, "you shall there remain, and, let you have what mental sufferings you may, you richly deserve them." He heeded not the cries of Marchdale, he heeded not his imprecations any more than he did his prayers, and the arch-hypocrite used both in abundance. Charles was but too happy once more to look upon the open sky, although it was then in darkness, to hear anything that Marchdale, in the agony to which he was now reduced, might feel inclined to say, and, after glancing around him for some few moments, when he was free of the ruins, and inhaling with exquisite delight the free air of the surrounding meadows, he saw, by the twinkling of the lights, in which direction the town lay, and knowing that by taking a line in that path, and then after a time diverging a little to the right, he should come to Bannerworth Hall, he walked on, never in his whole life probably feeling such an enjoyment of the mere fact of existence as at such a moment as that of exquisite liberty. Our readers may with us imagine what it is to taste the free, fresh air of heaven, after being long pent up, as he, Charles Holland, had been, in a damp, noisome dungeon, teeming with unwholesome exhalations. They may well suppose with what amount of rapture he now found himself unrestrained in his movements by those galling fetters which had hung for so long a period upon his youthful limbs, and which, not unfrequently in the despair of his heart, he had thought he should surely die in. And last, although not least in his dear esteem, did the rapturous thought of once more looking in the sweet face of her he loved come cross him with a gush of delight. "Yes," he exclaimed, as he quickened his pace, "yes, I shall be able to tell Flora Bannerworth how well and how truly I love her. I shall be able to tell her that, in my weary and hideous imprisonment, the thought alone of her has supported me." As he neared the hall, he quickened his pace to such an extent that soon he was forced to pause altogether, as the exertion he had undertaken pretty plainly told him that the imprisonment, scanty diet, and want of exercise, which had been his portion for some time past, had most materially decreased his strength. His limbs trembled, and a profuse perspiration bedewed his brow, although the night was rather cold than otherwise. "I am very weak," he said, "and much I wonder now that I succeeded in overcoming that villain Marchdale, who, if I had not done so, would most assuredly have murdered me." And it was a wonder, for Marchdale was not an old man, although he might be considered certainly as past the prime of life, and he was of a strong and athletic build. But it was the suddenness of his attack upon him which had given Charles Holland the great advantage, and had caused the defeat of the ruffian who came bent on one of the most cowardly and dastardly murders that could be committed, namely, upon an unoffending man, whom he supposed to be loaded with chains, and incapable of making the least efficient resistance. Charles soon again recovered sufficient breath and strength to proceed towards the hall, and now warned, by the exhaustion which had come over him, that he had not really anything like strength enough to allow him to proceed rapidly, he walked with slow and deliberate steps. This mode of proceeding was more favorable to reflection than the wild, rapid one which he had at first adopted, and in all the glowing colors of youthful and ingenious fancy did he depict to himself the surprise and the pleasure that would beam in the countenance of his beloved Flora when she should find him once again by her side. Of course, he, Charles, could know nothing of the contrivances which had been resorted to, and which the reader may lay wholly to the charge of Marchdale, to blacken his character, and to make him appear faithless to the love he had professed. Had he known this, it is probable that indignation would have added wings to his progress, and he would not have been able to proceed at the leisurely pace he felt that his state of physical weakness dictated to him. And now he saw the topmost portion at Bannerworth Hall pushing out from amongst the trees with which the ancient pile was so much surrounded, and the sight of the home of his beloved revived him, and quickened the circulation of the warm blood in his veins. "I shall behold her now," he said, I shall behold her how? A few minutes more, and I shall hold her to my heart, that heart which has been ever hers, and which carried her image enshrined in its deepest recesses, even into the gloom of a dungeon. But let us, while Charles Holland is indulging in these delightful anticipations which, we regret, in consequence of the departure of the Bannerworths from the Hall, will not be realized so soon as he supposes, look back upon the discomfited hypocrite and villain, Marchdale, who occupies his place in the dungeon of the old ruins. Until Charles Holland actually had left the strange, horrible, and cell-like place, he could scarcely make up his mind that the young man entertained a serious intention of leaving him there. Perhaps he did not think anyone could be so cruel and so wicked as he himself, for the reader will no doubt recollect that his, Marchdale's, counsel to Varney was to leave Charles Holland to his fate, chained down as he was in the dungeon, and that fate would have been the horrible one of being starved to death in the course of a few days. When now, however, he felt confident that he was deserted, when he heard the sound of Charles Holland's retreating footsteps slowly dying away in the distance, until not the faintest echo of them reached his ears, he despaired indeed, and the horror he experienced during the succeeding 10 minutes might be considered an ample atonement for some of his crimes. His brain was in a complete whirl, nothing of a tangible nature, but that he was there, chained down, and left to starve to death, came across his intellect. Then a kind of madness, for a moment or two, took possession of him. He made a tremendous effort to burst asunder the bands that held him. But it was in vain. The chains, which had been placed upon Charles Holland during the first few days of his confinement, when he had a little recovered from the effects of the violence which had been committed upon him at the time when he was captured, effectually resisted Marchdale. They even cut into his flesh, inflicting upon him some grievous wounds, but that was all he achieved by his great efforts to free himself, so that, after a few moments, bleeding and in great pain, he, with a deep groan, desisted from the fruitless efforts he had better not have commenced. Then he remained silent for a time, but it was not the silence of reflection, it was that of exhaustion, and, as such, was not likely to last long, nor did it, for, in the course of another 5 minutes, he called out loudly. Perhaps he thought there might be a remote chance that someone traversing the meadows would hear him, and yet, if he had duly considered the matter, which he was not in a fitting frame of mind to do, he would have recollected that, in choosing a dungeon among the underground vaults of these ruins, he had, by experiment, made certain that no cry, however loud, from where he lay, could reach the upper air. And thus had this villain, by the very precautions which he had himself taken to ensure the safe custody of another, been his own greatest enemy. "Help! Help! Help!" he cried frantically. "Varney! Charles Holland! Have mercy upon me, and do not leave me here to starve. Help! Oh, heaven! Curses on all your heads, curses! Oh, mercy, mercy, mercy!" In such like incoherent expressions did he pass some hours, until, what with exhaustion and a raging thirst that came over him, he could not utter another word, but lay the very picture of despair and discomfited malice and wickedness. Chapter 69. Flora Bannerworth and her mother, the episode of chivalry. Gladly we turn from such a man as Marchdale to a consideration of the beautiful and accomplished Flora Bannerworth, to whom we may, without destroying in any way the interest of our plot, predict a much happier destiny than, probably, at that time, she considers as at all likely to be hers. She certainly enjoyed, upon her first removal from Bannerworth Hall, greater serenity of mind than she had done there, but, as we have already remarked of her, the more her mind was withdrawn, by change of scene, from the horrible considerations which the attack of the vampire had forced upon her, the more she reverted to the fate of Charles Holland, which was still shrouded in so much gloom. She would sit and converse with her mother upon that subject until she worked up her feelings to a most uncomfortable pitch of excitement, and then Mrs. Bannerworth would get her younger brother to join them, who would occasionally read to her some compositions of his own, or of some favorite writer whom he thought would amuse her. It was on the very evening when Sir Francis Varney had made up his mind to release Charles Holland that young Bannerworth read to his sister and his mother the following little chivalric incident, which he told them he had himself collated from authentic sources. "The knight with the green shield," exclaimed one of a party of men-at-arms who were drinking together at an ancient hostel not far from Shrewsbury, "the knight with the green shield is as good a knight as ever buckled on a sword or wore spurs." "Then how comes it he is not one of the victors in the day's tournament?" exclaimed another. "By the bones of Alfred," said a third, "a man must be judged of by his deserts, and not by the partiality of his friends." "That's my opinion, friends." "And mine, too," said another. "That is all very true, and my opinion would go with yours, too, but not in this instance. Though you may accuse me of partiality, yet I am not so, for I have seen some of the victors of today by no means forward in the press of battle, men who, I will not say feared danger, but who liked it not so well but they avoided it as much as possible." "Ay, marry, and so have I. The reason is, 'tis much easier to face a blunted lance than one with a spearhead, and a man may practice the one and thrive in it, but not the other, for the best lance in the tournament is not always the best arm in the battle. And that is the reason of my saying the knight with the green shield was a good knight. I have seen him in the midst of the melee, when men and horses had been hurled to the ground by the shock. There he has behaved himself like a brave knight, and has more than once been noticed for it. But how can he be so easily overthrown today? That speaks something. His horse is an old one." "So much the better," said another, "he's used to his work, and his cunning is an old man. But he has been wounded more than once, and is weakened very much. Besides, I saw him lose his footing, else he had overthrown his opponent. He did not seem distressed about his accident, at all events, but sat contented in the tent. He knows well that those who know him will never attribute his misadventure either to want of courage or conduct. Moreover, he seems to be one of those who care but little for the opinion of men who care nothing for him. And he's right. Well, dear comrades, the health of Green Knight, or the knight with a green shield, for that's his name, or the designation he chooses to go by." "A health to the knight with the green shield," shouted the men-at-arms, as they lifted their cups on high. "Who is he?" inquired one of the men-at-arms, of him who had spoken favorably of the stranger. "I don't know." "And yet you spoke favorably of him a few seconds back, and said what a brave knight he was." "And so I uphold him to be, but, I tell you what, friend, I would do as much for the greatest stranger I ever met. I have seen him fight where men and horses have bit the dust in hundreds, and that, in my opinion, speaks out for the man and warrior. He who cannot, then, fight like a soldier, had better tilt at home in the castle yard, and there win ladies' smiles, but not the commendation of the leader of the battle." "That's true. I myself recollect very well Sir Hugh de Colbert, a very accomplished knight in the castle yard, but his men were as fine a set of fellows as ever crossed a horse to look at, but they proved deficient at the moment of trial. They were broken, and fled in a moment, and scarce one of them received a scratch." "Then they hadn't stood the shock of the foemen?" "No, that's certain. But still I should like to know the knight, to know his name very well." "I know it not. He has some reason for keeping it secret, I suppose, but his deeds will not shame it, be it what it may. I can bear witness to more than one foeman falling beneath his battle-axe." "Indeed?" "Yes, and he took a banner from the enemy in the last battle that was fought." "Ah, well, he deserves a better fortune tomorrow. Who is to be the bridegroom of the beautiful Bertha, daughter of Lord de Cossey?" "That will have to be decided, but it is presumed that Sir Guthrie de Beaumont is the intended." "Ah, but should he not prove the victor?" "It's understood, because it's known he is intended by the parents of the lady, and none would be ungallant enough to prevail against him, save on such conditions as would not endanger the fruits of victory." "No?" "Certainly not. They would lay the trophies at the foot of the beauty worshipped by the knights at the tournament. So, triumphant or not, he's to be the bridegroom, bearing off the prize of valor whether or no, in fact, deserve her or not, that's the fact. So it is, so it is. And a shame, too, friends, but so it is now. But yet, if the knight's horse recovers from the strain, and is fit for work tomorrow, it strikes me that the green shield will give some work to the holiday night. There had been a grand tournament held near Shrewsbury Castle, in honor of the intended nuptials of the beautiful Lady Bertha de Cossey. She was the only daughter of the Earl de Cossey, a nobleman of some note. He was one of an ancient and unblemished name, and of great riches. The lady was beautiful, but, at the same time, she was an unwilling bride. Everyone could see that, but the bridegroom cared not for that. There was a sealed sorrow on her brow, a sorrow that seemed sincere and lasting, but she spoke not of it to anyone. Her lips were seldom parted. She loved another. Yes, she loved one who was far away, fighting in the wars of his country, one who was not so rich in lands as her present bridegroom. When he left her, she remembered his promise. It was, to fight until he earned a fortune, or name that should give him some right to claim her hand, even from her imperious father. But alas! He came not, and what could she do against the commands of one who would be obeyed? Her mother, too, was a proud, haughty woman, one whose sole anxiety was to increase the grandeur and power of her house by such connections. Thus it was pressed on by circumstances. She could no longer hold out, more especially as she heard nothing of her knight. She knew not where he was, or indeed if he were living or dead. She knew not he was never named. This last circumstance, indeed, gave her pain, for it assured her that he whom she loved had been unable to signalize himself from among other men. That, in fact, he was unknown in the annals of fame, as well as the probability that he had been slain in some of the earlier skirmishes of the war. This, if it had happened, caused her some pain to think upon. Not but such events were looked upon with almost indifference by females, save in such cases where their affections were engaged, as on this occasion. But the event was softened by the fact that men were continually falling by the hand of man in such encounters, but at the same time it was considered an honorable and praiseworthy death for a soldier. He was wounded, but not with the anguish we now hear of, for the friends were consoled by the reflection that the deceased warrior died covered with glory. Bertha, however, was young, and as yet she knew not the cause of her absent knight's silence, or why he had not been heard of among the most forward in the battle. "Heavens will be done," she exclaimed. "What can I do? I must submit to my father's behests, but my future life will be one of misery and sorrow." She wept to think of the past, and to dream of the future. Both alike were sorrowful to think upon, no comfort in the past and no joy in the future. Thus she wept and sorrowed on the night of the first tournament. There was to be a second, and that was to be the grand one, where her intended bridegroom was to show himself off in her eyes, and take his part in the sport. Bertha sat late. She sat sorrowing by the light of the lamps and the flickering flame of the fire, as it rose and fell on the hearth and threw dancing shadows on the walls. Oh, why, Arthur home, should you thus be absent? Absent, too, at such a time when you are more needed than ever. Alas, alas! You may no longer be in the land of the living. Your family is great and your name known. Your own has been spoken with commendation from the lips of your friend. What more fame do you need? But I am speaking without purpose. Heaven have mercy on me. As she spoke she looked up and saw one of her women in waiting standing by. Well, what would you? My lady, there is one who would speak with you, said the handmaiden. With me? Yes, my lady, he named you the Lady Bertha de Cossey. Who and what is he? She inquired, with something like trepidation, of the maiden. I know not, my lady. But gave he not some token by which I might know who I admit to my chamber? None, replied the maiden. And what does he bear by way of distinguishing himself? What crest or device doth he bear? Merely a green shield. The unsuccessful knight in the tournament today. Heavens! What can he desire with me? He is not, no, no, it cannot be, it cannot be. Will you admit him, lady? Indeed, I know not what to do, but yet you may have some intelligence to give me. Yes, yes, admit him, but first throw some logs on the fire. The attendant did as she was desired, and then quitted the room for the purpose of admitting the stranger knight with the green shield. In a few moments she could hear the stride of the knight as he entered the apartment, and she thought the step was familiar to her ear. She thought it was the step of Sir Arthur Home, her lover. She waited anxiously to see the door open, and then the stranger entered. His form and bearing was that of her lover, but his visor was down, and she was unable to distinguish the features of the stranger. His armor was such as had seen many a day's hard wear, and there were plenty of marks of the battle about him. His travel-worn accoutrements were altogether such as bespoke service in the field. "Sir, you desire to see me, say wherefore you do so, and if it is news you bring." The knight answered not, but pointed to the female attendant, as if he desired she would withdraw. "You may retire," said Bertha, "be within call, and let me know if I am threatened with interruption." The attendant retired, and then the knight and lady were left alone. The former seemed at a loss how to break silence for some moments, and then he said, "Lady, oh, heavens, 'tis he!" exclaimed Bertha, as she sprang to her feet. "It is Sir Arthur Home." "It is," exclaimed the knight, pulling up his visor, and dropping on one knee he encircled his arm round the waist of the lady, and at the same moment he pressed her lips to his own. The first emotion of joy and surprise over, Bertha checked her transports, and chid the knight for his boldness. "Nay, chide me not, dear Bertha. I am what I was when I left you, and hope to find you the same." "Am I not?" said Bertha. "Truly I know not, for you seem more beautiful than you were then. I hope that is the only change. If there be a change, it is only such as you see. Sorrow and regret form the principal causes." "I understand you. My intended nuptials, yes, I have heard all. I came here but late in the morning, and my horse was jaded and tired, and my impatience to attend the tournament caused me a disaster which it is well it came not on the second day. It is, dear Arthur. How is it I never heard your name mentioned, or that I received no news from anyone about you during the wars that have ended? I had more than one personal enemy, Bertha, men who would have been glad to see me fall, and who, in default of that, would not have minded bribing an assassin to secure my death for them at any risk whatever. Heavens! And how did you escape such a death from such people, Arthur?" "By adopting such a device as that I wear. The Knight of the Green Shield I'm called. I saw you today in the tournament, and there my tired and jaded horse gave way, but tomorrow I shall have, I hope, a different fortune." "I hope so too. I will try. My arm has been good in battle, and I see not why it should be deficient in peaceful justs." "Certainly not. What fortune have you met with since you left England?" "I was of course known but to a few. Among those few were the general under whom I served and my more immediate officers, who I knew would not divulge my secret." "And they did not?" "No, kept it nobly, and kept their eyes upon me in battle, and I have reaped a rich harvest in force, honor, and riches, I assure you." "Thank heaven," said Bertha. "Bertha, if I be conqueror, may I claim you in the courtyard before all the spectators?" "You may," said Bertha, and she hung her head. "Moreover," said Sir Arthur, "you will not make a half promise, but when I demand you, you will at once come down to me and accept me as your husband. If I be the victor, then he cannot object to the match. But you will have many friends, and his intended bride will have many more, so that you may run some danger among so many enemies. Never fear for me, Bertha, because I shall have many friends of distinction there too, many old friends who are tried men in battle, and whose deeds are a glory and honor to them. Besides, I shall have my commander and several gentlemen who would at once interfere in case any unfair advantage was attempted to be taken of my supposed weakness." "Have you a fresh horse?" inquired Bertha. "I have, or shall I buy the morning? but promise me you will do what I ask you, and then my arm will be nerved to its utmost, and I am sure to be victorious." "I do promise," said Bertha. "I hope you may be as successful as you hope to be, Arthur, but suppose fortune should declare against you, suppose an accident of any kind were to happen, what could be done then?" "I must be content to hide myself forever afterwards, as a defeated knight. How can I appear before your friends as the claimant of your hand? I will never have any other. But you will be forced to accept this Guthrie de Beaumont, your father's chosen son-in-law. I will seek refuge in a cloister. Will you fly with me, Bertha, to some sequestered spot, where we can live in each other's society?" "Yes," said Bertha, "anything, save marriage with Guthrie de Beaumont." "Then await the tournament of tomorrow," said Sir Arthur, "and then this may be avoided. In the meantime, keep up a good heart and remember I am at hand." These two lovers parted for the present, after a protracted interview, Bertha to her chamber, and the Knight of the Green Shield to his tent. The following morning was one of great preparation. The lists had been enlarged, and the seats made more commodious, for the influx of visitors appeared to be much greater than had been anticipated. Moreover, there were many old warriors of distinction to be present, which made the bridegroom look pale and feel uncomfortable as to the results of the tournament. The tilting was to begin at an early hour, and then the feasting and revelry would begin early in the evening, after the tilting had all passed off. In that day's work there were many thrown from their saddles, and many broke their lances. The bridegroom tilted with several knights, and came off victorious, or without disadvantage to either. The Green Knight, on the contrary, tilted with but few, and always victorious, and such matches were with men who had been men of some name in the wars, or at least in the tilt yard. The sports drew to a close, and when the bridegroom became the challenger, the Knight of the Green Shield at once rode out quietly to meet him. The encounter could not well be avoided, and the bridegroom would willingly have declined the joust with a knight who had disposed of his enemies so easily and so unceremoniously as he had. The first encounter was enough. The bridegroom was thrown to a great distance, and lay insensible on the ground, and was carried out of the field. There was an immediate sensation among the friends of the bridegroom, several of whom rode out to challenge the stranger knight for his presumption. In this, however, they had misreckoned the chances, for the challenged accepted their challenges with alacrity and disposed of them one by one with credit to himself until the day was concluded. The stranger was then asked to declare who he was, upon which he lifted his visor, and said, "I am Sir Arthur Home, and claim the Lady Bertha as my bride, by the laws of arms, and by those of love." Again the tent was felt, and again the hostelry was tenanted by the soldier, who declared for one side and then for the other, as the cups clanked and jingled together. "Said I not," exclaimed one of the troopers, "that the Knight with a green shield was a good knight?" "You did," replied the other. "And you knew who he was," said another of the troopers. "Not I, comrades. I had seen him fight in battle, and, therefore, partly guessed how it would be if he had any chance with the bridegroom. I'm glad he has won the lady." It was true, the Lady Bertha was won, and Sir Arthur Home claimed his bride, and then they attempted to defeat his claim, yet Bertha at once expressed herself in his favor, too strongly that they were, however reluctantly compelled, to consent at last. At this moment, a loud shout as from a multitude of persons came upon their ears, and Flora started from her seat in alarm. The cause of the alarm we shall proceed to detail. Chapter 70. The funeral of the stranger Leand, the popular commotion, and Mrs. Chillingworth's appeal to the mob, the new riot, the hall in danger. As yet the town was quiet, and, though there was no appearance of riot or disturbance, yet the magistracy had taken every precaution they deemed needful, or their position and necessities warranted, to secure the peace of the town from the like disturbance to that which had been, of late, a disgrace and terror of peaceably disposed persons. The populace were well advertised of the fact that the body of the stranger was to be buried that morning in their churchyard, and that, To protect the body, should there be any necessity for so doing, a large body of constables would be employed. There was no disposition to riot, at least, none was visible. It looked as if there was some event about to take place that was highly interesting to all parties, who were peaceably assembling to witness the interment of nobody knew who. The early hour at which persons were assembling, at different points, clearly indicated that there was a spirit of curiosity about the town, so uncommon that none would have noticed it but for the fact of the crowd of people who hung about the streets, and there remained, listless and impatient. The inn, too, was crowded with visitors, and there were many who, not being blessed with the strength of purse that some were hanging about in the distance, waiting and watching the motions of those who were better provided. "Ah," said one of the visitors, "this is a disagreeable job in your house, landlord." "Yes, sir, I'd sooner it had happened elsewhere, I assure you. I know it has done me no good. No man could expect any, and yet it is none the less unfortunate for that. I would sooner anything else happened than that, whatever it might be. I think it must be something very bad, at all events, but I dare say I shall never see the like again." "So much the better for the town," said another, "for, what with vampires and riots, there has been but little else stirring than mischief and disturbances of one kind and another." "Yes, and, what between Varneys and Bannerworths, we have had but little peace here." "Precisely. Do you know, it's my opinion that the least thing would upset the whole town. Any one unlucky word would do it, I am sure," said a tall thin man. "I have no doubt of it," said another, "but I hope the military would do their duty under such circumstances, for people's lives and property are not safe in such a state of things." "Oh, dear no. I wonder what has become of Varney, or where he can have gone to." "Some thought he must have been burned when they burned his house," replied the landlord. "But I believe it generally understood he's escaped, has he not? No traces of his body were found in the ruins." "None." "Oh, he's escaped, there can be no doubt of that. I wish I had some fortune depending upon the fact, it would be mine, I am sure." "Well, the Lord keep us from vampires and such like cattle," said an old woman. "I shall never sleep again in my bed with any safety. It frightens one out of one's life to think of it. What a shame the men didn't catch him and stake him." The old woman left the inn as soon as she had spoke this Christian speech. "Humane," said a gentleman with a sporting coat on. "The old woman is no advocate for half measures." "You are right, sir," said the landlord, "and a very good lookout she keeps upon the pot, to see it's full, and carefully blows the froth off." "Oh, I thought as much." "How soon will the funeral take place, landlord?" inquired a person who had at that moment entered the inn. "In about an hour's time, sir." "Oh, the town seems pretty full, though it is very quiet. I suppose it is more as a matter of curiosity people congregate to see the funeral of this stranger?" "I hope so, sir. The time is wearing on, and if they don't make a dust, why then the military will not be troubled." "I do not expect anything more, sir," said the landlord, "for you see they must have had their swing out, as the saying is, and be fully satisfied. They cannot have much more to do in the way of exhibiting their anger or dislike to vampires, they all have done enough." So they have. "Granted," said an old man with a troublesome cough, "but when did you ever know a mob to be satisfied? If they wanted the moon and got it, they'd find out it would be necessary to have the stars also." "That's uncommonly true," said the landlord. "I shouldn't be surprised if they didn't do something worse than ever." "Nothing more likely," said the little old man. "I can believe anything of a mob, anything, no matter what." The inn was crowded with visitors, and several extra hands were employed to wait upon the customers, and a scene of bustle and activity was displayed that was never before seen. It would glad the heart of a landlord, though he were made of stone, and landlords are usually of much more malleable materials than that. However, The landlord had hardly time to congratulate himself, for the bearers were come now, and the undertaker and his troop of death-following officials. There was a stir among the people, who began now to awaken from the lethargy that seemed to have come over them while they were waiting for the moment when it should arrive, that was to place the body under the green sod, against which so much of their anger had been raised. There was a decent silence that pervaded the mob of individuals who had assembled. Death, with all its ghastly insignia, had an effect even upon the unthinking multitude, who were ever ready to inflict death or any violent injury upon any object that came in their way. They never hesitated, but even these, now the object of their hatred, was no more, felt appalled. 'Tis strange what a change comes over masses of men as they gaze upon a dead body. It may be that they all know that to that complexion they must come at last. This may be the secret of the respect offered to the dead. The undertakers are men, however, who are used to the presence of death. It is their element. They gain a living by attending upon the last obsequies of the dead. They are used to dead bodies, and care not for them. Some of them are humane men, that is, in their way, and even among them are men who wouldn't be deprived of the joke as they screwed down the last screw. They could not forbear, even on this occasion, to hold their converse when left alone. "Jacobs," said one who was turning a long screw, "Jacobs, my boy, do you take the chair tonight?" "Yes," said Jacobs, who was a long, lugubrious-looking man, "I do take the chair, if I live over this blessed event." "You are not croaking, Jacobs, are you?" "Well, you are a lively customer, you are." "Lively? Do you expect people to be lively when they are full dressed for a funeral?" "You are a nice article for your profession." "You don't feel like an undertaker, you don't?" "Don't, Jacobs, my boy." "As long as I look like one when occasion demands, when I have done my job I puts my comfort in my pocket, and thinks how much more pleasanter it is to be going to other people's funerals than to our own, and then only see the difference as regards the money." "True," said Jacobs with a groan, "but death's a melancholy article, at all events." "So it is." "And then when you come to consider the number of people we have buried, how many have gone to their last homes, and how many more will go the same way?" "Yes, yes, that's all very well, Jacob. You are precious surly this morning." "I'll come tonight." "You're brewing a sentimental tale as sure as eggs is eggs." "Well, that is pretty certain, but as I was saying, how many more are there?" "Ah, don't bother yourself with calculations that have neither beginning nor end, and which haven't one point to go. Come, Jacob, have you finished yet?" "Quite," said Jacob. They now arranged the pall, and placed all in readiness, and returned to a place downstairs where they could enjoy themselves for an odd half-hour, and pass that time away until the moment should arrive when his reverence would be ready to bury the deceased, upon consideration of the fees to be paid upon the occasion. The tap-room was crowded, and there was no room for the men, and they were taken into the kitchen, where they were seated, and earnestly at work, preparing for the ceremony that had so shortly to be performed. "Any better, Jacobs?" "What do you mean?" inquired Jacobs, with a groan. "It's news to me if I have been ill." "Oh, yes, you were doleful upstairs, you know." "I've a proper regard for my profession, that's the difference between you and I, you know. I'll wager you what you like, now, that I'll handle a corpse and drive a screw in a coffin as well as you, now, although you are so solid and miserable." So you may. "Then what do you mean by saying I haven't a proper regard for my profession?" "I say you haven't, and there's the thing that shall prove it. You don't look it, and that's the truth." "I don't look like an undertaker." "Indeed, I dare say I don't if I ain't dressed like one." "Nor when you are," reiterated Jacob. "Why not, pray?" "Because you have always a grin on your face as broad as a gridiron, that's why." This ended the dispute, for the employer of the men suddenly put his head in, saying, "Come, now, time's up. You are wanted upstairs, all of you. Be quick, we shall have his reverence waiting for us, and then we shall lose his recommendation." "Ready, sir," said the round man, taking up his pint and finishing it off at a draught. At the same moment he thrust the remains of some bread and cheese into his pocket. Jacob, too, took his pot, and, having finished it, with great gravity followed the example of his more jocose companion, and they all left the kitchen for the room above, where the corpse was lying ready for interment. There was an unusual bustle. Everybody was on the tip-top of expectation, and awaiting the result in a quiet hurry, and hoped to have the first glimpse of the coffin, but why they should do so it was difficult to define. But in this fit of mysterious hope and expectation they certainly stood. "Will they be long?" inquired a man at the door of one inside. "Will they be long before they come?" "They are coming now," said the man. "Do you all keep quiet? They are knocking their heads against the top of the landing. Hark! There, I told you so." The man departed, hearing something, and being satisfied that he had got some information. "Now, then," said the landlord, "move out of the way, and allow the corpse to pass out. Let me have no indecent conduct, let everything be as it should be." The people soon removed from the passage and vicinity of the doorway, and then the mournful procession, as the newspapers have it, moved forward. They were heard coming downstairs, and thence along the passage, until they came to the street, and then the whole number of attendants was plainly discernible. How different was the funeral of one who had friends! He was alone, none followed, save the undertaker and his attendants, all of whom looked solemn from habit and professional motives. Even the jocose man was as supernaturally solemn as could be well imagined. Indeed, nobody knew he was the same man. "Well," said the landlord, as he watched them down the street, as they slowly paced their way with funereal, not sorrowful, solemnity, "well, I am very glad that it is all over." "It has been a sad plague to you," said one. "It has, indeed. It must be to anyone who has had another such a job as this. I don't say it out of any disrespect to the poor man who is dead and gone, quite the reverse, but I would not have such another affair on my hands for pounds." "I can easily believe you, especially when we come to consider the disagreeables of a mob." "You may say that. There's no knowing what they will or won't do, confound them. If they'd act like men, and pay for what they have, why, then I shouldn't care much about them, but it don't do to have other people in the bar." "I should think not. Indeed, that would alter the scale of your profits, I reckon." "It would make all the difference to me. Business," added the landlord, "conducted on that scale, would become a loss, and a man might as well walk into a well at once." "So I should say." "Have many such occurrences as these been usual in this part of the country?" inquired the stranger. "Not usual at all," said the landlord, "but the fact is, the whole neighborhood has run distracted about some superhuman being they call a vampire." "Indeed?" "Yes, and they suspected the unfortunate man who has been lying upstairs, a corpse, for some days." "Oh, the man they have just taken in the coffin to bury?" said the stranger. "Yes, sir, the same." "Well, I thought perhaps somebody of great consequence had suddenly become defunct." "Oh, dear no, it would not have caused half the sensation. People have been really mad." "It was a strange occurrence, altogether, I believe, was it?" inquired the stranger. "Indeed it was, sir." "I hardly know the particulars. There have been so many tales afloat, though they all concur in one point, and that is, it has destroyed the peace of one family." "Who has done so?" "The vampire." "Indeed? I never heard of such an animal, save as a fable, before. It seems to me extraordinary." "So it would do to anyone, sir, as was not on the spot, to see it. I'm sure I wouldn't." In the meantime, the procession, short as it was of itself, moved along in slow time through a throng of people who ran out of their houses on either side of the way, and lined the whole length of the town. Many of these closed in behind, and followed the mourners until they were near the church, and then they made a rush to get into the churchyard. As yet all had been conducted with tolerable propriety, the funeral met with no impediment. The presence of death among so many of them seemed some check upon the license of the mob, who bowed in silence to the majesty of death. Who could bear ill will against him who was now no more? Man, while he is man, is always the subject of hatred, fear, or love. Some one of these passions, in a modified state, exists in all men, and with such feelings they will regard each other, and it is barely possible that any one should not be the object of some of these, and hence the stranger's corpse was treated with respect. In silence the body proceeded along the highway until it came to the churchyard, and followed by an immense multitude of people of all grades. The authorities trembled. They knew not what all this portended. They thought it might pass off, but it might become a storm first. They hoped and feared by turns, till some of them fell sick with apprehension. There was a deep silence observed by all those in the immediate vicinity of the coffin, but those farther in the rear found full expression for their feelings. "Do you think," said an old man to another, "that he will come to life again, eh?" "Oh, yes, vampires always do, and lay in the moonlight, and then they come to life again. Moonlight recovers a vampire to life again. And yet the moonlight is cold. Ah, but who's to tell what may happen to a vampire, or what's hot or what's cold? Certainly not. Oh, dear, no. And then they have permission to suck the blood of other people, to live themselves, and to make other people vampires, too. The Lord have mercy upon us. Aye, but they have driven a stake through this one, and he can't get in moonlight or daylight. It's all over. He's certainly done for. We may congratulate ourselves on this point. So we may, so we may. They now neared the grave, the clergyman officiating as usual on such occasions. There was a large mob of persons on all sides, with serious faces, watching the progress of the ceremony, and who listened in quietness. There was no sign of any disturbance amongst the people, and the authorities were well pleased. They congratulated themselves upon the quietness and orderliness of the assemblage. The service was ended and the coffin lowered, and the earth was thrown on the coffin lid with a hollow sound. Nobody could hear that sound unmoved. But in a short while the sound ceased as the grave became filled. It was then trodden carefully down. There were no relatives there to feel affected at the last scene of all. They were far away, and, according to popular belief upon this subject, they must have been dead some ages. The mob watched the last shovelful of earth thrown upon the coffin, and witnessed the ramming down of the soil, and the heaping of it over atop to make the usual monument, for all this was done speedily and carefully, lest there should be any tendency to exhume the body of the deceased. The people were now somewhat relieved, as to their state of solemnity and silence. They would all of them converse freely on the matter that had so long occupied their thoughts. They seemed now let loose, and everybody found himself at liberty to say or do something, no matter if it were not very reasonable. That is not always required of human beings who have souls, or, at least it is unexpected, and were it expected, the expectation would never be realized. The day was likely to wear away without a riot, nay, even without a fight, a most extraordinary occurrence for such a place under the existing circumstances, for of late the populace, or, perhaps, the townspeople, were extremely pugnacious, and many were the disputes that were settled by the very satisfactory application of the knuckles to the head of the party holding a contrary opinion. Thus it was they were ready to take fire, and a hubbub would be the result of the slightest provocation. But, on the present occasion, there was a remarkable dearth of all subjects of the nature described. Who was to lead Israel out to battle? Alas! No one on the present occasion. Such a one, however, appeared, at least, one who furnished a ready excuse for a disturbance. Suddenly, Mrs. Chillingworth appeared in the midst of a large concourse of people. She had just left her house, which was close at hand, her eyes red with weeping, and her children around her on this occasion. The crowd made way for her, and gathered round her to see what was going to happen. "Friends and neighbors," she said, "can any of you relieve the tears of a distressed wife and mother? Have any of you seen anything of my husband, Mr. Chillingworth?" "What, the doctor?" exclaimed Wanda. "Yes, Mr. Chillingworth, the surgeon. He has not been home 2 days and a night. I'm distracted. What can have become of him I don't know, unless—" Here Mrs. Chillingworth paused, and some person said, "Unless what, Mrs. Chillingworth?" "There are none but friends here who wish the doctor well and would do anything to serve him, unless what? Speak out." "Unless he's been destroyed by the vampire. Heaven knows what we may all come to. Here am I and my children deprived of our protector by some means which we cannot imagine. He never, in all his life, did the same before. He must have been spirited away by some of the vampires." "I'll tell you what, friend," said one to another, "that something must be done. Nobody's safe in their bed." "No, they are not, indeed. I think that all vampires ought to be burned and a stake run through them, and then we should be safe." "Aye, but you must destroy all those who are even suspected of being vampires, or else one may do all the mischief." "So he might." "Hurrah!" shouted the mob. "Chillingworth forever. We'll find the doctor somewhere, if we pull down the whole town." There was an immense commotion among the populace, who began to start throwing stones, and do all sorts of things without any particular object, and some, as they said, to find the doctor, or to show how willing they were to do so if they knew how. Mrs. Chillingworth, however, kept on talking to the mob, who continued shouting, and the authorities anticipated an immediate outbreak of popular opinion, which is generally accompanied by some forcible demonstration, and on this occasion someone suggested the propriety of burning down Bannerworth Hall, because they had burned down the vampire's home, and they might as well burn down that of the injured party, which was carried by acclamation, and with loud shouts they started on their errand. This was a mob's proceeding all over, and we regret very much to say that it is very much the characteristic of English mobs. What an uncommonly strange thing it is that people in multitudes seem completely to get rid of all reason, all honor, all common ordinary honesty, while, if you were to take the same people singly, you would find that they were reasonable enough, and would shrink with a feeling quite approaching to horror from anything in the shape of very flagrant injustice. This can only be accounted for by a piece of cowardice in the human race, which induces them while alone, and acting with the full responsibility of their actions, to shrink from what it is quite evident they have a full inclination to do, and will do when, having partially lost their individuality in a crowd, they fancy that to a certain extent they can do so with impunity. The burning of Sir Francis Varney's house, although it was one of those proceedings which would not bear the test of patient examination, was yet, when we take all the circumstances into consideration, an act really justifiable and natural in comparison with the one which was now meditated. Bannerworth Hall had never been the residence even of anyone who had done the people any injury or given them any offense, so that to let it become a prey to the flames was but a gratuitous act of mischief. It was, however, or seemed to be, doomed, for all who have had any experience in mobs must know how extremely difficult it is to withdraw them from any impulse once given, especially when that impulse, as in the present instance, is of a violent character. "Down with Bannerworth Hall," was the cry. Burn it, and augmented by fresh numbers each minute, the ignorant, and, in many respects, ruffianly assemblage soon arrived within sight of what had been for so many years the bane of the Bannerworths, and whatever may have been the fault of some of that race, those faults had been of a domestic character, and not at all such as would interfere with the public weal. The astonished and almost worn-out authorities hastily, now, after having disposed of their prisoners, collected together what troops they could, and by the time the misguided, or rather the not guided at all populace, had got halfway to Bannerworth Hall, they were being outflanked by some of the dragoons, who, by taking a more direct route, hoped to reach Bannerworth Hall first, and so perhaps, by letting the mob see that it was defended, induce them to give up the idea of its destruction on account of the danger attendant upon the proceeding by far exceeding any of the anticipated delight of the disturbance. Chapter 71. The strange meeting at the hall between Mr. Chillingworth and the mysterious friend of Varney. When we praise our friend Mr. Chillingworth for not telling his wife where he was going, in pursuance of a caution and a discrimination so highly creditable to him, we are quite certain that he has no such excuse as regards the reader. Therefore we say at once that he had his own reasons now for taking up his abode at Bannerworth Hall for a time. These reasons seem to be all dependent upon the fact of having met the mysterious man at Sir Francis Varney's, and although we perhaps would have hoped that the doctor might have communicated to Henry Bannerworth all that he knew and all that he surmised, yet have we no doubt that what he keeps to himself he has good reasons for so keeping, and that his actions as regards it are founded upon some very just conclusions. He has then made a determination to take possession of, and remain in, Bannerworth Hall according to the full and free leave which the Admiral had given him so to do. What results he anticipated from so lonely and so secret a watch we cannot say, but probably they will soon exhibit themselves. It needed no sort of extraordinary discrimination for anyone to feel at once that not the least good, in the way of an ambuscade, was likely to be effected by such persons as Admiral Bell or Jack Pringle. They were all very well when fighting should actually ensue, but they both were certainly remarkably and completely deficient in diplomatic skill, or in that sort of patience which should enable them at all to compete with the cunning, the skill, and the nice discrimination of such a man as Sir Francis Varney. If anything were to be done in that way, it was unquestionably to be done by someone alone, who, like the doctor, would, and could, remain profoundly quiet and await the issue of events, be they what they might, and probably remain a spy and attempt no overt act which should be of a hostile character. This unquestionably was the mode, and perhaps we should not be going too far when we say it was the only mode which could be with anything like safety relied upon as one likely to lead really to a discovery of Sir Francis Varney's motives in making such determined exertions to get possession of Bannerworth Hall. That night was doomed to be a very eventful one, indeed, for on it had Charles Holland been, by a sort of wild impulsive generosity of Sir Francis Varney, rescued from the miserable dungeon in which he had been confined, and on that night, too, he, whom we cannot otherwise describe than as the villain Marchdale, had been, in consequence of the evil that he himself meditated, and the crime with which he was quite willing to stain his soul, been condemned to occupy Charles's position. On that night, too, had the infuriated mob determined upon the destruction of Bannerworth Hall, and on that night was Mr. Chillingworth waiting with what patience he could exert, at the Hall, for whatever in the chapter of accidents might turn up of an advantageous character to that family in whose welfare and fortunes he felt so friendly and so deep an interest. Let us look, then, at the worthy doctor as he keeps his solitary watch. He did not, as had been the case when the Admiral shared the place with him in the hope of catching Varney on that memorable occasion when he caught only his boot, sit in a room with a light and the means and appliances for making the night pass pleasantly away, but, on the contrary, he abandoned the house altogether, and took up a station in that summer house which has been before mentioned as the scene of a remarkable interview between Flora Bannerworth and Varney the vampire. Alone and in the dark, so that he could not be probably seen, he watched that one window of the chamber where the first appearance of the hideous vampire had taken place, and which seemed ever since to be the special object of his attack. By remaining from twilight, and getting accustomed to the gradually increasing darkness of the place, no doubt the doctor was able to see well enough without the aid of any artificial light whether any one was in the place besides himself. Night after night, he said, will I watch here until I have succeeded in unraveling this mystery, for that there is some fearful and undreamt of mystery at the bottom of all these proceedings I am well convinced. When he made such a determination as this, Dr. Chillingworth was not at all a likely man to break it, so there, looking like a modern statue in the arbor, he sat with his eyes fixed upon the balcony and the window of what used to be called Flora's room for some hours. The doctor was a contemplative man, and therefore he did not so acutely feel the loneliness of his position as many persons would have done. Moreover, he was decidedly not of a superstitious turn of mind, although certainly we cannot deny an imagination to him. However, if he really had harbored some strange fears and terrors, they would have been excusable, when we consider how many circumstances had combined to make it almost a matter of demonstration that Sir Francis Varney was something more than mortal. What quantities of subjects the doctor thought over during his vigil in that garden it is hard to say, but never in his whole life, probably, had he such a glorious opportunity for the most undisturbed contemplation of subjects requiring deep thought to analyze, than as he had then. At least he felt that since his marriage he had never been so thoroughly quiet, and left so completely to himself. It is to be hoped that he succeeded in settling any medical points of a knotty character that might be hovering in his brain, and certain it is that he had become quite absorbed in an abstruse matter connected with physiology when his ears were startled, and he was at once aroused to a full consciousness of where he was, and why he had come there, by the distant sound of a man's footstep. It was a footstep which seemed to be that of a person who scarcely thought it at all necessary to use any caution, and the doctor's heart leaped within him as in the lowest possible whisper he said to himself, "I am successful, I am successful." It is believed now that the hall is deserted, and no doubt that as Sir Francis Varney come with confidence to carry out his object in so sedulously attacking it, be that object what it may. Elated with this idea, the doctor listened intently to the advancing footstep, which each moment sounded more clearly upon his ears. It was evidently approaching from the garden entrance towards the house, and he thought, by the occasional deadened sound of the person's feet, be he whom he might, that he could not see his way very well, and, consequently, frequently strayed from the path, onto some of the numerous flower beds which were in the way. "Yes," said the doctor, exultingly, "it must be Varney, and now I have but to watch him, and not to resist him, for what good on earth is it to stop him in what he wishes to do, and, by such means, never wrest his secret from him? The only way is to let him go on, and that will I do, most certainly." Now he heard the indistinct muttering of the voice of some one, so low that he could not catch what words were uttered, but he fancied that, in the deep tones, he recognized, without any doubt, the voice of Sir Francis Varney. "It must be he," he said, "it surely must be he. Who else would come here to disturb the solitude of an empty house? He comes. He comes." Now the doctor could see a figure emerge from behind some thick beeches, which had before obstructed his vision, and he looked scrutinizingly about, while some doubt stole slowly over his mind now as to whether it was the vampire or not. The height was in favor of the supposition that it was none other than Varney, but the figure looked so much stouter that Mr. Chillingworth felt a little staggered upon the subject, and unable wholly to make up his mind upon it. The pausing of this visitor, too, opposite that window where Sir Francis Varney had made his attempts, was another strong reason why the doctor was inclined to believe it must be him, and yet he could not quite make up his mind upon the subject, so as to speak with certainty. A very short time, however, indeed, must have sufficed to set such a question as that at rest, and patience seemed the only quality of mind necessary under those circumstances for Mr. Chillingworth to exert. The visitor continued gazing either at that window, or at the whole front of the house, for several minutes, and then he turned away from a contemplation of it, and walked slowly along, parallel with the windows of that dining room, one of which had been broken so completely on the occasion of the Admiral's attempt to take the vampire prisoner. The moment the stranger altered his position, from looking at the window, and commenced walking away from it, Mr. Chillingworth's mind was made up. It was not Varney, of that he felt now most positively assured, and could have no doubt whatever upon the subject. The gait, the general air, the walk, all were different, and then arose the anxious question of who could it be that had intruded upon that lonely place, and what could be the object of any one else but Varney the vampire to do so. The stranger looked a powerful man, and walked with a firm tread, and, altogether he was an opponent that, had the doctor been ever so belligerently inclined, it would have been the height of indiscretion for him to attempt to cope with. It was a very vexatious thing, too, for anyone to come there at such a juncture, perhaps only from motives of curiosity, or possibly just to endeavor to commit some petty depredations upon the deserted building, if possible, and most heartily did the doctor wish that, in some way, he could scare away the intruder. The man walked along very slowly, indeed, and seemed to be quite taking his time in making his observations of the building, and this was the more provoking, as it was getting late, and if having projected a visit at all, it would surely soon be made, and then, when he found anyone there, of course, he would go. Amazed beyond expression, the doctor felt about on the ground at his feet, until he found a tolerably large stone, which he threw at the stranger with so good an aim that it hit him a smart blow on the back, which must have been anything but a pleasant surprise. That it was a surprise, and that, too, a most complete one, was evident from the start which the man gave, and then he uttered a furious oath, and rubbed his back, as he glanced about him to endeavor to ascertain from whence the missile had come. "I'll try him again with that," thought the doctor. "It may succeed in scaring him away," and he stooped to watch for another stone. It was well that he did so at that precise moment, for, before he rose again, he heard the sharp report of a pistol, and a crashing sound among some of the old woodwork of which the summer house was composed, told him that a shot had there taken effect. Affairs were now getting much too serious, and, accordingly, Dr. Chillingworth thought that, rather than stay there to be made a target of, he would face the intruder. "Hold, hold," he cried. "Who are you, and what do you mean by that?" "Oh! Somebody is there," cried the man, as he advanced. "My friend, whoever you are, you were very foolish to throw a stone at me." "And, my friend, whoever you are," responded the doctor, "you were very spiteful to fire a pistol bullet at me in consequence." "Not at all. But I say yes, for, probably, I can prove a right to be here, which you cannot." "Ah," said the stranger, "that voice, why, you are Dr. Chillingworth?" "I am, but I don't know you," said the doctor, as he emerged now from the summer house, and confronted the stranger who was within a few paces of the entrance to it. Then he started, as he added, "Yes, I do know you, though. How, in the name of heaven, came you here, and what purpose have you in so coming?" "What purpose have you?" "Since we met at Varney's, I have been making some inquiries about this neighborhood, and learned strange things that you may very easily do here, and, what is more extraordinary, the strange things are, for the most part, I can assure you, quite true." The reader will, from what has been said, now readily recognize this man as Sir Francis Varney's mysterious visitor, to whom he gave, from some hidden cause or another, so large a sum of money, and between whom and Dr. Chillingworth a mutual recognition had taken place, on the occasion when Sir Francis Varney had, with such cool assurance, invited the Admiral to breakfast with him at his new abode. "You, however," said the man, "I have no doubt, are fully qualified to tell me of more than I have been able to learn from other people, and, first of all, let me ask you why you are here?" "Before I answer you that question, or any other," said the doctor, "let me beg of you to tell me truly, is Sir Francis Varney?" The doctor whispered in the ear of the stranger some name, as if he feared, even there, in the silence of that garden, where everything conspired to convince him that he could not be overheard, to pronounce it in an audible tone. "He is," said the other. "You have no manner of doubt of it?" "Doubt? Certainly not. What doubt can I have? I know it for a positive certainty, and he knows, of course, that I do know it, and has purchased my silence pretty handsomely, although I must confess that nothing but my positive necessities would have induced me to make the large demands upon him that I have, and I hope soon to be able to release him altogether from them." The doctor shook his head repeatedly, as he said, I suspected it, do you know, from the first moment that I saw you there in his house. His face haunted me ever since, awfully haunted me, and yet, although I felt certain that I had once seen it under strange circumstances, I could not identify it with, but no matter. I am waiting here for him. Indeed. That I am, and I flung a stone at you, not knowing you, with hope that you would be, by such means, perhaps, scared away, and so leave the coast clear for him. Then you have an appointment with him? By no means, but he has made such repeated and determined attacks upon this house that the family who inhabited it were compelled to leave it, and I am here to watch him and ascertain what can possibly be his object." "It is as I suspected, then," muttered this man. "Confound him. Now can I read, as if in a book, most clearly, the game that he is playing." "Can you?" cried the doctor, energetically. "Can you? What is it? Tell me, for that is the very thing I want to discover." "You don't say so?" "It is, indeed, and I assure you that it concerns the peace of a whole family to know it. You say you have made inquiries about this neighborhood, and, if you have done so, you have discovered how the family of the Bannerworths have been persecuted by Varney, and how, in particular, Flora Bannerworth, a beautiful and intelligent girl, has been most cruelly made to suffer." "I have heard all that, and I dare say with many exaggerations. It would be difficult for anyone really to exaggerate the horrors that have taken place in this house, so that any information which you can give respecting the motives of Varney will tend, probably, to restore peace to those who have been so cruelly persecuted, and be an act of kindness which I think not altogether inconsistent with your nature." "You think so, and yet know who I am?" "I do, indeed." "And what I am?" "Why, if I were to go into the marketplace of yon town, and proclaim myself, would not all shun me, I, even the very lowest and vilest, and yet you talk of an act of kindness not being altogether inconsistent with my nature." "I do, because I know something more of you than many." There was a silence of some moments' duration, and then the stranger spoke in a tone of voice which looked as if he were struggling with some emotion. "Sir, you do know more of me than many. You know what I have been, and you know how I left an occupation which would have made me loathed. But you, even you, do not know what made me take to so terrible a trade." "I do not." "Would it suit you for me now to tell you? Will you first promise me that you will do all you can for this persecuted family of the Bannerworths, in whom I take so strange an interest?" "I will. I promise you that freely. Of my own knowledge, of course, I can say but little concerning them, but, upon that warranting, I will believe they deserve abundant sympathy, and from me they shall have it." "1,000 thanks. With your assistance, I have little doubt of being able to extricate them from the tangled web of dreadful incidents which has turned them from their home, and now, whatever you may choose to tell me of the cause which drove you to be what you became, I shall listen to with abundant interest. Only let me beseech you to come into this summer house, and to talk low." "I will, and you can pursue your watch at the same time, while I beguile its weariness." "Be it so. You knew me years ago, when I had all the chances in the world of becoming respectable and respected." "I did, indeed, and you may, therefore, judge of my surprise when, some years since, being in the metropolis, I met you, and you shunned my company." "Yes, but, at last, you found out why it was that I shunned your company." "I did. You yourself told me once that I met you, and would not leave you, but insisted upon your dining with me. Then you told me, when you found that I would take no other course whatever, that you were no other than the... Out with it. I can bear to hear it now better than I could then." "I told you that I was the common hangman of London." "You did, I must confess, to my most intense surprise." "Yes, and yet you kept to me, and, but that I respected you too much to allow you to do so, you would, from old associations, have countenanced me, but I could not, and I would not, let you do so. I told you then that, although I held the terrible office, that I had not been yet called upon to perform its loathsome functions. Soon, come the first effort, it was the last." "Indeed. You left the dreadful trade?" I did. But what I want to tell you, for I could not then, was why I went ever to it. The wounds my heart had received were then too fresh to allow me to speak of them, but I will tell you now. The story is a brief one, Mr. Chillingworth. I pray you be seated." Chapter 72. The strange story, the arrival of the mob at the hall, and their dispersion. You will find that the time which elapsed since I last saw you in London to have been spent in an eventful, varied manner. You were in good circumstances then, said Mr. Chillingworth. I was, but many events happened after that which altered the prospect, made it even more gloomy than you can well imagine, but I will tell you all candidly, and you can keep watch upon Bannerworth Hall at the same time. You are well aware that I was well-to-do, and had ample funds, and inclination to spend them. I recollect, but you were married then, surely? I was, said the stranger, sadly, I was married then. And now? I am a widower. The stranger seemed much moved, but, after a moment or so, he resumed, I am a widower now, but how that event came about is partly my purpose to tell you. I had not married long, that is very long, for I have but one child, and she is not old, or of an age to know much more than what she may be taught. She is still in the course of education. I was early addicted to gamble. The dice had its charms, as all those who have ever engaged in play but too well know. It is perfectly fascinating. So I have heard, said Mr. Chillingworth, though, for myself, I found a wife and professional pursuits quite incompatible with any pleasure that took either time or resources. It is so. I would I had never entered one of those houses where men are deprived of their money and their own free will, for at the gambling table you have no liberty, save that in gliding down the stream in company with others. How few have ever escaped destruction? None, I believe. Men are perfectly fascinated. It is ruin alone that enables a man to see how he has been hurried onwards without thought or reflection, and how fallacious were all the hopes he ever entertained. Yes, ruin, and ruin alone, can do this, but, alas, 'tis then too late, the evil is done. Soon after my marriage I fell in with a Chevalier St. John. He was a man of the world in every sense of the word, and one that was well versed in all the ways of society. I never met with any man who was so perfectly master of himself, and of perfect ease and self-confidence as he was. He was never at a loss, and, come what would, never betrayed surprise or vexation, two qualities, he thought, never ought to be shown by any man who moved in society. Indeed, he was a strange man, a very strange man. Did he gamble? It is difficult to give you a correct and direct answer. I should say he did, and yet he never lost or won much, but I have often thought he was more connected with those who did than was believed. Was that a fact? Inquired Mr. Chillingworth. You shall see as we go on, and be able to judge for yourself. I have thought he was. Well, he first took me to a handsome saloon, where gambling was carried on. We had been to the opera. As we came out, he recommended that we should sup at a house where he was well known, and where he was in the habit of spending his evenings after the opera, and before he retired. I agreed to this. I saw no reason why I should not. We went there, and bitterly have I repented of so doing for years since, and do to this day. Your repentance has been sincere and lasting, said Mr. Chillingworth, but one proves the other. It does, but I thought not so then. The place was glittering, and the wine good. It was a kind of earthly paradise, and when we had taken some wine, the Chevalier said to me, I am desirous of seeing a friend backwards. He is at the hazard table. Will you go with me? I hesitated. I feared to see the place where a vice was carried on. I knew myself inclined to prudential motives. I said to him, No, St. John, I'll wait here for you. It may be as well, the wine is good, and it will content me. Do so, he said, smiling, but remember I seldom or never play myself, nor is there any reason why you should. I'll go, but I will not play. Certainly not. You are free alike to look on, play, or quit the place at any moment you please, and not be noticed, probably, by a single soul. I arose, and we walked backwards, having called one of the men who were waiting about, but who were watchers and doorkeepers of the hell. We were led along the passage and passed through the pair of doors, which were well secured and rendered the possibility of a surprise almost impossible. After these dark places, we were suddenly led into a place where we were dazzled by the light and brilliancy of the saloon. It was not so large as the one we left, but it was superior to it in all its appointments. At first I could not well see who was, or who was not, in the room where we were. As soon, however, as I found the use of my eyes, I noticed many well-dressed men who were busily engaged in play, and who took no notice of anyone who entered. We walked about for some minutes without speaking to anyone, but merely looking on. I saw men engaged in play, some with earnestness, others again with great nonchalance, and money changed hands without the least remark. There were but few who spoke, and only those in play. There was a hum of conversation, but you could not distinguish what was said, unless you paid some attention to, and was in close vicinity with, the individual who spoke. "Well," said St. John, "what do you think of this place?" "Why," I replied, "I had no notion of seeing a place fitted up as this is." "No, isn't it superb?" "It is beautifully done." "They have many visitors," said I, "many more than I could have believed." "Yes, they are all bona fide players, men of stamp and rank, none of your seedy legs who have only what they can cheat you out of." "Oh! And besides," he added, "you may often form friendships here that lead to fortune hereafter." "I do not mean in play, because there is no necessity for your doing so, or, if you do so, in going above a stake which you know won't hurt you." "Exactly. Many men can never approach a table like this, and sit down to an hour's play, but, if they do, they must stake not only more than they can afford, but all their property, leaving themselves beggars." "They do," said I. "But men who know themselves, their resources, and choose to indulge for a time, may often come and lay the foundation to a very pretty fortune." "Do you see your friend?" I inquired. "No, I do not, but I will inquire if he has been here. If not, we will go." He left me for a moment or two to make some inquiry, and I stood looking at the table, where there were 4 players, and who seemed to be engaged at a friendly game, and when one party won they looked grave, and when the other party lost they smiled and looked happy. I walked away, as the Chevalier did not return immediately to me, and then I saw a gentleman rise up from a table. He had evidently lost. I was standing by the seat, unconsciously holding the back in my hand. I sat down without thinking or without speaking, and found myself at the hazard table. "Do you play, sir?" "Yes," I said. I had hardly uttered the words when I was sorry for them, but I could not recall them. I sat down, and play at once commenced. In about 10 or 15 minutes, often losing and then winning, I found myself about £120 in pocket, clear gain by the play. "Ah," said the Chevalier, who came up at that moment, "I thought you wouldn't play." "I really don't know how it happened," said I, "but I suddenly found myself here without any previous intention." "You are not a loser, I hope?" "Indeed I am not," I replied, "but not much a gainer." "Nor need you desire to be. Do you desire to give your adversary his revenge now, or take another opportunity?" "At another time," I replied. "You will find me here the day after tomorrow, when I shall be at your service." Then bowing, he turned away. "He is a very rich man whom you have been playing with," said the Chevalier d'A. "Indeed?" "Yes, and I have known him to lose for 3 days together, but you may take his word for any amount. He is a perfect gentleman and man of honor." "'Tis well to play with such," I replied, "but I suppose you are about to leave." "Yes, it grows late, and I have some business to transact tomorrow, so I must leave." "I will accompany you part of the way home," said I, "and then I shall have finished the night." I did leave with him, and accompanied him home, and then walked to my own home. This was my first visit, and I thought a propitious beginning, but it was the more dangerous. Perhaps a loss might have effectually deterred me, but it is doubtful to tell how certain events might have been altered. It is just possible that I might have been urged on by my desire to retrieve any loss I might have incurred, and so made myself at once the miserable being it took months to accomplish in bringing me to. I went the day but one after this, to meet the same individual at the gambling table, and played some time with varied success, until I left off with a trifling loss upon the night's play, which was nothing of any consequence. Thus matters went on. I sometimes won and sometimes lost, until I won a few hundreds, and this determined me to play for higher stakes than any I had yet played for. It was no use going on in the peddling style I had been going on. I had won £250 in 3 months, and had I been less fearful I might have had £25,000. Oh! I'll try my fortune at a higher game. Having once made this resolution, I was anxious to begin my new plan, which I hoped would have the effect of placing me far above my then present position in society, which was good, and with a little attention it would have made me an independent man, but then it required patience, and nothing more. However, the other method was so superior, since it might all be done with good luck in a few months. Oh! Good luck! How uncertain is good luck! How changeful is fortune! How soon is the best prospect blighted by the frosts of adversity! In less than a month I had lost more than I could pay, and then I gambled on for a living. My wife had but one child, her first and only one, an infant at her breast, but there was a change came over her, for one had come over me, a fearful one it was too, one not only in manner but in fortune too. She would beg me to come home early, to attend to other matters, and leave the dreadful life I was then leading. "Lizzie," said I, "we are ruined." "Ruined," she exclaimed, and staggered back, until she fell into a seat. "Ruined." "Aye, ruined." It is a short word, but expressive. "No, no, we are not ruined." "I know what you mean. You would say, we cannot live as we have lived, we must retrench, and so we will, right willingly." "You must retrench most wonderfully," I said, with desperate calmness, "for the murder must out." "And so we will, but you will be with us. You will not go out night after night, ruining your health, our happiness, and destroying both peace and prospects." "No, no, Lizzie, we have no chance of recovering ourselves. House and home, all gone, all. "My God!" she exclaimed. "I rail on," said I, "you have cause enough, but, no matter, we have lost all." How? "It is useless to ask how. I have done, and there is an end of the matter. You shall know more another day. We must leave this house for a lodging." "It matters little," she said, "all may be won again, if you will but say you will quit the society of those who have ruined you." "No one," said I, "has ruined me. I did it. It was no fault of anyone else's. I have not that excuse." "I am sure you can recover." "I may. Some day fortune will shower her favors upon me, and I live on in that expectation." "You cannot mean that you will chance the gaming table? For I am sure you must have lost all there." "I have." "God help me," she said, "you have done your child a wrong, but you may repair it yet." "Never. 'Tis a long day. Let me implore you, on my knees, to leave this place, and adopt some other mode of life. We can be careful, a little will do, and we shall, in time, be equal to, and better than what we have been." "We never can, save by chance." "And by chance we never shall," she replied. "If you will exert yourself, we may yet retrieve ourselves." "And exert myself I will." "And quit the gaming table?" "Ask me to make no promises," said I. "I may not be able to keep them, therefore ask me to make none." "I do ask you, beg of, entreat of you to promise, and solemnly promise me that you will leave that fearful place, where men not only lose all their goods, but the feelings of nature also." "Say no more, Lizzie. If I can get a living elsewhere I will, but if not, I must get it there." She seemed to be cast down at this, and she shed tears. I left the room and again went to the gambling house, and there that night I won a few pounds, which enabled me to take my wife and child away from the house they had so long lived in, and took them afterwards to a miserable place, one room, where, indeed, there were a few articles of furniture that I had saved from the general wreck of my own property. She took things much less to heart than I could have anticipated. She seemed cheerful and happy. She endeavored to make my home as comfortable as she could. Her whole endeavor was to make me as much as possible forget the past. She wanted, as much as possible, to wean me away from my gambling pursuits, but that was impossible. I had no hope, no other prospect. Thus she strove, but I could see each day she was getting paler and more pale. Her figure, before round, was more thin, and betrayed signs of emaciation. This preyed upon me, and, when fortune denied me the means of carrying home that which she so much wanted, I could never return for 2 days at a time. Then I would find her shedding tears, and sighing. What could I say? If I had anything to take her, then I used to endeavor to make her forget that I had been away. "Ah," she would exclaim, "you will find me dead one of these days. What you do now for 1 or 2 days, you will do by and by for many days, perhaps weeks. Do not anticipate evil." "I cannot do otherwise. Were you in any other kind of employment but that of gambling," she said, "I should have some hope of you, but, as it is, there is none. Speak not of it. My chances may turn out favorable yet, and you may be again as you were." "Never. But fortune is inconstant, and may change in my favor as much as she has done in others." "Fortune is indeed constant, but misfortune is as inconstant." "You are prophetic of evil." "Oh, I would to heaven I could predict good, but who ever yet heard of a ruined gambler being able to retrieve himself by the same means that he was ruined?" Thus we used to converse, but our conversation was usually of but little comfort to either of us, for we could give neither any comfort to the other, and as that was usually the case, our interviews became less frequent and of less duration. My answer was always the same. "I have no other chance. My prospects are limited to that one place. Deprive me of that, and I never more should be able to bring you a mouthful of bread." Day after day, the same result followed, and I was as far from success as ever I was, and ever should be. I was yet a beggar. The time flew by. My little girl was nearly 4 years old, but she knew not the misery her father and mother had to endure. The poor little thing sometimes went without more than a meal a day, and while I was living thus upon the town, upon the chances of the gaming table, many a pain did she cause me, and so did her mother. My constant consolation was this: "It is bad luck now," I would say, "but will be better by and by. Things cannot always continue thus. It is all for them, all for them." I thought that by continuing constantly in one course, I must be at land at the ebb of the tide. It cannot always flow one way, I thought. I had often heard people say that if you could but have the resolution to play on, you must in the end seize the turn of fortune. If I could but once do that, I would never enter a hell again as long as I drew breath. This was a resolve I could not only make but keep, because I had suffered so much that I would never run through the same misery again that I had already gone through. However, fortune never seemed inclined to take the turn I had hoped for. Fortune was as far off as ever, and had in no case given me any opportunity of recovering myself. A few pounds were the utmost I could at any time muster, and I had to keep up something of an appearance, and seem as if I had 1,000 a year, when, God knows, I could not have mustered 1,000th part of that sum, were all done and paid for. Day after day passed on, and yet no change. I had almost given myself up to despair, when one night when I went home I saw my wife was more than usually melancholy and sad, and perhaps ill. I didn't look at her, I seldom did, because her looks were always a reproach to me. I could not help feeling them so. "Well," said I have come home to you because I have something to bring you, not what I ought, but what I can. You must be satisfied." "I am," she said. "I know also you want it. How is the child? Is she quite well?" "Yes, quite." "Where is she?" inquired I, looking round the room, but I didn't see her. "She used to be up. She has gone to bed," she said. "It is very early." "Yes, but she cried so for food that I was obliged to get her to sleep to forget her hunger. Poor thing, she has wanted bread very badly." "Poor thing," I said, "let her be awakened and partake of what I have brought home." With that my wife waked her up, and the moment she opened her eyes she again began to cry for food, which I immediately gave her and saw her devour with the utmost haste and hunger. The sight smote my heart, and my wife sat by watching and endeavoring to prevent her from eating so fast. "This is bad," I said. "Yes, but I hope it may be the worst," she replied, in a deep and hollow voice. "Lizzie," I exclaimed, "what is the matter? Are you ill?" "Yes, very ill." "What is the matter with you?" "For God's sake tell me," I said, for I was alarmed. "I am very ill," she said, "very ill indeed. I feel my strength decreasing every day. I must drink." "You, too, want food?" "I haven't perhaps too, though the desire to eat seems almost to have left me." "For heaven's sake eat," said I. "I will bring you home something more by tomorrow. Eat and drink, Lizzie." "I have suffered, but for you and your child's sake, I will do my best." "Your best," she said, "will kill us both, but, alas, there is no other aid at hand. You may one day, however, come here too late to find us living." "Say no more, Lizzie, you know not my feelings when you speak thus. Alas, I have no hope, no aid, no friend." "No," she replied, "your love of gaming drove them from you, because they would not aid a gambler." "Say no more, Lizzie," I said. "If there be not an end to this life soon, there will be an end to me. In 2 days more I shall return to you. Goodbye, God bless you. Keep up your heart and the child." "Goodbye," she said, sorrowfully. She shed tears, and wrung her hands bitterly. I hastened away. My heart was ready to burst, and I could not speak. I walked about to recover my serenity, but could not do so sufficiently well to secure anything like an appearance that would render me fit to go to the gaming house. That night I remained away, but I could not avoid falling into a debauch to drown my misfortunes and shift the scene of misery that was continually before my eyes. The next night I was at the gaming house. I went there in better than usual spirits. I saw, I thought, a change in fortune, and hailed that as the propitious moment of my life, when I was to rise above my present misfortunes. I played and won, played and lost, played and won, and then lost again. Thus I went on, fluctuating more and more, until I found I was getting money in my pocket. I had, at one moment, more than £300 in my pocket, and I felt that then was my happy moment, then the tide of fortune was going in my favor. I ought to have left off with that, to have been satisfied with such an amount of money, but the demon of avarice seemed to have possessed me, and I went on and on with fluctuating fortune until I lost the whole of it. I was mad, desperate, and could have destroyed myself, but I thought of the state my wife and child were in. I thought that that night they would want food, but they could not hurt for one day. They must have some, or would procure some. I was too far gone to be able to go to them, even if I were possessed of means, but I had none, and daylight saw me in a deep sleep, from which I awoke not until the next evening let in, and then I once more determined that I would make a desperate attempt to get a little money. I had always paid, and thought my word would be taken for once, and, if I won, all well and good. If not, then I was no worse off than before. This was easy to plan, but not to execute. I went there, but there were none present in whom I had sufficient interest to dare make the attempt. I walked about, and felt in a most uncomfortable state. I feared I should not succeed at all. Then what was to become of me, of my wife and child? This rendered me almost mad. I could not understand what I was to do, what to attempt, or where to go. 1 or 2 persons came up, and asked me if I were ill. My answers were, that I was well enough. Good God! How far from the truth was that, but I found I must place more control on my feelings, else I should cause much conversation, and then I should lose all hope of recovering myself, and all prospect of living even. At length someone did come in, and I remarked I had been there all the evening and had not played. I had an invitation to play with him, which ended by a little sleight of hand in my favor, and on that I had calculated as much as on any good fortune I might meet. The person I played with observed it not, and, when we left off playing, I had some 6 or 7 pounds in pocket. This, to me, was a very great sum, and, the moment I could decently withdraw myself, I ran off home. I was fearful of the scene that awaited me. I expected something worse than I had yet seen. Possibly Lizzie might be angry, and scold as well as complain. I therefore tapped at the door gently, but heard no one answer, but of this I took no notice, as I believed that they might be, and were, most probably, fast asleep. I had provided myself with a light, and I therefore opened the door, which was not fastened. "Lizzie," said I, "Lizzie." There was no answer given, and I paused. Everything was as still as death. I looked on the bed. There lay my wife with her clothes on. "Lizzie, Lizzie," said I. But still she did not answer me. "Well," said I, "she sleeps sound," and I walked towards the bed, and placed my hand upon her shoulder, and began to shake her, saying, as I did so, "Lizzie, Lizzie, I'm come home." But still no answer, or signs of awaking. I went on the other side of the bed to look at her face, and some misgivings overtook me. I trembled much. She lay on the bed, with her back towards the spot where I stood. I came towards her face. My hand shook violently as I endeavored to look at her. She had her eyes wide open, as if staring at me. "Lizzie," said I. No answer was returned. I then placed my hand upon her cheek. It was enough, and I started back in great horror. She was dead. This was horror itself. I staggered back and fell into a chair. The light I placed down, heaven knows how or why, but there I sat staring at the corpse of my unfortunate wife. I can hardly tell you the tremendous effect this had upon me. I could not move. I was fascinated to the spot. I could not move and could not turn. It was morning, and the rays of the sun illumined the apartment, but there sat I, still gazing upon the face of my unfortunate wife. I knew she was dead, but yet I had not spoken, but sat looking at her. I believe my heart was as cold as she was, but extreme horror and dread had dried up all the warm blood in my body, and I hardly think there was a pulsation left. The thoughts of my child never once seemed to cross my mind. I had, however, sat there long, some hours before I was discovered, and this was by the landlady. I had left the door open behind me, and she, in passing down, had the curiosity to peep, and saw me sitting in what she thought to be a very strange attitude, and could hear no sounds. After some time she discovered my wife was dead, and, for some time, she thought me so, too. However, she was convinced to the contrary, and then began to call for assistance. This awoke the child, which was nearly famished. The landlady, to become useful, and to awaken me from my lethargy, placed the child in my hands, telling me I was the best person now to take care of it. And so I was. There was no doubt of the truth of that, and I was compelled to acknowledge it. I felt much pride and pleasure in my daughter, and determined she should, if I starved, have the benefit of all I could do for her in the way of care, and see. The funeral over, I took my child and carried it to a school, where I left her, and paid in advance, promising to do so as often as the quarter came round. My wife I had seen buried by the hands of man, and I swore I would do the best for my child, and to keep this oath was a work of pleasure. I determined also I would never more enter a gaming house, be the extremity what it might. I would suffer even death before I would permit myself to enter the house in which it took place. I will, I thought, obtain some employment of some kind or other. I could surely obtain that. I have only to ask and I have it, surely, something, however menial, that would keep me and my child. Yes, yes, she must have her charges paid at once. The effect of my wife's death was a very great shock to me, and such a one I could not forget, one I shall ever remember, and one that at least made a lasting impression upon me. Strange, but true, I never entered a gambling house, it was my horror and my aversion. And yet I could obtain no employment. I took my daughter and placed her at a boarding school, and tried hard to obtain bread by labor, but, do what would, none could be had. If my soul depended upon it, I could find none. I cared not what it was, anything that was honest. I was reduced low, very low, gaunt starvation showed itself in my cheeks, but I wandered about to find employment, none could be found, and the world seemed to have conspired together to throw me back to the gaming table. But this I would not. At last employment was offered, but what was it? The situation of common hangman was offered me. The employment was disgusting and horrible, but, at the same time, it was all I could get, and that was a sufficient inducement for me to accept of it. I was, therefore, the common executioner, and in that employment for some time earned a living. It was terrible, but necessity compelled me to accept the only thing I could obtain. You now know the reason why I became what I have told you. Chapter 73. The Visit of the Vampire, the General Meeting. The mysterious friend of Mr. Chillingworth finished his narrative, and then the doctor said to him, "And that, then, is the real cause why you, a man evidently far above the position of life which is usually that of those who occupy the dreadful post of executioner, came to accept of it." "The real reason, sir." I considered, too, that in holding such a humiliating situation that I was justly served for the barbarity of which I had been guilty, for what can be a greater act of cruelty than to squander, as I did, in the pursuit of mad excitement, those means which should have rendered my home happy, and conduced to the welfare of those who were dependent upon me? I do not mean to say that your self-reproaches are unjust altogether, but what noise is that? Do you hear anything? Yes, yes. What do you take it to be? It seemed like the footsteps of a number of persons, and it evidently approaches nearer and nearer. I know not what to think. Shall I tell you? Said a deep-toned voice, and someone, through the orifice in the back of the summer-house, which, it will be recollected, sustained some damage at the time that Varney escaped from it, laid a hand upon Mr. Chillingworth's shoulder. "God bless me!" exclaimed the doctor. "Who's that?" And he sprang from his seat with the greatest perturbation in the world. "Varney, the vampire," added the voice, and then both the doctor and his companion recognized it, and saw the strange, haggard features that now they knew so well, confronting them. There was a pause of surprise, for a moment or two, on the part of the doctor, and then he said, "Sir Francis Varney, what brings you here? I conjure you to tell me, in the name of common justice and common feeling, what brings you to this house so frequently? You have dispossessed the family, whose property it is, of it, and you have caused great confusion and dismay over a whole county. I implore you now, not in the language of menace or as an enemy, but as the advocate of the oppressed, and one who desires to see justice done to all, to tell me what it is you require." "There is no time now for explanation," said Varney, "if explanations were my full and free intent. You wished to know what noise was that you heard?" "I did. Can you inform me?" "I can. The wild and lawless mob which you and your friends first induced to interfere in affairs far beyond their or your control are now flushed with the desire of riot and of plunder. The noise you hear is that of their advancing footsteps. They come to destroy Bannerworth Hall. Can that be possible? The Bannerworth family are the sufferers from all that has happened, and not the inflictors of suffering. Aye, be it so, but he who once raises a mob has raised an evil spirit, which, in the majority of cases, it requires a far more potent spell than he is master of to quell again. It is so. That is a melancholy truth, but you address me, Sir Francis Varney, as if I led on the mob, when in reality I have done all that lay in my power, from the very first moment of their rising on account of this affair, which, in the first instance, was your work, to prevent them from proceeding to acts of violence. It may be so, but if you have now any regard for your own safety, you will quit this place. It will too soon become the scene of a bloody contention. A large party of dragoons are even now by another route coming towards it, and it will be their duty to resist the aggressions of the mob. Then should the rioters persevere, you can guess the result. I can, indeed. Retire then while you may, and against the bad deeds of Sir Francis Varney at all events place some of his good ones, that he may not seem wholly without one redeeming trait. I am not accustomed, said the doctor, to paint the devil blacker than he really is, but yet the cruel persecutions that the Bannerworth family have endured call aloud for justice. You still, with a perseverance which shows you regardless of what others suffer so that you compass your own ends, hover round a spot which you have rendered desolate. Hark, sir, do you not hear the tramp of horses' feet? I do. The noise made by the feet of the insurgents was now almost drowned in the louder and more rapid tramp of the horses' feet of the advancing dragoons, and, in a few moments more, Sir Francis Varney waved his arm, exclaiming, "They are here. Will you not consult your safety by flight?" "No," said Mr. Chillingworth's companion, "we prefer remaining here at the risk even of whatever danger may accrue to us." "Fools! Would you die in a chance melee between an infuriated populace and soldiery?" "Do not leave," whispered the ex-hangman to Mr. Chillingworth. "Do not leave, I pray you. He only wants to have the hall to himself." There could be no doubt now of the immediate appearance of the cavalry, and, before Sir Francis Varney could utter another word, a couple of the foremost of the soldiers cleared the garden fence at a part where it was low, and alighted not many feet from the summer-house in which this short colloquy was taking place. Sir Francis Varney uttered a bitter oath, and immediately disappeared in the gloom. "What shall we do?" said the hangman. "You can do what you like, but I shall avow my presence to the military, and claim to be on their side in the approaching contest, if it should come to one, which I sincerely hope it will not." The military detachment consisted of about 25 dragoons, who now were all in the gardens. An order was given by the officer in command for them to dismount, which was at once obeyed, and the horses were fastened by their bridles to the various trees with which the place abounded. "They are going to oppose the mob on foot, with their carbines," said the hangman. "There will be sad work here, I am afraid." "Well, at all events," said Mr. Chillingworth, "I shall decline acting the part of a spy here any longer, so here goes. Hello! A friend here, in this summer house." "Make it 2 friends," cried the hangman, "if you please, while you are about it." A couple of the dragoons immediately appeared, and the doctor, with his companion, were marched, as prisoners, before the officer in command. "What do you do here?" he said. "I was informed that the hall was deserted." "Here, orderly, where is Mr. Adamson, the magistrate, who came with me?" "Close at hand, sir, and he says he's not well." "Well, or ill, he must come here, and do something with these people." A magistrate of the district who had accompanied the troops, and been accommodated with a seat behind one of the dragoons, which seemed very much to have disagreed with him, for he was as pale as death, now stepped forward. "You know me, Mr. Adamson," said the doctor. "I am Mr. Chillingworth." "Oh, yes, Lord bless you. How came you here?" "Never mind that just now. You can vouch for my having no connection with the rioters." "Oh, dear, yes, certainly. This is a respectable gentleman, Captain Richardson, and a personal friend of mine." "Oh, very good." "And I," said the doctor's companion, "am likewise a respectable and useful member of society, and a great friend of Mr. Chillingworth." "Well, gentlemen," said the captain in command. "You may remain here, if you like, and take the chances, or you may leave." They intimated that they preferred remaining, and, almost at the moment that they did so, a loud shout from many throats announced the near approach of the mob. "Now, Mr. Magistrate, if you please," said the officer, "you will be so good as to tell the mob that I am here with my troop, under your orders, and strongly advise them to be off while they can, with whole skins, for if they persevere in attacking the place, we must persevere in defending it, and, if they have half a grain of sense among them, they can surely guess what the result of that will be." "I will do the best I can, as heaven is my judge," said the magistrate, "to produce a peaceable recall, more no man can do." "Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted the mob. "Down with the vampire! Down with the Hall!" And then one, more candid than his fellows, shouted, "Down with everything and everybody!" "Ah," remarked the officer, "that fellow now knows what he came about." A great number of torches and links were lighted by the mob, but the moment the glare of light fell upon the helmets and accoutrements of the military, there was a pause of consternation on the part of the multitude, and Mr. Adamson, urged on by the officer, who, it was evident, by no means liked the service he was on, took advantage of the opportunity, and, stepping forward, he said, "My good people and fellow townsmen, let me implore you to listen to reason, and go to your homes in peace. If you do not, but, on the contrary, in defiance of law and good order, persist in attacking this house, it will become my painful duty to read the riot act, and then the military and you will have to fight it out together, which I beg you will avoid, for you know that some of you will be killed, and a lot more of you receive painful wounds. Now disperse, let me beg of you, at once." There seemed for a moment a disposition among the mob to give up the contest, but there were others among them who were infuriated with drink, and so regardless of all consequences. Those set up a shout of "Down with the red coats, we are Englishmen, and will do what we like." Someone then threw a heavy stone, which struck one of the soldiers, and brought blood from his cheek. The officer saw it, but he said at once, "Stand firm, now, stand firm. No anger, steady." £20 for the man who threw that stone," said the magistrate. £20.10 for old Adamson, the magistrate," cried a voice in the crowd, which, no doubt, came from him who had cast the missile. Then, at least 50 stones were thrown, some of which hit the magistrate, and the remainder came rattling upon the helmets of the dragoons, like a hail shower. "I warn you, and beg of you to go," said Mr. Adamson, "for the sake of your wives and families, I beg of you not to pursue this desperate game." Loud cries now arose of "Down with the soldiers, down with the vampire. He's in Bannerworth Hall. Smoke him out." And then 1 or 2 links were hurled among the dismounted dragoons. All this was put up with patiently, and then again the mob were implored to leave, which being answered by fresh taunts, the magistrate proceeded to read the riot act, not one word of which was audible amid the tumult that prevailed. "Put out all the lights," cried a voice among the mob. The order was obeyed, and the same voice added, "They dare not fire on us. Come on," and a rush was made at the garden wall. "Make ready, present," cried the officer. And then he added, in an undertone, above their heads, "Now, fire." There was a blaze of light for a moment, a stunning noise, a shout of dismay from the mob, and in another moment all was still. "There," said Dr. Chillingworth, "that this is, at all events, a bloodless victory." "You may depend upon that," said his companion, "but is not there someone yet remaining? Look there, do you not see a figure clambering over the fence?" "Yes, I do, indeed." "Ah, they have him a prisoner, at all events. Those 2 dragoons have him, fast enough. We shall now, perhaps, hear from this fellow who is the actual ringleader in such an affair, which, but for the pusillanimity of the mob, might have turned out to be really most disastrous." It was strange how one man should think it expedient to attack the military post after the mob had been so completely routed at the first discharge of firearms, but so it was. One man did make an attempt to enter the garden, and it was so rapid and so desperate an one that he rather seemed to throw himself bodily at the fence, which separated it from the meadows without, than to clamber over it, as any one under ordinary circumstances, who might wish to effect an entrance by that means, would have done. He was no sooner, however, perceived, than a couple of the dismounted soldiers stepped forward and made a prisoner of him. "Good God!" exclaimed Mr. Chillingworth, as they approached nearer with him. "Good God! What is the meaning of that? Do my eyes deceive me, or are they, indeed, so blessed?" "Blessed by what?" exclaimed the hangman. "By a sight of the long-lost, deeply regretted Charles Holland." "Charles, Charles, is that indeed you, or some unsubstantial form in your likeness?" Charles Holland, for it was, indeed, himself, heard the friendly voice of the doctor, and he called out to him, "Speak to me of Flora. Oh, speak to me of Flora, if you would not have me die at once of suspense, and all the torture of apprehension. She lives and is well. Thank heaven. Do with me what you please." Dr. Chillingworth sprang forward, and addressing the magistrate, he said, "Sir, I know this gentleman. He is no one of the rioters, but a dear friend of the family of the Bannerworths. Charles Holland, what in the name of heaven had become of you so long, and what brought you here at such a juncture as this?" "I am faint," said Charles. I only arrived as the crowd did. I had not strength to fight my way through them, and was compelled to pause until they had dispersed. Can you give me water?" "Here's something better," said one of the soldiers, as he handed a flask to Charles, who partook of some of the contents, which greatly revived him, indeed. "I am better now," he said. "Thank you kindly. Take me into the house. Good God! Why is it made a point of attack? Where are Flora and Henry? Are they all well? And my uncle? Oh! What must you all have thought of my absence? But you cannot have endured 100th part of what I have suffered. Let me look once again upon the face of Flora. Take me into the house." "Release him," said the officer, as he pointed to his head, and looked significantly, as much as to say, "Some mad patient of yours, I suppose." "You are much mistaken, sir," said Dr. Chillingworth. "This gentleman has been cruelly used, I have no doubt. He has, I am inclined to believe, been made the victim, for a time, of the intrigues of that very Sir Francis Varney, whose conduct has been the real cause of all the serious disturbances that have taken place in the country." "Confound Sir Francis Varney," muttered the officer. "He is enough to set a whole nation by the ears. However, Mr. Magistrate, if you are satisfied that this young man is not one of the rioters, I have, of course, no wish to hold him a prisoner." "I can take Mr. Chillingworth's word for more than that," said the magistrate. Charles Holland was accordingly released, and then the doctor, in hurried accents, told him the principal outlines of what had occurred. "Oh! Take me to Flora," he said. "Let me not delay another moment in seeking her, and convincing her that I could not have been guilty of the baseness of deserting her. Hark you, Mr. Holland, I have quite made up my mind that I will not leave Bannerworth Hall yet, but you can go alone, and easily find them by the directions which I will give you. Only let me beg of you not to go abruptly into the presence of Flora. She is in an extremely delicate state of health, and although I do not take upon myself to say that a shock of a pleasurable nature would prove of any paramount bad consequence to her, yet it is as well not to risk it. I will be most careful, you may depend." At this moment there was a loud ringing at the garden bell, and, when it was answered by one of the dragoons, who was ordered to do so by his officer, he came back, escorting no other than Jack Pringle, who had been sent by the Admiral to the Hall, but who had solaced himself so much on the road with divers potations that he did not reach it till now, which was a full hour after the reasonable time in which he ought to have gone the distance. Jack was not to say dumb, but he had had enough to give him a very jolly sort of feeling of independence, and so he came along quarreling with the soldier all the way, the latter only laughing and keeping his temper admirably well under a great deal of provocation. "Why, you landlubbers," cried Jack, "what do you do here, all of you, I wonder? You are all wildfires, I'll be bound, every one of you. You mind me of Marines, you do, and that's quite enough to turn a proper seaman's stomach any day in the week." The soldier only laughed, and brought Jack up to the little group of persons consisting of Dr. Chillingworth, the hangman, Charles Holland, and the officer. "Why, Jack Pringle," said Dr. Chillingworth, stepping before Charles, so that Jack should not see him. "Why, Jack Pringle, what brings you here?" "A slight squall, sir, to the northwest." "Brought you something to eat?" Jack produced a bottle. "To drink, you mean?" "Well, it's all one, only in this here shape. You see, it goes down better, I'm thinking, which does make a little difference somehow." "How is the Admiral?" "Oh, he's as stupid as ever, Lord bless you. He'd be like a ship without a rudder without me, and would go swaying about at the mercy of winds and waves, poor old man. He's bad enough as it is, but if so be I wasn't to give the eye to him as I does, bless my heart if I thinks as he'd be above hatches long. Here's to you all." Jack took the cork from the bottle he had with him, and there came from it a strong odor of rum. Then he placed it to his lips, and was enjoying the pleasant gurgle of the liquor down his throat, when Charles stepped up to him, and laying hold of the lower end of the bottle, he dragged it from his mouth, saying, "How dare you talk in the way you have of my uncle, you drunken, mutinous rascal, and behind his back too?" The voice of Charles Holland was as well known to Jack Pringle as that of the Admiral, and his intense astonishment at hearing himself so suddenly addressed by one of whose proximity he had not the least idea, made some of the rum go, what is popularly termed, the wrong way, and nearly choked him. He reeled back, till he fell over some obstruction, and then down he sat on a flower bed, while his eyes seemed ready to come out of his head. "A vast heavings," he cried, "who's that?" "Come, come," said Charles Holland, "don't pretend you don't know me. I will not have my uncle spoken of in a disrespectful manner by you." "Well, shiver my timbers, if that ain't our Navy." "Why, Charlie, my boy, how are you? Here we are in port at last. Won't the old Commodore pipe his eye, now? Phew! Here's a go. I've found our Navy, after all." "You found him," said Dr. Chillingworth. "Now, that is as great a piece of impudence as ever I heard in all my life." "You mean that he has found you, and found you out, too, you drunken fellow? Jack, you get worse and worse every day." Aye, sir." "What, you admit it?" Aye, sir." "Now, Master Charlie, I tell you what it is, I shall take you off to your old uncle, you shore-going sneak, and you'll have to report what cruise you've been upon all this while, leaving the ship to look after itself. Lord love you all, if it hadn't been for me I don't know what anybody would have done." "I only know the result," said Dr. Chillingworth, "that would ensue, if it were not for you, and that would consist in a great injury to the revenue, in consequence of the much less consumption of rum and other strong liquors." "I'll be hanged up at the yard if I understands what you mean," said Jack, "as if I ever drunk anything, I, of all people in the world. I am ashamed of you. You are drunk." Several of the dragoons had to turn aside to keep themselves from laughing, and the officer himself could not forbear from a smile as he said to the doctor, "Sir, you seem to have many acquaintances, and by some means or another they all have an inclination to come here tonight. If, however, you consider that you are bound to remain here from a feeling that the hall is threatened with any danger, you may dismiss that fear, for I shall leave a piquet here all night." "No, sir," replied Dr. Chillingworth, "it is not that I fear now, after the manner in which they have been repulsed, any danger to the hall from the mob, but I have reasons for wishing to be in it or near it for some time to come." "As you please. Charles, do not wait for or accept the guidance of that drunken fellow, but go yourself with a direction which I will write down for you in a leaf of my pocketbook." "Drunken fellow!" exclaimed Jack, who had now scrambled to his feet. "Who do you call a drunken fellow?" "Why, you, unquestionably." "Well, now, that is hard. Come along, Meavy, I'll show you where they all are. I could walk a plank on any deck with any man in the service, I could. Come along, my boy, come along. You can accept of him as a guide if you like, of course," said the doctor. "He may be sober enough to conduct you." "I think he can," said Charles. "Lead on, Jack, but mark me, I shall inform my uncle of this intemperance, as well as of the manner in which you let your tongue wag about him behind his back, unless you promise to reform." "He is long past all reformation," remarked Dr. Chillingworth. "It is out of the question." "And I am afraid my uncle will not have courage to attempt such an ungrateful task, when there is so little chance of success," replied Charles Holland, shaking the worthy doctor by the hand. "Farewell, for the present, sir. The next time I see you, I hope we shall both be more pleasantly situated." "Come along, Meavy," interrupted Jack Pringle. "Now you've found your way back, the first thing you ought to do is to report yourself as having come aboard. Follow me, and I'll soon show you the port where the old hulk slayed hisself up." Jack walked on first, tolerably steady, if one may take into account his divers deep potations, and Charles Holland, anticipating with delight again looking upon the face of his much-loved Flora, followed closely behind him. We can well imagine the world of delightful thoughts that came crowding upon him when Jack, after rather a long walk, announced that they were now very near the residence of the object of his soul's adoration. We trust that there is not one of our readers who, for one moment, will suppose that Charles Holland was the sort of man to leave even such a villain and double-faced hypocrite as Marchdale to starve amid the gloomy ruins where he was immured. Far from Charles's intentions was any such thing, but he did think that a night passed there, with no other company than his own reflections, would do him a world of good, and was, at all events, no very great modicum of punishment for the rascality with which he had behaved. Besides, even during that night there were refreshments in the shape of bread and water, such as had been presented to Charles himself, within Marchdale's reach as they had been within his. That individual now, Charles thought, would have a good opportunity of testing the quality of that kind of food, and of finding out what an extremely light diet it was for a strong man to live upon. But in the morning it was Charles's intention to take Henry Bannerworth and the Admiral with him to the ruins, and then and there release the wretch from his confinement, on condition that he made a full confession of his villainies before those persons. Oh, how gladly would Marchdale have exchanged the fate which actually befell him for any amount of personal humiliation, always provided that it brought with it a commensurate amount of personal safety. But that fate was one altogether undreamt of by Charles Holland, and wholly without his control. It was a fate which would have been his, but for the murderous purpose which had brought Marchdale to the dungeon, and those happy accidents which had enabled Charles to change places with him, and breathe the free, cool, fresh air, while he left his enemy loaded with the same chains that had encumbered his limbs so cruelly, and lying on that same damp dungeon floor, which he thought would be his grave. We mention that as Charles left the ruins, the storm, which had been giving various indications of its coming, seemed to be rapidly approaching. It was one of these extremely local tempests which expend all their principal fury over a small space of country, and, in this instance, the space seemed to include little more than the river, and the few meadows which immediately surrounded it, and lent it so much of its beauty. Marchdale soon found that his cries were drowned by the louder voices of the elements. The wailing of the wind among the ancient ruins was much more full of sound than his cries, and, now and then, the full-mouthed thunder filled the air with such a volume of roaring, and awakened so many echoes among the ruins, that, had he possessed the voices of 50 men, he could not have hoped to wage war with it. And then, although we know that Charles Holland would have encountered death himself, rather than he would have willingly left anything human to expire of hunger in that dungeon, yet Marchdale, judging of others by himself, felt by no means sure of any such thing, and, in his horror of apprehension, fancied that that was just the sort of easy, and pleasant, and complete revenge that it was in Charles Holland's power to take, and just the one which would suggest itself, under the circumstances. to his mind. Could anything be possibly more full of horror than such a thought? Death, let it come in any shape it may, is yet a most repulsive and unwelcome guest, but when it comes, so united with all that can add to its terrors, it is enough to drive reason from its throne and fill the mind with images of absolute horror. Tired of shrieking, for his parched lips and clogged tongue would scarcely now permit him to utter a sound higher than a whisper, Marchdale lay, listening to the furious storm without, in the last abandonment of despair. "Oh, what a death is this," he groaned. "Here, alone, all alone, and starvation to creep on me by degrees, sapping life's energies one by one. Already do I feel the dreadful sickening weakness growing on me. Help, oh! Help me, Eve, no, no! Dare I call on heaven to help me? Is there no fiend of darkness who now will bid me a price for a human soul? Is there not one who will do so, not one who will rescue me from the horror that surrounds me, for heaven will not? I dare not ask mercy there." The storm continued louder and louder. The wind, it is true, was nearly hushed, but the roar and the rattle of the echo-awakening thunder fully made up for its cessation, while, now and then, even there, in that underground abode, some sudden reflection of the vivid lightning's light would find its way, lending, for a fleeting moment, sufficient light to Marchdale, wherewith he could see the gloomy place in which he was. At times he wept, and at times he raved, while ever and anon he made such frantic efforts to free himself from the chains that were around him, that, had they not been strong, he must have succeeded, but, as it was, he only made deep indentations into his flesh, and gave himself much pain. "Charles Holland," he shouted, "oh! Release me! Varney! Varney! Why do you not come to save me? I have toiled for you most unrequitedly. I have not had my reward. Let it all consist in my release from this dreadful bondage. Help! Help! Oh, help!" There was no one to hear him. The storm continued, and now, suddenly, a sudden and a sharper sound than any awakened by the thunder's roar came upon his startled ear, and, in increased agony, he shouted, "What is that? Oh! What is that? God of heaven, do my fears translate that sound aright? Can it be, oh! Can it be, that the ruins which have stood for so many a year are now crumbling down before the storm of tonight?" The sound came again, and he felt the walls of the dungeon in which he was shake. Now there could be no doubt but that the lightning had struck some part of the building, and so endangered the safety of all that was above ground. For a moment there came across his brain such a rush of agony that he neither spoke nor moved. Had that dreadful feeling continued much longer, he must have lapsed into insanity, but that amount of mercy, for mercy it would have been, was not shown to him. He still felt all the accumulating horrors of his situation, and then, with such shrieks as nothing but a full appreciation of such horrors could have given him strength to utter, he called upon earth, upon heaven, and upon all that was infernal, to save him from his impending doom. All was in vain. It was an impending doom which nothing but the direct interposition of heaven could have at all averted, and it was not likely that any such perversion of the regular laws of nature would take place to save such a man as Marchdale. Again came the crashing sound of falling stones, and he was certain that the old ruins, which had stood for so many 100 years the storm, and the utmost wrath of the elements, was at length yielding and crumbling down. What else could he expect but to be engulfed among the fragments still weighty and destructive, although in decay? How fearfully now did his horrified imagination take in at one glance, as it were, a panoramic view of all his past life, and how absolutely contemptible, at that moment, appeared all that he had been striving for. But the walls shake again, and this time the vibration is more fearful than before. There is a tremendous uproar above him, the roof yields to some superincumbent pressure, there is one shriek, and Marchdale lies crushed beneath a mass of masonry that it would take men and machinery days to remove from off him. All is over now. That bold, bad man, that accomplished hypocrite, that mendacious, would-be murderer was no more. He lies but a mangled, crushed, and festering corpse. May his soul find mercy with his God. The storm, from this moment, seemed to relax in its violence, as if it had accomplished a great purpose, and, consequently, now, need no longer vex the air with its boisterous presence. Gradually the thunder died away in the distance. The wind no longer blew in blusterous gusts, but, with a gentle murmuring, swept around the ancient pile, as if singing the requiem of the dead that lay beneath, that dead which mortal eyes were never to look upon. Chapter 74. The meeting of Charles and Flora. Charles Holland followed Jack Pringle for some time in silence from Bannerworth Hall. His mind was too full of thought concerning the past to allow him to indulge in much of that kind of conversation in which Jack Pringle might be fully considered to be a proficient. As for Jack, somehow or another, he had felt his dignity offended in the garden of Bannerworth Hall, and he had made up his mind, as he afterwards stated in his own phraseology, not to speak to nobody till somebody spoke to him. A growing anxiety, however, to ascertain from one who had seen her lately how Flora had borne his absence, at length induced Charles Holland to break his self-imposed silence. "Jack," he said, "you have had the happiness of seeing her lately. Tell me, does Flora Bannerworth look as she was wont to look, or have all the roses faded from her cheeks?" "Why, as for the roses," said Jack, "I'm blowed if I can tell, and seeing as how she don't look at me much, I doesn't know nothing about her. I can tell you something, though, about the old Admiral that will make you open your eyes." "Indeed, Jack, and what may that be?" "Why, he's took to drink, and gets groggy about every day of his life, and the most singular thing is, that when that's the case with the old man, he says it's me." "Indeed, Jack." "Taken to drinking as my poor old uncle, from grief, I suppose, Jack, at my disappearance." "No, I don't think it's grief," said Jack. "It strikes me it's rum and water." "Alas, alas, I never could have imagined he could have fallen into that habit of yours. He always seemed so far from anything of this kind." "Aye, sir," said Jack, "I knowed you'd be astonished. It will be the death of him, that's my opinion, and the idea, you know, Master Charles, of accusing me when he gets drunk himself." "I believe that is a common delusion of intemperate persons," said Charles. "Is it, sir? Well, it's a very awkward thing, because you know, sir, as well as most people, that I'm not the fellow to take a drop too much." "I cannot say, Jack, that I know so much, for I have certainly heard my uncle accuse you of intoxication." "Lor, sir, that was all just on account of his trying it hisself. He was a-thinking on it then, and wanted to see how I'd take it." "But tell me of Flora. Are you quite certain that she has had no more alarms from Varney?" "What, that 'ere vampire fellow?" "Not a bit of it, your honor." "Lord bless you, he must have found out by some means or another that I was on the lookout, and that did the business. He'll never come near Miss Flora again, I'll be bound, though to be sure we moved away from the Hall on account of him, but not that I saw the good of cruising out of one's own latitude, but somehow or another you see the doctor and the Admiral got it into their heads to establish a sort of blockade, and the idea of the thing was to sail away in the night quite quiet, and after that take up a position that would come across the enemy on the larboard tack, if so be as he made his appearance." "Oh, you allude to watching the Hall, I presume?" Aye, sir, just so, but would you believe it, Master Charlie, the Admiral and the doctor got so blessed drunk that I could do nothing with them." "Indeed?" "Yes, they did indeed, and made all kinds of queer mistakes, so that the end of all that was, that the vampire did come, but he got away again." "He did come then, Sir Francis Varney came again after the house was presumed to be deserted?" "He did, sir." "That is very strange. What on earth could have been his object?" "This affair is most inexplicably mysterious. I hope the distance, Jack, is not far that you're taking me, for I'm incapable of enduring much fatigue." "Not a great way, your honor. keep 2 points to the westward, and sail straight on. We'll soon come to port. My eye, won't there be a squall when you get in? I expect as Miss Flora will drop down as dead as a herring, for she doesn't think you're above the hatches. A good thought, Jack. My sudden appearance may produce alarm. When we reach the place of abode of the Bannerworths, you shall precede me, and prepare them in some measure for my reception. Very good, sir. Do you see that their little white cottage ahead, there in the offing? Yes, yes. Is that the place? Yes, your honor, that's the port to which we are bound. Well, then, Jack, you hasten ahead, and see Miss Flora, and be sure you prepare her gently and by degrees, you know, Jack, for my appearance, so that she shall not be alarmed. Sir, I understand. You wait here, and I'll go and do it. There would be a squall if you were to make your appearance, sir, all at once. She looks upon you as safely lodged in Davy's locker. She minds me, all the world, of a girl I knew at Portsmouth, called Bet Bumplush. She was one of your delicate little creatures as don't live long in this here world. No, blow me, when I came home from a 18-month cruise, once I see her drinking rum out of a quart pot, so I says, hello, what cheer? And only to think now of the wonderful effect that there had upon her, with that very pot she gives the fellow as was standing treat a nobber on the head as lasted him 3 weeks. She was too good for this here world, she was, and too romantic. Go to blazes, she says to him, here's Jack Pringle come home. Very romantic indeed, said Charles. Yes, I believe you, sir, and that puts me in mind of Miss Flora and you. An extremely flattering comparison. Of course I feel much obliged. Oh, don't name it, sir. The British tar as can't oblige a fellow creature is unworthy to tread the quarter-deck, or to bear a hand to the distress of a woman. Very well, said Charles. Now, as we are here, precede me, if you please, and let me beg of you to be especially cautious in your manner of announcing me. Aye, sir, said Jack, and away he walked towards the cottage, leaving Charles some distance behind. Flora and the Admiral were sitting together conversing. The old man, who loved her as if she had been a child of his own, was endeavoring, to the extent of his ability, to assuage the anguish of her thoughts, which at that moment chanced to be bent upon Charles Holland. Never mind, my dear, he said, he'll turn up some of these days, and when he does, I shan't forget to tell him that it was you who stood out for his honesty and truth when everyone else was against him, including myself, an old wretch that I was. Oh, sir, how could you for one moment believe that those letters could have been written by your nephew Charles? They carried, sir, upon the face of them their own refutation, and I'm only surprised that for one instant you, or anyone who knew him, could have believed him capable of writing them. Avast, there, said the Admiral, that'll do. I own you got the better of the old sailor there. I think you and Jack Pringle were the only 2 persons who stood out from the first. Then I honor Jack for doing so. And here he is, said the Admiral, and you'd better tell him. The mutinous rascal. He wants all the honor he can get, as a set-off against his drunkenness and other bad habits. Jack walked into the room, looked about him in silence for a moment, thrust his hands in his breeches pockets, and gave a long whistle. What's the matter now? Said the Admiral. Me, if Charles Holland ain't outside, and I've come to prepare you for the blessed shock, said Jack. Don't faint either of you, because I'm only going to let you know it by degrees, you know. A shriek burst from Flora's lips, and she sprung to the door of the apartment. What? Cried the Admiral. My nephew Charles. Jack, you rascal, if you're joking, it's the last joke you shall make in this world, and if it's true, I'm an old fool, that's all. Sir, said Jack, didn't you know that afore? Charles, cried Flora. He heard the voice. Her name escaped his lips, and rang with a pleasant echo through the house. In another moment he was in the room, and had clasped her to his breast. "My own, my beautiful, my true Charles, dear Charles. Oh, Flora, what have I not endured since last we met, but this repays me, more than repays me for all." "What is the past now?" cried Flora. "What are all its miseries placed against this happy, happy moment?" "Me, nobody thinks of me," said the Admiral. "My dear uncle," said Charles, looking over Flora's shoulder, as he still held her in his arms, "is that you?" Yes, Swab, it is me, and you know it, but give us your 5, you mutinous vagabond, and I tell you what, I'll do you the greatest favor I've had an opportunity of doing you some time. I'll leave you alone, you dog. Come along, Jack." Aye, sir," said Jack, and away they went out of the apartment. And now those two loving hearts were alone. They who had been so long separated by malignant destiny, once again were heart to heart, looking into each other's faces with all the beaming tenderness of an affection of the truest, holiest character. The Admiral had done a favor to them both to leave them alone, although we much doubt whether his presence, or the presence of the whole world, would have had the effect of controlling one generous sentiment of noble feeling. They would have forgotten everything but that they were together, and that once again each looked into the other's eyes with all the tenderness of a love purer and higher than ordinarily belongs to mortal affections. Language was weak to give utterance to the full gust of happy feelings that now were theirs. It was ecstasy enough to feel, to know that the evil fortune which had so long separated them, depriving each existence of its sunniest aspect, was over. It was enough for Charles Holland to feel that she loved him still. It was enough for Flora Bannerworth to know, as she looked into his beaming countenance, that that love was not misplaced, but was met by feelings such as she herself would have dictated to be the inhabitants of the heart of him whom she would have chosen from the mass of mankind as her own. "Flora, dear Flora," said Charles, "and you have never doubted me?" "I've never doubted, Charles, heaven or you. To doubt one would have been, to doubt both. Generous and best of girls, what must you have thought of my enforced absence?" "Oh, Flora, I was unjust enough to your truth to make my greatest pain the thought that you might doubt me, and cast me from your heart forever. Ah, Charles, you ought to have known me better. I stood amid sore temptation to do so much. There were those who would have urged me on to think that you had cast me from your heart forever. There were those ready and willing to place the worst construction upon your conduct, and with a devilish ingenuity to strive to make me participate in such a feeling. But no, Charles, no, I loved you, and I trusted you, and I could not so far belie my own judgment as to tell you other than what you always seemed to my young fancy. And you are right, my Flora, right, and is it not a glorious triumph to see that love, that sentiment of passion, has enabled you to have so enduring and so noble a confidence in a human? Aye, Charles, it is the sentiment of passion, for our love has been more a sentiment than a passion. I would fain think that we had loved each other with an affection not usually known, appreciated, or understood, and so, in the vanity of my best affections, I would strive to think them something exclusive, and beyond the common feelings of humanity. And you are right, my Flora, such love as yours is the exception. There may be preferences, there may be passions, and there may be sentiments, but never, never, surely, was there a heart like yours. Nay, Charles, now you speak from a too poetical fancy, but is it possible that I have had you here so long, with your hand clasped in mine, and asked you not the causes of your absence? Oh, Flora, I have suffered much, much physically, but more mentally. It was the thought of you that was at once the bane and the antidote of my existence. Indeed, Charles, did I present myself in such contradictory colors to you? Yes, dearest, as thus. When I thought of you, sometimes, in the deep seclusion of a dungeon, that thought almost goaded me to madness, because it brought with it the conviction, a conviction peculiar to a lover, that none could so effectually stand between you and all evil as myself. Yes, Charles, most true. It seemed to me as if all the world in arms could not have protected you so well as this one heart, clad in the triple steel of its affections, could have shielded you from evil. Charles, and then I was the bane of your existence, because I filled you with apprehension? For a time, dearest, and then came the antidote, for when exhausted alike in mind and body, when lying helpless, with chains upon my limbs, when expecting death at every visit of those who had dragged me from light and from liberty and from love, it was but the thought of thy beauty and thy affection that nerved me, and gave me a hope even amidst the cruelest disaster. And then, Charles, you were my blessing, as you have ever been, as you are, and as you will ever be, my own Flora, my beautiful, my true. We won't go so far as to say it is the fact, but, from a series of singular sounds which reached even to the passage of the cottage, we have our own private opinion to the effect that Charles began kissing Flora at the top of her forehead, and never stopped, somehow or another, till he got down to her chin. No, not her chin, her sweet lips. He could not get past them. Perhaps it was wrong, but we can't help it. We are faithful chroniclers. Reader, if you be of the sterner sex, what would you have done? If of the gentler, what would you have permitted? Chapter 75. Mutual explanations, and the visit to the ruins. During the next hour, Charles informed Flora of the whole particulars of his forcible abduction, and to his surprise he heard, of course, for the first time, of those letters, purporting to be written by him, which endeavored to give so bad an aspect to the fact of his sudden disappearance from Bannerworth Hall. Flora would insist upon the Admiral, Henry, and the rest of the family hearing all that Charles had to relate concerning Mr. Marchdale, for well she knew that her mother, from early associations, was so far impressed in the favor of that hypocritical personage that nothing but damning facts, much to his prejudice, would suffice to convince her of the character he really was. But she was open to conviction, and when she really found what villain she had cherished and given her confidence to, she shed abundance of tears, and blamed herself exceedingly as the cause of some of the misfortunes which had fallen upon her children. "Very good," said the Admiral, "I ain't surprised a bit. I knew he was a vagabond from the first time I clapped eyes upon him. There was a down look about the fellow's figurehead that I didn't like, and be hanged to him, but I never thought he would have gone the length he has done." "And so you say you've got him safe in the ruins, Charles?" "I have, indeed, uncle. And then there let him remain, and a good place, too, for him." "No, uncle, no. I'm sure you speak without thought. I intend to release him in a few hours, when I have rested from my fatigues. He could not come to any harm if he were to go without food entirely for the time that I leave him, but even that he will not do, for there is bread and water in the dungeon." "Bread and water. That's too good for him. But, however, Charles, when you go to let him out, I'll go with you, just to tell him what I think of him, the vagabond. He must suffer amazingly, for no doubt knowing well, as he does, his own infamous intentions, he will consider that if I were to leave him to starve to death, I should be but retailing upon him the injuries he would have inflicted upon me. The worst of it is," said the Admiral, "I can't think what to do with him." "Do nothing, uncle, but just let him go. It will be a sufficient punishment for such a man to feel that, instead of succeeding in his designs, he has only brought upon himself the bitterest contempt of those whom he would fain have injured. I can have no desire for revenge on such a man as Marchdale." "You are right, Charles," said Flora. "Let him go, and let him go with a feeling that he has acquired the contempt of those whose best opinions might have been his for a far less amount of trouble than he has taken to acquire their worst." Excitement had kept up Charles to this point, but now, when he arose and expressed his intention of going to the ruins, for the purpose of releasing Marchdale, he exhibited such unequivocal symptoms of exhaustion and fatigue that neither his uncle nor Flora would permit him to go, so, in deference to them, he gave up the point, and commissioned the Admiral and Jack, with Henry, to proceed to the place, and give the villain his freedom, little suspecting what had occurred since he had himself left the neighborhood of those ruins. Of course Charles Holland couldn't be at all accountable for the work of the elements, and it was not for him to imagine that when he left Marchdale in the dungeon that so awful a catastrophe as that we have recorded to the reader was to ensue. The distance to the ruins was not so great from this cottage even as it was from Bannerworth Hall, provided those who went knew the most direct and best road to take, so that the Admiral was not gone above a couple of hours, and when he returned he sat down and looked at Charles with such a peculiar expression that the latter could not for the life of him tell what to make of it. "Something has happened, uncle," he said. "I am certain. Tell me at once what it is." "Oh, nothing, nothing," said the Admiral, "of any importance." "Is that what you call your feelings?" said Jack Pringle. "Can't you tell him as there came on a squall last night, and the ruins have come in with a dab upon old Marchdale, crushing his guts, so that we smelt him as soon as we got nigh at hand?" "Good God," said Charles, "has such a catastrophe occurred?" "Yes, Charles, that's just about the catastrophe that has occurred. He's dead, and rum enough it is that it should happen on the very night that you escaped." "Rum," said Jack, suddenly. "My eye, who mentions rum? What a singular sort of liquor rum must be. I heard of a chap as used to be fond of it once on board a ship. I wonder if there's any in the house." "No," said the Admiral, "but there's a fine pump of spring water outside if you feel a little thirsty, Jack, and I'll engage it shall do you more good than all the rum in the world." "Uncle," said Charles, "I'm glad to hear you make that observation." "What for?" "Why, to deal candidly with you, uncle, Jack informed me that you had lately taken quite a predilection for drinking." "Me?" cried the Admiral. "Why, the infernal rascal, I've had to threaten him with his discharge a dozen times, at least, on that very ground, and no other." "There's somebody calling me," said Jack. I'm a-coming," and so he bolted out of the room, just in time to escape an inkstand, which the Admiral caught up and flung after him. "I'll strike that rascal off the ship's books this very day," muttered Admiral Bell. "The drunken vagabond, to pretend that I take anything, when all the while it's himself. Well, I ought certainly to have suspected the quarter from whence the intelligence came, but he told it to me so circumstantially, and with such an apparent feeling of regret for the weakness into which he said you had fallen, that I really thought there might be some truth in it. The rascal! I've done with him from this moment. I have put up with too much from him for years past. I think now that you have given him a great deal of liberty, and that, with a great deal more he has taken, makes up an amount which you find it difficult to endure. And I won't endure it. Let me talk to him, and I dare say I shall be able to convince him that he goes too far, and when he finds that such is the case he will mend. Speak to him, if you like, but I have done with such a mutinous rascal, I have. You can take him into your service, if you like, till you get tired of him, and that won't be very long. Well, we shall see. Jack will apologize to you, I have no doubt, and then I shall intercede for him, and advise you to give him another trial. If you get him into the apology, then there's no doubt about me giving him another trial. But I know him too well for that. He's as obstinate as a mule, he is, and you won't get a civil word out of him, but never mind that, now. I tell you what, Master Charlie, it will take a good lot of roast beef to give up your good looks again. It will, indeed, uncle, and I require, now, rest, for I am thoroughly exhausted. The great privations I have undergone, and the amount of mental excitement which I have experienced, in consequence of the sudden and unexpected release from a fearful confinement, have greatly weakened all my energies. A few hours' sleep will make quite a different being of me. Well, my boy, you know best, returned the Admiral, and I'll take care, if you sleep till tomorrow, that you shan't be disturbed. So now be off to bed at once. The young man shook his uncle's hand in a cordial manner, and then repaired to the apartment which had been provided for him. Charles Holland did, indeed, stand in need of repose, and for the first time now for many days he lay down with serenity at his heart, and slept for many hours. And was there not now a great and a happy change in Flora Bannerworth? As if by magic, in a few short hours, much of the bloom of her before fading beauty returned to her. Her step again recovered its springy lightness, again she smiled upon her mother, and suffered herself to talk of a happy future, for the dread even of the vampire's visitations had faded into comparative insignificance against the heart's deep dejection which had come over her at the thought that Charles Holland must surely be murdered, or he would have contrived to come to her. And what a glorious recompense she had now for the trusting confidence with which she had clung to a conviction of his truth. Was it not great, now, to feel that when he was condemned by others, and when strong and unimpeachable evidence seemed to be against him, she had clung to him and declared her faith in his honor, and wept for him instead of condemning? Yes, Flora, you are of that order of noble minds that, where once confidence is given, give it fully and completely, and will not harbor a suspicion of the faith of the loved one, a happy disposition when verified, as in this instance, by an answering truthfulness. But when such a heart trusts not with judgment, when that pure, exalted, and noble confidence is given to an object unworthy of it, then comes, indeed, the most fearful of all mental struggles, and if the fond heart, that has hugged to its inmost course so worthless a treasure, do not break in the effort to discard it, we may well be surprised at the amount of fortitude that has endured so much. Although the Admiral had said but little concerning the fearful end Marchdale had come to, it really did make some impression upon him, and, much as he held in abhorrence the villainy of Marchdale's conduct, he would gladly in his heart have averted the fate from him that he had brought upon himself. On the road to the ruins, he calculated upon taking a different kind of vengeance. When they had got some distance from the cottage, Admiral Bell made a proposal to Henry to be his second while he fought Marchdale, but Henry would not hear of it for a moment. "My dear sir," he said, "could I, do you think, stand by and see a valuable, revered, and a respected life like yours exposed to any hazard merely upon the chance of punishing a villain? No, no, Marchdale is too base now to be met in honorable encounter. If he is dealt with in any way, let it be by the laws." This was reasonable enough, and after some argument the Admiral coincided in it, and then they began to wonder how, without Charles, they should be able to get an entrance to the dungeons, for it had been his intention originally, had he not felt so fatigued, to go with them. As soon, however, as they got tolerably near to the ruins, they saw what had happened. Neither spoke, but they quickened their pace, and soon stood close to the mass of stonework which now had assumed so different a shape to what it had a few short hours before. It needed little examination to let them feel certain that whoever might have been in any of the underground dungeons must have been crushed to death. "Heaven have mercy upon his soul," said Henry. "Amen," said the Admiral. They both turned away, and for some time they neither of them spoke, for their thoughts were full of reflection upon the horrible death which Marchdale must have endured. At length the Admiral said, "Shall we tell this or not?" "Tell it at once," said Henry. "Let us have no secrets." "Good. Then I will not make one, you may depend. I only wish that while he was about it, Charlie could have popped that rascal Varney as well in the dungeon, and then there would have been an end and a good riddance of them both." Chapter 76. The second night watch of Mr. Chillingworth at the Hall. The military party in the morning left Bannerworth Hall, and the old place resumed its wonted quiet. But Dr. Chillingworth found it difficult to get rid of his old friend, the hangman, who seemed quite disposed to share his watch with him. The doctor, without being at all accused of being a prejudiced man, might well object to the continued companionship of one who, according to his own account, was decidedly no better than he should be, if he were half so good. Moreover, it materially interfered with the proceedings of our medical friend, whose object was to watch the vampire with all imaginable quietness and secrecy in the event of his again visiting Bannerworth Hall. "Sir," he said, to the hangman, "now that you have so obligingly related to me your melancholy history, I will not detain you." "Oh, you are not detaining me." "Yes, but I shall probably remain here for a considerable time. I have nothing to do, and one place is about the same as another to me. Well, then, if I must speak plainly, allow me to say that as I came here upon a very important and special errand, I desire most particularly to be left alone. Do you understand me now? Oh. Ah, I understand. You want me to go? Just so. Well, then, Dr. Chillingworth, allow me to tell you, I have come here on a very special errand likewise. You have? I have. I have been putting one circumstance to another, and drawing a variety of conclusions from a variety of facts, so that I have come to what I consider an important resolve, namely, to have a good look at Bannerworth Hall, and if I continue to like it as well as I do now, I should like to make the Bannerworth family an offer for the purchase of it. The devil you would. Why, all the world seems mad upon the project of buying this old building, which really is getting into such a state of dilapidation that it cannot last many years longer. It is my fancy. No, there is something more in this than meets the eye. The same reason, be it what may, that has induced Varney the vampire to become so desirous of possessing the hall actuates you. Possibly. And what is that reason? You may as well be candid with me. Yes, I will, and am. I like the picturesque aspect of the place. No, you know that is a disingenuous answer, that you know well. It is not the aspect of the old hall that has charms for you. But I feel, only from your conduct, more than ever convinced that some plot is going on, having the accomplishment of some great object as its climax, a something of which you have guessed. How much you are mistaken. No, I am certain I am right, and I shall immediately advise the Bannerworth family to return, and to take up their abode again here, in order to put an end to the hopes which you, or Varney, or anyone else may have, of getting possession of the place. If you were a man, said the hangman, who cared a little more for yourself, and a little less for others, I would make a confidant of you. What do you mean? Why, I mean, candidly, that you are not selfish enough to be entitled to my confidence. That is a strange reason for withholding confidence from any man. It is a strange reason, but, in this case, a most abundantly true one. I cannot tell you what I would tell you, because I cannot make the agreement with you that I would fain make. You talk in riddles. To explain which, then, would be to tell my secret. Dr. Chillingworth was, evidently, much annoyed, and yet he was in an extremely helpless condition, for as to forcing the hangman to leave the hall, if he did not feel disposed to do so, that was completely out of the question, and could not be done. In the first place, he was a much more powerful man than the doctor, and in the second, it was quite contrary to all Mr. Chillingworth's habits to engage in anything like personal warfare. He could only, therefore, look his vexation, and say, "If you are determined upon remaining, I cannot help it, but, when someone, as there assuredly will, comes from the Bannerworths, here, to me, or I shall be under the necessity of stating candidly that you are intruding." Very good. As the morning air is keen, and as we now are not likely to be as good company to each other as we were, I shall go inside the house. This was a proposition which the doctor did not like, but he was compelled to submit to it, and he saw, with feelings of uneasiness, the hangman make his way into the hall by one of the windows. Then Dr. Chillingworth sat down to think. Much he wondered what could be the secret of the great desire which Varney, Marchdale, and even this man had, all of them to be possessors of the old hall. That there was some powerful incentive he felt convinced, and he longed for some conversation with the Bannerworths, or with Admiral Bell, in order that he might state what had now taken place. That someone would soon come to him, in order to bring fresh provisions for the day, he was certain, and all he could do, in the interim, was, to listen to what the hangman was about in the hall. Not a sound, for a considerable time, disturbed the intense stillness of the place, but, now, suddenly, Mr. Chillingworth thought he heard a hammering, as if someone was at work in one of the rooms of the hall. "What can be the meaning of that?" he said. and he was about to proceed at once to the interior of the building, through the same window which had enabled the hangman to gain admittance, when he heard his own name pronounced by someone at the back of the garden fence, and upon casting his eyes in that direction, he, to his great relief, saw the Admiral and Henry Bannerworth. "Come round to the gate," said the doctor. "I am more glad to see you than I can tell you just now. Do not make more noise than you can help, but come round to the gate at once." They obeyed the injunction with alacrity, and when the doctor had admitted them, the Admiral said eagerly, "You don't mean to tell us that he is here?" No, not Varney, but he is not the only one who has taken a great affection for Bannerworth Hall. You may have another tenant for it, and I believe at any price you like to name." "Indeed?" "Hush. Creep along close to the house, and then you will not be seen. There. Do you hear that noise in the hall?" "Why, it sounds," said the Admiral, "like the ship's carpenter at work." "It does, indeed, sound like a carpenter. It's only the new tenant making, I dare say, some repairs." And his impudence. Why, it certainly does look like a very cool proceeding, I must admit. Who, and what is he? Who he is now, I cannot tell you, but he was once the hangman of London, at a time when I was practicing in the metropolis, and so I became acquainted with him. He knows Sir Francis Varney, and, if I mistake not, has found out the cause of that mysterious personage's great attachment to Bannerworth Hall, and has found the reason so cogent that he has got up an affection for it himself. "To me," said Henry, "all this is as incomprehensible as anything can possibly be. What on earth does it all mean?" "My dear Henry," said the doctor, "will you be ruled by me?" "I will be ruled by anyone whom I know I can trust, for I am like a man groping his way in the dark." "Then allow this gentleman who is carpentering away so pleasantly within the house to do so to his heart's content, but don't let him leave it. Show yourselves now in the garden. He has sufficient prudence to know that 3 constitute rather fearful odds against 1, and so he will be careful, and remain where he is. If he should come out, we need not let him go until we thoroughly ascertain what he has been about." "You shall command the squadron, doctor," said the Admiral, "and have it all your own way, you know, so here goes. Come along, Henry, and let's show ourselves. We are both armed too." They walked out into the center of the garden, and they were soon convinced that the hangman saw them, for a face appeared at the window, and was as quickly withdrawn again. "There," said the doctor, "now he knows he is a prisoner, and we may as well place ourselves in some position which commands a good view of the house, as well as of the garden gate, and so see if we cannot starve him out, that we may be starved out ourselves." "Not at all," said Admiral Bell, producing from his ample pockets various parcels. "We came to bring you ample supplies." "Indeed?" "Yes, we have been as far as the ruins." "Oh, to release Marchdale. Charles told me how the villain had fallen into the trap he had laid for him." "He has, indeed, fallen into the trap, and it's one he won't easily get out of again." "He's dead." "Dead, dead." "Yes, in the storm of last night the ruins have fallen, and he is by this time as flat as a pancake." "Good God!" "And yet it is but a just retribution upon him. He would have assassinated poor Charles Holland in the cruelest and most cold-blooded manner, and, however we may shudder at the manner of his death, we cannot regret it." "Except that he has escaped your friend the hangman," said the Admiral. "Don't call him my friend, if you please," said Dr. Chillingworth, "but hark how he is working away, as if he really intended to carry the house away piece by piece, as opportunity may serve, if you will not let it to him altogether, just as it stands." "Confound him! He is evidently working on his own account," said the Admiral, "or he would not be half so industrious." There was, indeed, a tremendous amount of hammering and noise, of one sort and another, from the house, and it was quite clear that the hangman was too heart and soul in his work, whatever may have been the object of it, to care who was listening to him, or to what conjecture he gave rise. He thought probably that he could, but he stopped him what he was about, and, until he was so, that he might as well go on. And on he went, with a vengeance, vexing the Admiral terribly, who proposed so repeatedly to go into the house and insist upon knowing what he was about, that his wishes were upon the point of being conceded to by Henry, although they were combated by the doctor, when, from the window at which he had entered, out stepped the hangman. "Good morning, gentlemen." "Good morning," he said, and he moved towards the garden gate. "I will not trouble you any longer." "Good morning." "Not so fast," said the Admiral, "or we may bring you up with a round turn, and I never miss my mark when I can see it, and I shall not let it get out of sight, you may depend." He drew a pistol from his pocket as he spoke, and pointed it at the hangman, who thereupon paused and said, "What? Am I not to be permitted to go in peace? Why, it was but a short time since the doctor was quarreling with me because I did not go, and now it seems that I am to be shot if I do." "Yes," said the Admiral, "that's it." "Well, but—" "You dare," said he, "stir another inch towards the gate, and you are a dead man." The hangman hesitated a moment, and looked at Admiral Bell. Apparently the result of the scrutiny was that he would keep his word, for he suddenly turned and dived in at the window again without saying another word. "Well, you have certainly stopped him from leaving," said Henry, "but what's to be done now?" Let him be," said the doctor. "He must come out again, for there are no provisions in the place, and he will be starved out." "Hush!" "What is that?" said Henry. There was a very gentle ring at the bell which hung over the garden gate. "That's an experiment. Now, I'll be bound," said the doctor, "to ascertain if anyone is here. Let us hide ourselves, and take no notice." The ring in a few moments was repeated, and the three confederates hid themselves effectually behind some thick laurel bushes and awaited with expectation what might next ensue. Not long had they occupied their place of concealment before they heard a heavy fall upon the gravel pathway immediately within the gate, as if someone had clambered to the top from the outside and then jumped down. That this was the case, the sound of footsteps soon convinced them, and to their surprise as well as satisfaction, they saw through the interstices of the laurel bush behind which they were concealed no less a personage than Sir Francis Varney himself. "It is Varney," said Henry. Yes, whispered the doctor. "Let him be. Do not move for any consideration. For the first time let him do just what he likes." "And the fellow," said the Admiral, "there are some points about him that like, after all, and he's quite an angel compared to that rascal Marchdale." "He is. He saved Charles." "He did, and not if I know it shall any harm come to him, unless he were terribly to provoke it by becoming himself the assailant. How sad he looks." "Hush! He comes nearer. It is not safe to talk. Look at him." Chapter 77. Varney in the Garden. The communication of Dr. Chillingworth to the Admiral and Henry. Kind reader, it was indeed Varney who had clambered over the garden wall, and thus made his way into the garden of Bannerworth Hall, and what filled those who looked at him with the most surprise was, that he did not seem in any particular way to make a secret of his presence, but walked on with an air of boldness which either arose from a feeling of absolute impunity, from his thinking there was no one there, or from an audacity which none but he could have compassed. As for the little party that was there assembled, and who looked upon him, they seemed thunderstricken by his presence, and Henry, probably, as well as the Admiral, would have burst out into some sudden exclamation, had they not been restrained by Dr. Chillingworth, who, suspecting that they might in some way give an alarm, hastened to speak first, saying in a whisper, "For heaven's sake, be still. Fortune, you see, favors us most strangely. Leave Varney alone. You have no other mode whatever of discovering what he really wants at Bannerworth Hall." "I am glad you have spoken," said Henry, as he drew a long breath. "If you had not, I feel convinced that in another moment I should have rushed forward and confronted this man who has been the very bane of my life. "And so should I," said the Admiral, "although I protest against any harm being done to him on account of some sort of good feeling that he has displayed, after all, in releasing Charles from that dungeon in which Marchdale has perished." "At the moment," said Henry, "I had forgotten that, but I will own that his conduct has been tinctured by a strange and wild kind of generosity at times, which would seem to bespeak, at the bottom of his heart, some good feelings, the impulses of which were only quenched by circumstances." "That is my firm impression of him, I can assure you," said Dr. Chillingworth. They watched Varney now from the leafy covert in which they were situated, and, indeed, had they been less effectually concealed, it did not seem likely that the much-dreaded vampire would have perceived them, for not only did he make no effort at concealment himself, but he took no pains to see if anyone was watching him in his progress to the house. His footsteps were more rapid than they usually were, and there was altogether an air and manner about him, as if he were moved to some purpose which of itself was sufficiently important to submerge in its consequences all ordinary risks and all ordinary cautions. He tried several windows of the house along that terrace of which we have more than once had occasion to speak, before he found one that opened, but at length he did succeed, and stepped at once into the hall, leaving those, who now for some moments in silence have regarded his movements, to lose themselves in a fearful sea of conjecture as to what could possibly be his object. "At all events," said the Admiral, "I'm glad we are here. If the vampire should have a fight with that other fellow that we heard doing such a lot of carpentering work in the house, we ought, I think, to see fair play." "I, for one," said the doctor, "would not like to stand by and see the vampire murdered, but I am inclined to think he is a good match for any mortal opponent." "You may depend he is," said Henry. "But how long, doctor, do you purpose that we should wait here in such a state of suspense as to what is going on within the house?" "I hope not long, but that something will occur to make us have food for action. Hark! What is that?" There was a loud crash within the building, as of broken glass. It sounded as if some window had been completely dashed in, but although they looked carefully over the front of the building, they could see no evidences of such a thing having happened, and were compelled, consequently, to come to the opinion that Varney and the other man must have met in one of the back rooms, and that the crash of glass had arisen from some personal conflict in which they had engaged. "I cannot stand this," said Henry. "Nay, nay," said the doctor, "be still, and I will tell you something, than which there can be no more fitting time than this to reveal it." "Refers it to the vampire?" "It does, it does." "Be brief, then. I am in an agony of impatience." "It is a circumstance concerning which I can be brief, for, horrible as it is, I have no wish to dress it in any adventitious colors. Sir Francis Varney, although under another name, is an old acquaintance of mine." "Acquaintance," said Henry. "Why, you don't mean to say you are a vampire," said the Admiral, "or that he has ever visited you?" "No, but I knew him. From the first moment that I looked upon him in this neighborhood, I thought I knew him, but the circumstance which induced me to think so was of so terrific a character that I made some efforts to chase it from my mind. It has, however, grown upon me day by day, and, lately, I have had proof sufficient to convince me of his identity with one whom I first saw under most singular circumstances of romance." "Say on, you are agitated." "I am, indeed. This revelation has several times, within the last few days, trembled on my lips, but now you shall have it, because you ought to know all that it is possible for me to tell you of him who has caused you so serious an amount of disturbance." "You awaken, doctor," said Henry, "all my interest." "And mine, too," remarked the Admiral. "What can it be all about? And where, doctor, did you first see this Varney the vampire?" "In his coffin." Both the Admiral and Henry gave starts of surprise as, with one accord, they exclaimed, "Did you say coffin?" "Yes, I tell you, on my word of honor, that the first time in my life I saw ever Sir Francis Varney was in his coffin." "Then he is a vampire, and there can be no mistake," said the Admiral. "Go on, I pray you, doctor, "Go on," said Henry, anxiously. "I will. The reason why he became the inhabitant of a coffin was simply this: he had been hanged, executed at the Old Bailey, in London, before ever I set eyes upon that strange countenance of his. You know that I was practicing surgery at the London schools some years ago, and that, consequently, as I commenced the profession rather late in life, I was extremely anxious to do the most I could in a very short space of time. Yes. Arrived, then, with plenty of resources, which I did not, as the young men who affected to be studying in the same classes as myself, spend in the pursuit of what they considered life in London. I was indefatigable in my professional labors, and there was nothing connected with them which I did not try to accomplish. At that period, the difficulty of getting a subject for anatomization was very great, and all sorts of schemes had to be put into requisition to accomplish so desirable and, indeed, absolutely necessary a purpose. I became acquainted with the man who, I have told you, is in the hall at present, and who then filled the unenviable post of public executioner. It so happened, too, that I have read a learned treatise, by a Frenchman, who had made a vast number of experiments with galvanic and other apparatus, upon persons who had come to death in different ways, and, in one case, he asserted that he had actually recovered a man who had been hanged, and he had lived 5 weeks afterwards. Young as I then was, in comparison to what I am now, in my profession, this inflamed my imagination, and nothing seemed to me so desirable as getting hold of someone who had only recently been put to death, for the purpose of trying what I could do in the way of attempting a resuscitation of the subject. It was precisely for this reason that I sought out the public executioner, and made his acquaintance, whom everyone else shunned, because I thought he might assist me by handing over to me the body of some condemned and executed man, upon whom I could try my skill. I broached the subject to him, and found him not averse. He said that if I would come forward and claim, as next of kin, and allow the body to be removed to his house, the body of the criminal who was to be executed the first time, from that period, that he could give me a hint that I should have no real next of kin opponents, he would throw every facility in my way. This was just what I wanted, and, I believe, I waited with impatience for some poor wretch to be hurried to his last account by the hands of my friend, the public executioner. At length a circumstance occurred which favored my designs most effectually. A man was apprehended for a highway robbery of a most aggravated character. He was tried, and the evidence against him was so conclusive that the defense which was attempted by his counsel became a mere matter of form. He was convicted and sentenced. The judge told him not to flatter himself with the least notion that mercy would be extended to him. The crime of which he had been found guilty was on the increase. It was highly necessary to make some great public example, to show evildoers that they could not, with impunity, thus trample upon the liberty of the subject, and had suddenly, just as it were, in the very nick of time, committed the very crime, attended with all the aggravated circumstances which made it easy and desirable to hang him out of hand. He heard his sentence, they tell me, unmoved. I did not see him, but he was represented to me as a man of a strong and well-knit frame, with rather a strange, but what some would have considered a handsome expression of countenance, inasmuch as that there was an expression of much haughty resolution depicted on it. I flew to my friend the executioner. "Can you," I said, "give me that man's body, who is to be hanged for the highway robbery, on Monday?" "Yes," he said, "I see nothing to prevent it. Not one soul has offered to claim even common companionship with him, far less kindred. I think if you put in your claim as a cousin, who will bear the expense of his decent burial, you will have every chance of getting possession of the body." I did not hesitate, but, on the morning before the execution, I called upon one of the sheriffs. I told him that the condemned man, I regretted to say, was related to me, but as I knew nothing could be done to save him on the trial, I had abstained from coming forward, but that as I did not like the idea of his being rudely interred by the authorities, I had come forward to ask for the body after the execution should have taken place, in order that I might, at all events, bestow upon it, in some sequestered spot, a decent burial, with all the rites of the church. The sheriff was a man not overburthened with penetration. He applauded my pious feelings, and actually gave me, without any inquiry, a written order to receive the body from the hands of the hangman after it had hung the hour prescribed by the law. I did not, as you may well suppose, wish to appear more in the business than was absolutely necessary, but I gave the executioner the sheriff's order for the body, and he promised that he would get a shell ready to place it in, and 4 stout men to carry it at once to his house, when he should cut it down. Good, I said, and now as I am not a little anxious for the success of my experiment, do you not think that you can manage so that the fall of the criminal shall not be so sudden as to break his neck? I have thought of that, he said, and I believe that I can manage to let him down gently, so that he shall die of suffocation, instead of having his neck put out of joint. I will do my best. If you can but succeed in that, said I, for I was quite in a state of mania upon the subject, I shall be much indebted to you, and will double the amount of money which I have already promised. This was, as I believed it would be, a powerful stimulus to him to do all in his power to meet my wishes, and he took, no doubt, active measures to accomplish all that I desired. You can imagine with what intense impatience I awaited the result. He resided in an old ruinous-looking house, a short distance on the Surrey side of the river, and there I had arranged all my apparatus for making experiments upon the dead man in an apartment the windows of which commanded a view of the entrance. I was completely ready by 8:30, although a moment's consideration of course told me that at least another hour must elapse before there could be the least chance of my seeing him arrive, for whom I so anxiously longed. I can safely say so infatuated was I upon the subject, that no fond lover ever looked with more nervous anxiety for the arrival of the chosen object of his heart than I did for that dead body, upon which I proposed to exert all the influences of professional skill to recall back the soul to its earthly dwelling place. At length I heard the sound of wheels. I found that my friend the hangman had procured a cart, in which he brought the coffin, that being a much quicker mode of conveyance than by bearers, so that about 9:15 the vehicle, with its ghastly content, stopped at the door of his house. In my impatience I ran downstairs to meet that which 99 men out of 100 would have gone some distance to avoid the sight of, namely, a corpse, livid and fresh from the gallows. I, however, heralded it as a great gift, and already, in imagination I saw myself imitating the learned Frenchman who had published such an elaborate treatise on the mode of restoring life under all sorts of circumstances to those who were already pronounced by unscientific persons to be dead. To be sure, a sort of feeling had come over me at times, knowing as I did that the French are a nation that do not scruple at all to sacrifice truth on the altar of vanity, that it might be after all a mere rhodomantade, but, however, I could only ascertain so much by actually trying, so the suspicion that such might, by a possibility, be the end of the adventure, did not deter me. I officiously assisted in having the coffin brought into the room where I had prepared everything that was necessary in the conduction of my grand experiment, and then, when no one was there with me but my friend the executioner, I, with his help, but one of us taking the head and the other the feet, took the body from the coffin and laid it upon a table. Hastily I placed my hand upon the region of the heart, and to my great delight I found it still warm. I drew off the cap that covered the face, and then, for the first time, my eyes rested upon the countenance of him who now calls himself, heaven only knows why, Sir Francis Varney. "Good God," said Henry, "are you certain?" "Quite." "It may have been some other rascal like him," said the Admiral. "No, I am quite sure now. I have, as I have before mentioned to you, tried to get out of my own conviction upon the subject, but I have been actually assured that he is the man by the very hangman himself." Go on, go on. Your tale certainly is a strange one, and I do not say it either to compliment you or to cast a doubt upon you, but, except from the lips of an old and valued friend, such as you yourself are, I should not believe it. "I am not surprised to hear you say that," replied the doctor, "nor should I be offended even now if you were to entertain a belief that I might, after all, be mistaken." "No, no, you would not be so positive upon the subject, I well know, if there was the slightest possibility of an error." Indeed I should not. Let us have the sequel, then. It is this. I was most anxious to effect an immediate resuscitation, if it were possible, of the hanged man. A little manipulation soon convinced me that the neck was not broken, which left me at once everything to hope for. The hangman was more prudent than I was, and before I commenced my experiments, he said, "Doctor, have you duly considered what you mean to do with this fellow, in case you should be successful in restoring him to life?" "Nay," said I. "Well," he said, "you can do as you like, but I consider that it is really worth thinking of." I was headstrong on the matter, and could think of nothing but the success or the non-success, in a physiological point of view, of my plan for restoring the dead to life, so I set about my experiments without any delay, and with a completeness and a vigor that promised the most completely successful results. If success could at all be an ingredient in what sober judgment would doubtless have denominated a mad-headed and wild scheme. For more than half an hour I tried in vain, by the assistance of the hangman, who acted under my directions. Not the least symptom of vitality presented itself, and he had a smile upon his countenance, as he said in a bantering tone, "I am afraid, sir, it is much easier to kill than to restore their patients with doctors." Before I could make him any reply, for I felt that his observation had a good amount of truth in it, joined to its sarcasm, the hanged man uttered a loud scream, and opened his eyes. I must own I was myself rather startled, but I for some moments longer continued the same means which had produced such an effect, when suddenly he sprang up and laid hold of me, at the same time exclaiming, "Death, death, where is the treasure?" I had fully succeeded, too fully, and while the executioner looked on with horror depicted in his countenance, I fled from the room and the house, taking my way home as fast as I possibly could. A dread came over me that the restored man would follow me if he should find out to whom it was he was indebted for the rather questionable boon of a new life. I packed up what articles I set the greatest store by, bade adieu to London, and never have I since set foot within that city. "And you never met the man you had so resuscitated?" "Not till I saw Varney, the vampire, and, as I tell you, I am now certain that he is the man." "That is the strangest yarn that ever I heard," said the Admiral. "A most singular circumstance," said Henry. "You may have noticed about his countenance," said Dr. Chillingworth, "a strange distorted look?" "Yes, yes." "Well, that has arisen from a spasmodic contraction of the muscles, in consequence of his having been hanged. He will never lose it, and it has not a little contributed to give him the horrible look he has, and to invest him with some of the seeming outward attributes of the vampire." "And that man who is now in the hall with him, doctor," said Henry, "is the very hangman who executed him?" "The same. He tells me that after I left, he paid attention to the restored man, and completed what I had nearly done. He kept him in his house for a time, and then made a bargain with him for a large sum of money per annum, all of which he has regularly been paid, although he tells me he has no more idea where Varney gets it than the man in the moon. It is very strange, but, hark! Do you not hear the sound of voices in angry altercation? Yes, yes, they have met. Let us approach the windows now. We may chance to hear something of what they say to each other." Chapter 78. The altercation between Varney and the executioner in the hall, the mutual agreement. There was certainly a loud wrangling in the hall, just as the doctor finished his most remarkable revelation concerning Sir Francis Varney, a revelation which by no means attacked the fact of his being a vampire or not, but rather on the contrary, had a tendency to confirm any opinion that might arise from the circumstance of his being restored to life after his execution, favorable to that belief. They all three now carefully approached the windows of the hall to listen to what was going on, and after a few moments they distinctly heard the voice of the hangman saying in loud and rather angry accents, "I do not deny but that you have kept your word with me. Our bargain has been, as you say, a profitable one, but, Still, I cannot see why that circumstance should give you any sort of control over my actions. But what do you hear? Said Varney, impatiently. What do you? Cried the other. Nay, to ask another question is not to answer mine. I tell you that I have special and most important business in this house. You can have no motive but curiosity. Can I not, indeed? What, too, if I have serious and important business here? Impossible. Well, I may as easily use such a term as regards what you call important business, but here I shall remain. Here you shall not remain. And will you make the somewhat hazardous attempt to force me to leave? Yes, much as I dislike lifting my hand against you, I must do so. I tell you that I must be alone in this house. I have most special reasons which concern my continued existence. Your continued existence you talk of. Tell me, now, how is it that you have acquired so frightful a reputation in this neighborhood? Go where I will, the theme of conversation is Varney, the vampire. And it is implicitly believed that you are one of those dreadful characters that feed upon the lifeblood of others, only now and then revisiting the tomb to which you ought long since to have gone in peace. Indeed. Yes, what, in the name of all that's inexplicable, has induced you to enact such a character? Enact it, you say. Can you, then, from all you have heard of me, and from all you know of me, not conceive it possible that I am not enacting any such character? Why may it not be real? Look at me. Do I look like one of the inhabitants of the earth? In sooth, you do not. And yet I am, as you see, upon it. Do not, with an affected philosophy, doubt all that may happen to be in any degree repugnant to your usual experiences. I am not one disposed to do so, nor am I prepared to deny that such dreadful beings may exist as vampires. However, whether or not you belong to so frightful a class of creatures, I do not intend to leave here, but I will make an agreement with you. Varney was silent, and after a few moments' pause, the other exclaimed, There are people, even now, watching the place, and no doubt you have been seen coming into it. No, no, I was satisfied no one was here but you. Then you are wrong. A Dr. Chillingworth, of whom you know something, is here, and him, you have said, you would do no harm to, even to save your life. I do know him. You told me that it was to him that I was mainly indebted for my mere existence, and although I do not consider human life to be a great boon, I cannot bring myself to raise my hand against the man who, whatever might have been the motives for the deed, at all events, did snatch me from the grave. Upon my word, whispered the Admiral, there is something about that fellow that I like, after all. Hush, said Henry, listen to them. This would all have been unintelligible to us, if you had not related to us what you have. I have just told you in time, said Chillingworth, it seems. Will you, then, said the hangman, listen to proposals? Yes, said Varney. Come along, then, and I will show you what I have been about, and I rather think you have already a shrewd guess as to my motive. This way, this way. They moved off to some other part of the mansion, and the sound of their voices gradually died away, so that after all, the friends had not got the least idea of what that motive was, which still induced the vampire and the hangman, rather than leave the other on the premises, to make an agreement to stay with each other. What's to be done now? Said Henry. Wait, said Dr. Chillingworth, wait, and watch still. I see nothing else that can be done with any degree of safety. But where are we to wait for? Said the Admiral. By waiting, we shall, perhaps, find out, was the doctor's reply, but you may depend that we never shall by interfering. Well, be it so. It seems that we have no other resource. And when either or both of those fellows make their appearance, and seem about to leave, what is to be done with them? They must be seized then, and in order that that may be done without any bloodshed, we ought to have plenty of force here. Henry, could you get your brother, and Charles, if he be sufficiently recovered, to come? Certainly, and Jack Pringle. No, said the Admiral, no Jack Pringle for me. I have done with him completely, and I have made up my mind to strike him off the ship's books, and have nothing more to do with him. Well, added the doctor, we will not have him, then, and it is just as well, for, in all likelihood, he would come drunk, and we shall be, let me see, 5 strong without him, which ought to be enough to take prisoners 2 men. Yes, said Henry, although one of them may be a vampire. That makes no difference, said the Admiral. I'd as soon take a shipman with vampires as with Frenchmen. Henry started off upon his errand, certainly leaving the Admiral and the doctor in rather a critical situation while he was gone, for had Varney the vampire and the hangman chosen, they could certainly easily have overcome so inefficient a force. The Admiral would, of course, have fought, and so might the doctor, as far as his hands would permit him, but if the others had really been intent upon mischief, they could, from their downright superior physical power, have taken the lives of the 2 that were opposed to them. But somehow the doctor appeared to have a great confidence in the affair. Whether that confidence arose from what the vampire had said with regard to him, or from any hidden conviction of his own that they would not yet emerge from the hall, we cannot say, but certain it is, he waited the course of events with great coolness. No noise for some time came from the house, but then the sounds, as if workmen were busy within it, were suddenly resumed, and with more vigor than before. It was nearly 2 hours before Henry made the private signal which had been agreed upon as that which should proclaim his return, and then he and his brother, with Charles, who, when he heard of the matter, would, notwithstanding the persuasions of Flora to the contrary, got quietly over the fence at a part of the garden which was quite hidden from the house by abundant vegetation, and the whole 3 of them took up a position that tolerably well commanded a view of the house, while they were themselves extremely well hidden behind a dense mass of evergreens. "Did you see that rascal, Jack Pringle?" said the Admiral. "Yes," said Henry, "he is drunk." "Ah, to be sure. And we had no little difficulty in shaking him off. He suspected where we were going, but I think, by being peremptory, we got fairly rid of him. The vagabond! If he comes here, I'll brain him, I will, the swab. Why, lately he's done nothing but drink. That's the way with him. He'll go on sometimes for a year and more, and not take more than enough to do him good, and then all at once, for about 6 or 8 weeks, he does nothing but drink." Well, we can do without him," said Henry. "Without him? I should think so. Do you hear those fellows in the hall at work? And me, if I haven't all of a sudden thought what the reason of it all is." What? said the doctor, anxiously. "Why, that rascal Varney, you know, had his house burnt down." Yes, well, I dare say he didn't think it well. But, however, he no doubt wants another, so, you see, my idea is that he's stealing the material from Bannerworth Hall." "Oh, is that your notion?" "Yes, and a very natural one, I think, too, Master Doctor, whatever you may think of it. Come, now, have you a better?" "Oh, dear, no, certainly not, but I have a notion that something to eat would comfort the inward man much." "And so would something to drink, blow me if it wouldn't," said Jack Pringle, suddenly making his appearance. The Admiral made a rush upon him, but he was restrained by the others, and Jack, with a look of triumph, said, "Why, what's amiss with you now? I ain't drunk now. Come, you have something dangerous in the wind, I know, so I've made up my mind to be in it, so don't put yourself out of the way. If you think I don't know all about it, you are mistaken, for I do. The vampire is in the house yonder, and I'm the fellow to tackle him, I believe you, my boys." "Good God," said the doctor, "what shall we do?" "Nothing," said Jack, as he took a bottle from his pocket and applied the neck of it to his lips, "nothing at all." "There's something to begin with," said the Admiral, as with his stick he gave the bottle a sudden blow that broke it and spilt all its contents, leaving Jack petrified, with the bit of the neck of it still in his mouth. "My eye, Admiral," he said, "was that done like a British seaman? My eye, was that the trick of a lubber, or of a thoroughgoing first-rater? First-rater? My eye. Hold your noise, will you? You are not drunk yet, and I was determined that you should not get so, which you soon would with that rum bottle, if I had not come with a broadside across it. Now you may stay, but, mark me, you are on active service now, and must do nothing without orders." "Aye, your honor," said Jack, as he dropped the neck of the bottle, and looked ruefully upon the ground, from whence arose the aroma of rum. "Aye, but it's a hard case, take it how you will, to have your grog stopped, but, d—n it, I never had it stopped yet when it was in my mouth." Henry and Charles could not forbear a smile at Jack's discomfiture, which, however, they were very glad of, for they knew full well his failing, and that in the course of another half-hour he would have been drunk, and incapable of being controlled, except, as on some former occasions, by the exercise of brute force. But Jack was evidently displeased, and considered himself to be grievously insulted, which, after all, was the better, inasmuch as, while he was brooding over his wrongs, he was quiet, when, otherwise, it might have been a very difficult matter to make him so. They partook of some refreshments, and, as the day advanced, the brothers Bannerworth, as well as Charles Holland, began to get very anxious upon the subject of the proceedings of Sir Francis Varney in the hall. They conversed in low tones, exhausting every, as they considered, possible conjecture to endeavor to account for his mysterious predilection for that abode, but nothing occurred to them of a sufficiently probable motive to induce them to adopt it as a conclusion. They more than suspected Dr. Chillingworth, because he was so silent, and hazarded no conjecture at all of knowing something, or of having formed to himself some highly probable hypothesis upon the subject, but they could not get him to agree that such was the case. When they challenged him upon the subject, all he would say was, "My good friends, you perceive that there is a great mystery somewhere, and I do hope that tonight it will be cleared up satisfactorily." With this they were compelled to be satisfied, and now the soft and somber shades of evening began to creep over the scene, enveloping all objects in the dimness and repose of early night. The noise from the house had ceased, and all was profoundly still. But more than once Henry fancied he heard footsteps outside the garden. He mentioned his suspicions to Charles Holland, who immediately said, "The same thing has come to my ears." "Indeed? Then it must be so. We cannot both of us have merely imagined such a thing. You may depend that this place is beleaguered in some way, and that tonight will be productive of events which will throw a great light upon the affairs connected with this vampire that have hitherto baffled conjecture." "Hush," said Charles, "there, again, I am quite confident I heard a sound as of a broken twig outside the garden wall. The doctor and the Admiral are in deep discussion about something. Shall we tell them?" "No, let us listen, as yet." They bent all their attention to listening, inclining their ears towards the ground, and, after a few moments, they felt confident that more than one footstep was creeping along, as cautiously as possible, under the garden wall. After a few moments' consultation, Henry made up his mind, he being the best acquainted with the localities of the place, to go and reconnoiter, so he, without saying anything to the doctor or the Admiral, glided from where he was, in the direction of a part of the fence which he knew he could easily scale. Chapter 79. The Vampires Dangered, the Last Refuge, the Ruse of Henry Bannerworth. Yet knowing to what deeds of violence the passions of a lawless mob will sometimes lead them, and having the experience of what had been attempted by the alarmed and infuriated populace on a former occasion against the Hall, Henry Bannerworth was, reasonably enough, not without his fears that something might occur of a nature yet highly dangerous to the stability of his ancient house. He did not actually surmount the fence, but he crept so close to it that he could get over in a moment if he wished, and if anyone should move or speak on the other side, he should be quite certain to hear them. For a few moments all was still, and then suddenly he heard someone say, in a low voice, "Hist! Hist! Did you hear nothing?" "I thought I did," said another, "but I now am doubtful." "Listen again." What, thought Henry, can be the motives of these men lying secreted here? It is most extraordinary what they can possibly want, unless they are brewing danger for the hall. Most cautiously now he raised himself, so that his eyes could just look over the fence, and then, indeed, he was astonished. He had expected to see 2 or 3 persons, at the utmost. What was his surprise? To find a compact mass of men crouching down under the garden wall as far as his eye could reach. For a few moments he was so surprised that he continued to gaze on, heedless of the danger there might be from a discovery that he was playing the part of a spy upon them. When, however, his first sensations of surprise were over, he cautiously removed to his former position, and, just as he did so, he heard those who had before spoken, again, in low tones, breaking the stillness of the night. "I am resolved upon it," said one. "I am quite determined. I will, please God, rid the country of that dreadful man." "Don't call him a man," said the oilier. Well, it is a wrong name to apply to a vampire." "It is Varney, after all, then," said Henry. Bannerworth, to himself, it is his life that they seek. What can be done to save him, for saved he shall be if I can compass such an object. I feel that there is yet a something in his character which is entitled to consideration, and he shall not be savagely murdered while I have an arm to raise in his defense. But if anything is now to be done, it must be done by stratagem, for the enemy are, by far, in too great force to be personally combated with. Henry resolved to take the advice of his friends, and with that view he went silently and quietly back to where they were, and communicated to them the news that he had so unexpectedly discovered. They were all much surprised, and then the doctor said, "You may depend that since the disappointment of the mob and the destruction of this place, they have had their eye upon Varney. He has been dogged here by someone, and then by degrees that assemblage has sought the spot." "He's a doomed man, then," remarked the Admiral, "for what can save him from a determined number of persons, who, by main force, will overcome us, let us make what stand we may in his defense." "Is there no hiding place in the house," said Charles, "where you might, after warning him of his danger, conceal him?" "There are plenty, but of what avail would that be, if they burn down the hall, which in all probability they will?" "None, certainly." "There is but one chance," said Henry, "and that is to throw them off the scent, and induce them to think that he whom they seek is not here. I think that may possibly be done by boldness." "But how?" "I will go among them and make the effort." He at once left the friends, for he felt that there might be no time to lose, and hastening to the same part of the wall over which he had looked so short a time before, he clambered over it, and cried, in a loud voice, "Stop the vampire! Stop the vampire!" Where, shouted a number of persons at once, turning their eyes eagerly towards the spot where Henry stood. "There, across the fields," cried Henry. "I have lain in wait for him long, but he has eluded me, and is making his way again towards the old ruins, where I am sure he has some hiding place that he thinks will elude all search. There, I see his dusky form speeding onwards." "Come on," cried several, "to the ruins." "To the ruins." "We'll smoke him out if he will not come by fair means. We must have him, dead or alive." "Yes, to the ruins," shouted the throng of persons, who up to this time had preserved so cautious a silence, and, in a few moments more, Henry Bannerworth had the satisfaction of finding that his ruse had been perfectly successful, for Bannerworth Hall and its vicinity were completely deserted, and the mob, in a straggling mass, went over hedge and ditch towards those ruins in which there was nothing to reward the exertions they might choose to make in the way of an exploration of them, but the dead body of the villain Marchdale, who had come there to so dreadful, but so deserved a death. Chapter 80. The discovery of the body of Marchdale in the ruins by the mob, the burning of the corpse, the murder of the hangman. The mob reached the ruins of Bannerworth Hall and crowded round it on all sides, with the view of ascertaining if a human creature, dead or alive, were there. Various surmises were afloat, and some were for considering that everybody but themselves, or their friends, must be nothing less than vampires. Indeed, a strange man, suddenly appearing among them, would have caused a sensation, and a ring would no doubt have been formed round him, and then a hasty council held, or, what was more probable, some shout, or word uttered by someone behind, who could not understand what was going on in front, would have determined them to commit some desperate outrage, and the sacrifice of life would have been the inevitable result of such an unfortunate concurrence of circumstances. There was a pause before anyone ventured among the ruins. The walls were carefully looked to, and in more than one instance, but they were found dangerous. What were remaining, some parts had been so completely destroyed that there were nothing but heaps of rubbish. However, curiosity was exerted to such an extraordinary pitch that it overcame the fear of danger in search of the horrible, for they believed that if there were anyone in the ruins he must be a vampire, of course, and they were somewhat cautious in going near such a creature, lest in so doing they should meet with some accident and become vampires too. This was a dreadful reflection, and one that every now and then impressed itself upon the individuals composing the mob, but at the same time any new impulse, or a shout, and they immediately became insensible to all fear. The mere impulse is the dominant one, and then all is forgotten. The scene was an impressive one. The beautiful house and grounds looked desolate and drear. Many of the trees were stripped and broken down, and many scorched and burned, while the gardens and flower beds, the delight of the Bannerworth family, were rudely trodden underfoot by the rabble, and all those little beauties so much admired and tended by the inhabitants were now utterly destroyed, and in such a state that their sight could not even be detected by the former owners. It was a sad sight to see such a sacrilege committed, such violence done to private feelings, as to have all these places thrown open to the scrutiny of the brutal and vulgar, who are incapable of appreciating or understanding the pleasures of a refined taste. The ruins presented a remarkable contrast to what the place had been but a very short time before, and now the scene of desolation was complete. There was no one spot in which the most wretched could find shelter. To be sure, under the lee of some broken and crumbling wall that tottered rather than stood, a huddled wretch might have found shelter from the wind, but it would have been at the risk of his life, and not there complete. The mob became quiet for some moments, but was not so long. Indeed, a mob of people, which is, in fact, always composed of the most disorderly characters to be found in a place, is not exactly the assembly that is most calculated for quietness. Somebody gave a shout, and then somebody else shouted, and the one wide throat of the whole concourse was opened and sent forth a mighty yell. After this exhibition of power, they began to run about like mad, traverse the grounds from one end to the other, and then the ruins were in progress of being explored. This was a tender affair, and had to be done with some care and caution by those who were so engaged, and they walked over crumbling and decayed masses. In one or two places, they saw what appeared to be large holes, into which the building materials had been sunk by their own weight through the flooring that seemed as roofs to some cellars or dungeons. Seeing this, they knew not how soon some other part might sink in and carry their precious bodies down with the mass of rubbish. This gave an interest to the scene. A little danger is a sort of salt to an adventure, and enables those who have taken part in it to talk of their exploits and of their dangers, which is pleasant to do, and to hear in the alehouse, and by the inglenook in the winter. However, when a few had gone some distance, others followed, when they saw them enter the place in safety, and at length the whole ruins were covered with living men, and not a few women, who seemed necessary to make up the elements of mischief in this case. There were some shouting and hallooing from one to the other as they hurried about the ruins. At length they had explored the ruins nearly all over, when one man, who had stood a few minutes upon a spot, gazing intently upon something, suddenly exclaimed, "Hello! Hurrah! Here we are, all together. Come on, I've found him, recollect it's me, and nobody else has found, hurrah! Then, with a wild kind of frenzy, he threw his hat up into the air, as if to attract attention, and call others round him, to see what it was he had found. "What's the matter, Bill?" exclaimed one who came up to him, and who had been close at hand. "The matter? Why, I've found him, that's the matter, old man," replied the first. "What, a whale?" "No, a wampire, the blessed wampire. There he is, don't you see him under them air bricks?" "Oh, that's not him, he got away." "I don't care," replied the other, "who got away, or who didn't, I know this much, that he's a wampire, he wouldn't be there if he weren't." This was an unanswerable argument, and nobody could deny it. Consequently, there was a cessation of talk, and the people then came up, as the two first were looking at the body. "Whose is it?" inquired a dozen voices. "Not Sir Francis Varney's," said the second speaker, "the clothes are not his." No, not Sir Francis's." "But I tell you what, mates," said the first speaker, "that if it isn't Sir Francis Varney's, it is somebody else's as bad. I dare say, now, he's a victim." "A what?" "A victim to the wampire, and, if he sees the blessed moonlight, he will be a wampire himself, and so shall we be, too, if he puts his teeth into us." So we shall, said the mob, and their flesh began to run cold, and there was a feeling of horror creeping over the whole body of persons within hearing. "I tell you what it is, our only plan will be to get him out of the ruins, then," remarked another. "What," said one, "who's going to handle such cattle? If you've a sore about you, and his blood touches you, who's to say you won't be a vampire, too?" No, you won't," said an old woman. "I won't try," was the happy rejoinder. "I ain't going to carry a wampire on my 2 legs home to my wife and small family of 7 children, and another a-coming." There was a pause for a few moments, and then one man more adventurous than the rest exclaimed, "Well, vampire, or no vampire, his dead body can harm no one, so here goes to get it out. Help me who will once have it out, and then we can prevent any evil, by burning it, and thus destroying the whole body." "Hurrah!" shouted 3 or 4 more, as they jumped down into the hole formed by the falling in of the materials which had crushed Marchdale to death, for it was his body they had discovered. They immediately set to work to displace such of the materials as lay on the body, and then, having cleared it of all superincumbent rubbish, they proceeded to lift it up, but found that it had got entangled, as they called it, with some chains. With some trouble they got them off, and the body was lifted out to a higher spot. "Now, what's to be done?" inquired one. "Burn it," said another. "Hurrah!" shouted a female voice, "we've got the wampire. Run a stake through his body, and then place him upon some dry wood, there's plenty to be had about here, I am sure, and then burn him to a cinder." "That's right, old woman, that's right," said a man, "nothing better. The devil must be in him if he come to life after that, I should say." There might be something in that, and the mob shouted its approbation, as it was sure to do as anything stupid or senseless, and the proposal might be said to have been carried by acclamation, and it required only the execution. This was soon done. There were plenty of laths and rafters, and the adjoining wood furnished an abundant supply of dry sticks, so there was no want of fuel. There was a loud shout as each accession of sticks took place, and, as each individual threw his bundle into the heap, each man felt all the self-devotion to the task as the Scottish chieftain who sacrificed himself and 7 sons in the battle for his superior, and, when one son was cut down, the man filled up his place with the exclamation, "Another for Hector," until he himself fell as the last of his race. Soon now the heap became prodigious, and it required an effort to get the mangled corpse upon this funeral bier, but it was then a shout from the mob that rent the air announced both the fact and their satisfaction. The next thing to be done was to light the pile. This was no easy task, but like all others, it was accomplished, and the dead body of the vampire's victim was thrown on to prevent the becoming a vampire too, in its turn. "There, boys," said one, "he'll not see the moonlight, that's certain, and the sooner we put a light to this the better, for it may be the soldiers will be down upon us before we know anything of it. So now, who's got light?" This was a question that required a deal of searching, but at length one was found by one of the mob coming forward, and after drawing his pipe vigorously for some moments, he collected some scraps of paper upon which he emptied the contents of the pipe, with the hope they would take fire. In this, however, he was doomed to disappointment, for it produced nothing but a deal of smoke, and the paper burned without producing any flame. This act of disinterestedness, however, was not without its due consequences, for there were several who had pipes, and, fired with the hope of emulating the first projector of the scheme for raising the flame, they joined together, and potting the contents of their pipes together on some paper, straw, and chips, they produced, after some little trouble, a flame. Then there was a shout, and the burning mass was then placed in a favorable position near the pile of materials collected for burning, and then, in a few moments, it began to take light. One piece communicated the fire to another, until the whole was in a blaze. When the first flame fairly reached the top, a loud and tremendous shout arose from the mob, and the very welkin re-echoed with its fullness. Then the forked flames rushed through the wood, and hissed and crackled as they flew, throwing up huge masses of black smoke, and casting a peculiar reflection around. Not a sound was heard save the hissing and roaring of the flames, which seemed like the approaching of a furious whirlwind. At length there was nothing to be seen but the blackened mass. It was enveloped in one huge flame that threw out a great heat, so much so that those nearest to it felt induced to retire from before it. "I reckon," said one, "that he's pretty well done by this time. He's had a warm berth of it up there." "Yes," said another, "Farmer Walkings's sheep he roasted whole at last harvest home hadn't such a fire as this. I'll warrant there's no such fire in the county. Why, it would prevent a frost. I do believe it would." "So it would, neighbor," answered another. "Yes," replied a third, "but you'd want such a one corner of each field though." There was much talk and joking going on among the men who stood around, in the midst of which, however, they were disturbed by a loud shout, and upon looking in the quarter whence it came, they saw stealing from among the ruins the form of a man. He was a strange, odd-looking man, and at the time it was very doubtful among the mob as to whom it was. Nobody could tell, and more than one looked at the burning pile, and then at the man who seemed to be so mysteriously present, as if they almost imagined that the body had got away. "Who is it?" exclaimed one. "Dongate if I knows," said another, looking very hard, and very white at the same time. "I hope it ain't the chap what we've burned here just now." "No," said the female, "that you may be sure of, for he's had a stake through his body, and as you said, he can never get over that, for as the stake is consumed, so are his vitals, and that's a sure sign he's done for." Yes, she's right. A vampire may live upon blood, but cannot do without his inside." This was so obvious to them all that it was at once conceded, and a general impression pervaded the mob that it might be Sir Francis Varney. A shout ensued. "Hurrah! After him! There's a vampire! There he goes! After him! Catch him! Burn him!" And a variety of other exclamations were uttered. At the same time, the victim of popular wrath seemed to be aware that he was now discovered, and made off with all possible expedition towards some wood. Away went the mob in pursuit, hooting and hallooing like demons, and denouncing the unfortunate being with all the terrors that could be imagined, and which naturally added greater speed to the unfortunate man. However, some among the mob, seeing that there was every probability of the stranger's escaping in a mere match of speed, brought a little cunning to bear upon matter, and took a circuit round, and thus intercepted him. This was not accomplished without a desperate effort, and by the best runners, who thus reached the spot he made for before he could get there. When the stranger saw himself thus intercepted, he endeavored to fly in a different direction, but was soon secured by the mob, who made somewhat free with his person, and commenced knocking him about. "Have mercy on me," said the stranger. "What do you want?" "I am not rich, but take all I have." "What do you do here?" inquired 20 voices. "Come, tell us that. What do you do here, and who are you?" "A stranger, quite a stranger to these parts." "Oh, yes. He's a stranger, but that's all the worse for him. He's a vampire, there's no doubt about that." "Good God," said the man, "I am a living and breathing man like yourselves. I have done no wrong, and injured no man. Be merciful unto me. I intend no harm." "Of course not. Send him to the fire. Take him back to the ruins, to the fire. Aye, and run a stake through his body, and then he is safe for life. I am sure he has something to do with the vampire, and who knows, if he ain't a vampire, how soon he may become one." "Oh, that's very true. Bring him back to the fire, and we'll try the effects of the fire upon his constitution. I tell you what, neighbor, it's my opinion that as one fool makes many, so one vampire makes many." So it does. There's much truth and reason in that, neighbor. I am decidedly of that opinion, too. "Come along then," cried the mob, cuffing and pulling the unfortunate stranger with them. "Mercy, mercy!" But it was useless to call for mercy to men whose superstitious feelings urged them on, for when the demon of superstition is active, no matter what form it may take, it always results in cruelty and wickedness to all. Various were the shouts and menaces of the mob, and the stranger saw no hope of life unless he could escape from the hands of the people who surrounded him. They had now nearly reached the ruins, and the stranger, who was certainly a somewhat odd and remarkable-looking man, and who appeared in their eyes the very impersonation of their notions of a vampire, was thrust from one to the other, kicked by one, and then cuffed by the other, as if he was doomed to run the gauntlet. "Down with the vampire," said the mob. "I am no vampire," said the stranger. "I am new to these parts, and I pray you have mercy upon me. I have done you no wrong. Hear me, I know nothing of these people of whom you speak." "That won't do. You've come here to see what you can do, I dare say, and, though you may have been hurt by the vampire, and may be only your misfortune, and not your fault, yet the mischief is as great as ever it was or can be. You become, in spite of yourself, a vampire, and do the same injury to others that has been done to you. There's no help for you." "No help? We can't help it," shouted the mob. "He must die. Throw him on the pile." "Put a stake through him first, though," exclaimed the humane female. "Put a stake through him, and then he's safe." This horrible advice had an electric effect on the stranger, who jumped up and eluded the grasp of several hands that were stretched forth to seize him. "Throw him upon the burning wood," shouted one. "And a stake through his body," suggested the humane female again, who seemed to have this one idea in her heart, and no other, and, upon every available opportunity, she seemed to be anxious to give utterance to the comfortable notion. "Seize him," exclaimed one. "Never let him go," said another. "We've gone too far to hang back now, and, if he escape, he will visit us in our sleep, were it only out of spite." The stranger made a dash among the ruins, and, for a moment, outstripped his pursuers, but a few, more adventurous than the rest, succeeded in driving him into an angle formed by two walls, and the consequence was, he was compelled to come to a stand. Seize him," exclaimed all those at a distance. The stranger, seeing he was now nearly surrounded, and had no chance of escape, save by some great effort, seized a long piece of wood, and struck two of his assailants down at once, and then dashed through the opening. He immediately made for another part of the ruins, and succeeded in making his escape for some short distance, but was unable to keep up the speed that was required, for his great exertion before had nearly exhausted him, and the fear of a cruel death before his eyes was not enough to give him strength or lend speed to his flight. He had suffered too much from violence, and, though he ran with great speed, yet those who followed were uninjured, and fresher, he had no chance. They came very close upon him at the corner of a field, which he endeavored to cross, and had succeeded in doing, and he made a desperate attempt to scramble up the bank that divided the field from the next, but he slipped back, almost exhausted, into the ditch, and the whole mob came up. However, he got on the bank and leaped into the next field, and then he was immediately surrounded by those who pursued him, and he was struck down. "Down with the vampire, kill him, he's one of them, run a stake through him," were a few of the cries of the infuriated mob of people, who were only infuriated because he attempted to escape their murderous intentions. It was strange to see how they collected in a ring as the unfortunate man lay on the ground, panting for breath, and hardly able to speak, their infuriated countenances plainly showing the mischief they were intent upon. "Have mercy upon me," he exclaimed, as he lay on the earth. "I have no power to help myself." The mob returned no answer, but stood collecting their numbers as they came up. "Have mercy on me. It cannot be any pleasure to you to spill my blood. I am unable to resist. I am one man among many. You surely cannot wish to beat me to death? We want to hurt no one, except in our own defense, and we won't be made vampires of because you don't like to die." "No, no, we won't be vampires," exclaimed the mob, and there arose a great shout from the mob. "Are you men, fathers? Have you families? If so, I have the same ties as you have. Spare me for their sakes. Do not murder me. You will leave one an orphan if you do. Besides, what have I done? I have injured no one. I tell you what, friends, if we listen to him we shall all be vampires, and all our children will all be vampires and orphans. So we shall, down with him." The man attempted to get up, but, in doing so, he received a heavy blow from a hedge stake, wielded by the Herculean arm of a peasant. The sound of the blow was heard by those immediately around, and the man fell dead. There was a pause, and those nearest, apparently fearful of the consequences, and hardly expecting the catastrophe, began to disperse, and the remainder did so very soon afterwards. Chapter 81. The Vampire's Flight, His Danger, and the Last Place of Refuge. Leaving the disorderly and vicious mob, who were thus sacrificing human life to their excited passions, we returned to the brothers Bannerworth and the doctor, who together with Admiral Bell still held watch over the hall. No indication of the coming forth of Varney presented itself for some time longer, and then, at least they thought, they heard a window open, and, turning their eyes in the direction whence the sound proceeded, they could see the form of a man slowly and cautiously emerging from it. As far as they could judge, from the distance at which they were, that form partook much of the appearance and the general aspect of Sir Francis Varney, and the more they looked and noticed its movements, the more they felt convinced that such was the fact. "There comes your patient, doctor," said the Admiral. "Don't call him my patient," said the doctor, "if you please. Why, you know he is, and you are, in a manner of speaking, bound to look after him." "Well, what is to be done?" "He must not, on any account," said Dr. Chillingworth, "be allowed to leave the place." "Believe me, I have the very strongest reasons for saying so." "He shall not leave it then," said Henry. Even as he spoke, Henry Bannerworth darted forward, and Sir Francis Varney dropped from the window, out of which he had clambered, close to his feet. "Hold," cried Henry, "you are my prisoner." With the most imperturbable coolness in the world, Sir Francis Varney turned upon him and replied, "And pray, Henry Bannerworth, what have I done to provoke your wrath? What have you done? Have you not, like a thief, broken into my house? Can you ask what you have done?" "I," said the vampire, "like a thief, perchance, and yet no thief." "May I ask you, what there is to steal, in the house?" By the time this short dialogue had been uttered, the rest of the party had come up, and Varney was, so far as regarded numbers, a prisoner. "Well, gentlemen," he said, with that strange contortion of countenance which, now they all understood, arose from the fact of his having been hanged and restored to life again. "Well, gentlemen, now that you have beleaguered me in such a way, may I ask you what it is about? If you will step aside with me, Sir Francis Varney, for a moment," said Dr. Chillingworth, "I will make to you a communication which will enable you to know what it is all about." "Oh, with pleasure," said the vampire. "I am not ill at present, but still, sir, I have no objection to hear what you have to say." He stepped a few paces on one side with the doctor, while the others waited, not without some amount of impatience for the result of the communication. All that they could hear was that Varney said, suddenly, "You are quite mistaken." And then the doctor appeared to be insisting upon something, which the vampire listened to patiently, and, at the end, burst out with, "Why, doctor, you must be dreaming." At this, Dr. Chillingworth at once left him, and advancing to his friends, he said, "Sir Francis Varney denies in toto all that I have related to you concerning him, therefore, I can say no more than that I earnestly recommend you, before you let him go, to see that he takes nothing of value with him." "Why, what can you mean?" said Varney. "Search him," said the doctor. "I will tell you why, very shortly." "Indeed, indeed," said Sir Francis Varney. "Now, gentlemen, I will give you a chance of behaving justly and quietly, so saving yourself the danger of acting otherwise. I have made repeated offers to take this house, either as a tenant or as a purchaser, all of which offers have been declined, upon, I dare say, a common enough principle, namely, one which induces people to enhance the value of anything they have for disposal, if it be unique, by making it difficult to come at. Seeing that you had deserted the place, I could make no doubt but that it was to be had, so I came here to make a thorough examination of its interior, to see if it would suit me. I find that it will not, therefore, I have only to apologize for the intrusion, and to wish you a remarkably good evening." "That won't do," said the doctor. "What won't do, sir?" "This excuse will not do, Sir Francis Varney. You are, although you deny it, the man who was hanged in London some years ago for a highway robbery." Varney laughed, and held up his hands, exclaiming, "Alas! Alas! Our good friend, the doctor, has studied too hard. His wits, probably, at the best of times, none of the clearest, have become hopelessly entangled." "Do you deny," said Henry, "then, that you are that man?" "Most unequivocally." "I assert it," said the doctor, "and now, I will tell you all, for I perceive you hesitate about searching, Sir Francis Varney, I tell you all why it is that he has such an affection for Bannerworth Hall." "Before you do," said Varney, "there is a pill for you, which you may find more nauseous and harder at digestion than any your shop can furnish." As Varney uttered these words, he suddenly drew from his pocket a pistol, and, leveling it at the unfortunate doctor, he fired it full at him. The act was so sudden, so utterly unexpected, and so stunning that it was done before anyone could move hand or foot to prevent it. Henry Bannerworth and his brother were the furthest off from the vampire, and, unhappily, in the rush which they, as soon as possible, made towards him, they knocked down the admiral, who impeded them much, and, before they could spring over, or past him, Sir Francis Varney was gone. So sudden, too, had been his departure, that they had not the least idea in which direction he had gone, so that to follow him would have been a work of the greatest possible difficulty. Notwithstanding, however, both the difficulty and the danger, for no doubt the vampire was well enough armed, Henry and his brother both rushed after the murderer, as they now believed him to be, in the route which they thought it was most probable he would take, namely, that which led towards the garden gate. They reached that spot in a few moments, but all was profoundly still. Not the least trace of any one could be seen, high or low, and they were compelled, after a cursory examination, to admit that Sir Francis Varney had again made his escape, despite the great odds that were against him in point of numbers. "He has gone," said Henry. "Let us go back, and see into the state of poor Dr. Chillingworth, who, I fear, is a dead man." They hurried back to the spot, and there they found the admiral looking as composed as possible, and solacing himself with a pinch of snuff, as he gazed upon the apparently lifeless form at his feet. "Is he dead?" said Henry. I should say he was, replied the Admiral. Such a shot as that was don't want to be repeated. Well, I like the doctor with all his faults. He only had one foolish way with him, and that was, that he shirked his grog. This is an awful catastrophe, said Henry, as he knelt down by the side of the body. Assist me, some of you. Where is Charles? I'll be hanged, said the Admiral, if I know. He disappeared somewhere. This is a night of mystery as well as terror. Alas! Poor Dr. Chillingworth. I little thought that you would have fallen a victim to the man whom you preserved from death. How strange it is that you should have snatched from the tomb the very individual who was, eventually, to take your own life. The brothers gently raised the body of the doctor and carried it onto the glass plot, which was close at hand. Farewell, kind and honest-hearted Chillingworth, said Henry. I shall, many and many a time, feel your loss, and now I will rest not until I have delivered up to justice your murderer. All consideration, or feeling, for what seemed to be latent virtues in that strange and inexplicable man, Varney, shall vanish, and he shall reap the consequences of the crime he has now committed. It was a cold-blooded, cowardly murder, said his brother. It was, but you may depend the doctor was about to reveal something to us, which Varney so much dreaded that he took his life as the only effectual way, at the moment, of stopping him. It must be so, said Henry. And now, said the Admiral, it's too late, and we shall not know it at all. That's the way. A fellow saves up what he has got to tell till it is too late to tell it, and down he goes to Davy Jones's locker with all his secrets aboard. Not always, said Dr. Chillingworth, suddenly sitting bolt upright, not always. Henry and his brother started back in amazement, and the Admiral was so taken by surprise that had not the resuscitated doctor suddenly stretched out his hand and laid hold of him by the ankle, he would have made a precipitate retreat. Hello! Murder, he cried. Let me go. How do I know but you may be a vampire by now, as you were shot by one? Henry Sinus recovered from the surprise of the moment, and with the most unfeigned satisfaction, he cried, Thank God you are unhurt, Dr. Chillingworth. Why, he must have missed you by a miracle. Not at all, said the doctor. Help me up, thank you, all right. I'm only a little singed about the whiskers. He hit me safe enough. Then how have you escaped? Why, from the want of a bullet in the pistol, to be sure. I can understand it all well enough. He wanted to create sufficient confusion to cover a desperate attempt to escape, and he thought that would be best done by seeming so shoot me. The suddenness of the shock, and the full belief, at the moment, that he had sent a bullet into my brains, made me fall, and produced a temporary confusion of ideas, amounting to insensibility, from which you were happily recovered. Thank heaven that, after all, he is not such a villain as this act would have made him. Ah, said the Admiral, it takes people who have lived a little in these affairs to know the difference in sound between a firearm with a bullet in it and one without. I knew it was all right. Then why did you not say so, Admiral? What was the use? I thought the doctor might be amused to know what you should say of him, so you see I didn't interfere, and, as I am not a good hand at galloping after anybody, I didn't try that part of the business, but just remained where I was. Alas! Alas! Cried the doctor, I much fear that, by his going, I have lost all that I expected to be able to do for you, Henry. It's of not the least use now telling you or troubling you about it. You may now sell or let Bannerworth Hall to whomever you please, for I am afraid it is really worthless. What on earth do you mean? Said Henry. Why, doctor, will you keep up this mystery among us? If you have anything to say, why not say it at once? Because, I tell you it's of no use now. The game is up, Sir Francis Varney has escaped, but still I don't know that I need exactly hesitate. There can be no reason for your hesitating about making a communication to us, said Henry. It is unfriendly not to do so. My dear boy, you will excuse me for saying that you don't know what you are talking about. Can you give any reason? Yes, respect for the living. I should have to relate something of the dead which would be hurtful to their feelings. Henry was silent for a few moments, and then he said, What dead? And who are the living? Another time, whispered the doctor to him, another time, Henry. Do not press me now. But you shall know all another time. I must be content. But now let us remember that another man yet lingers in Bannerworth Hall. I will endure suspense on his account no longer. He is an intruder there, so I go at once to dislodge him. No one made any opposition to this move, not even the doctor, so Henry preceded them all to the house. They passed through the open window into the long hall, and from thence into every apartment of the mansion, without finding the object of their search. But from one of the windows up to which there grew great masses of ivy, there hung a rope, by which any one might easily have let himself down, and no doubt, therefore, existed in all their minds that the hangman had sufficiently profited by the confusion incidental to the supposed shooting of the doctor, to make good his escape from the place. And so, after all, said Henry, we are completely foiled? We may be, said Dr. Chillingworth, but it is, perhaps, going too far to say that we actually are. One thing, however, is quite clear, and that is, no good can be done here. Then let us go home, said the Admiral. I did not think from the first that any good would be done here. They all left the garden together now, so that almost for the first time, Bannerworth Hall was left to itself, unguarded and unwatched by any one whatever. It was with an evident and a marked melancholy that the doctor proceeded with the party to the cottage house of the Bannerworths, but, as after what he had said, Henry forbore to question him further upon those subjects which he admitted he was keeping secret, and as none of the party were much in a queue for general conversation, the whole of them walked on with more silence than usually characterized them. Chapter 82. Charles Holland's Pursuit of the Vampire, the Dangerous Interview. It will be recollected that the Admiral had made a remark about Charles Holland having suddenly disappeared, and it is for us now to account for that disappearance and to follow him to the pathway he had chosen. The fact was that he, when Varney fired the shot at the doctor, or what was the supposed shot, was the farthest from the vampire, and he, on that very account, had the clearest and best opportunity of marking which route he took when he had discharged the pistol. He was not confused by the smoke, as the others were, nor was he stunned by the noise of the discharge, but he distinctly saw Varney dart across one of the garden beds, and make for the summer house, instead of for the garden gate, as Henry had supposed was the most probable path he had chosen. Now, Charles Holland either had an inclination, for some reasons of his own, to follow the vampire alone, or, on the spur of the moment, he had not time to give an alarm to the others, but certain it is that he did, unaided, rush after him. He saw him enter the summer house, and pass out of it again at the back portion of it, as he had once before done, when surprised in his interview with Flora. But the vampire did not now, as he had done on the former occasion, hide immediately behind the summer house. He seemed to be well aware that that expedient would not answer twice, so he at once sped onwards, clearing the garden fence, and taking to the meadows. It formed evidently no part of the intentions of Charles Holland to come up with him. He was resolved upon dogging his footsteps, to know where he should go, so that he might have a knowledge of his hiding place, if he had one. I must and will, said Charles to himself, penetrate the mystery that hangs about this most strange and inexplicable being. I will have an interview with him, not in hostility, for I forgive him the evil he has done me, but with a kindly spirit, and I will ask him to confide in me. Charles, therefore, did not keep so close upon the heels of the vampire as to excite any suspicions of his intention to follow him, but he waited by the garden paling long enough not only for Varney to get some distance off, but long enough likewise to know that the pistol which had been fired at the doctor had produced no real bad effects, except singing some curious tufts of hair upon the sides of his face, which the doctor was pleased to call whiskers. "I thought as much," was Charles's exclamation when he heard the doctor's voice. It would have been strikingly at variance with all Varney's other conduct if he had committed such a deliberate and heartless murder. Then, as the form of the vampire could be but dimly seen, Charles ran on for some distance in the direction he had taken, and then paused again, so that if Varney heard the sound of footsteps, and paused to listen, they had ceased again probably, and nothing was discernible. In this manner he followed the mysterious individual, if we may really call him such, for above a mile, and then Varney made a rapid detour, and took his way towards the town. He went onwards with wonderful precision, now in a right line, not stopping at any obstruction in the way of fences, hedges, or ditches, so that it took Charles some exertion, to which, just then, he was scarcely equal, to keep up with him. At length the outskirts of the town were gained, and then Varney paused, and looked around him, scarcely allowing Charles, who was now closer to him than he had been, time to hide himself from observation, which, however, he did accomplish, by casting himself suddenly upon the ground, so that he could not be detected against the sky, which then formed a background to the spot where he was. Apparently satisfied that he had completely now eluded the pursuit, if any had been attempted, of those whom he had led in such a state of confusion, the vampire walked hastily towards a house that was to let, and which was only to be reached by going up an avenue of trees, and then unlocking a gate in a wall which bounded the premises next to the avenue. But the vampire appeared to be possessed of every facility for effecting an entrance to the place, and, producing from his pocket a key, he at once opened the gate, and disappeared within the precincts of those premises. He, no doubt, felt that he was hunted by the mob of the town, and hence his frequent change of residence, since his own had been burnt down, and, indeed, situated as he was, there can be no manner of doubt that he would have been sacrificed to the superstitious fury of the populace, if they could but have got hold of him. He had, from his knowledge, which was no doubt accurate and complete, of what had been done, a good idea of what his own fate would be, were he to fall into the hands of that ferocious multitude, each individual composing which felt a conviction that there would be no peace, nor hope of prosperity or happiness, on the place, until he, the arch-vampire of all the supposed vampires, was destroyed. Charles did pause for a few moments, after having thus become roused, to consider whether he should then attempt to have the interview he had resolved upon having by some means or another, or defer it, now that he knew where Varney was to be found, until another time. But when he came to consider how extremely likely it was that, even in the course of a few hours, Varney might shift his abode for some good and substantial reasons, he at once determined upon attempting to see him. But how to accomplish such a purpose was not the easiest question in the world to answer. If he rung the bell that presented itself above the garden gate, was it at all likely that Varney, who had come there for concealment, would pay any attention to the summons? After some consideration, he did, however, think of a plan by which, at all events, he could ensure effecting an entrance into the premises, and then he would take his chance of finding the mysterious being whom he sought, and who probably might have no particular objection to meeting with him, Charles Holland, because their last interview in the ruins could not be said to be otherwise than of a peaceable and calm enough character. He saw by the board, which was nailed in the front of the house, that all applications to see it were to be made to a Mr. Nash, residing close at hand, and, as Charles had the appearance of a respectable person, he thought he might possibly have the key entrusted to him, ostensibly to look at the house, preparatory possibly to taking it, and so he should, at all events, obtain admission. He, accordingly, went at once to this Mr. Nash, and asked about the house. Of course he had to affect an interest in its rental and accommodations, which he did not feel, in order to lull any suspicion, and, finally, he said, "I should like to look over it if you will lend me the key, which I will shortly bring back to you." There was an evident hesitation about the agent when this proposal was communicated by Charles Holland, and he said, "I dare say, sir, you wonder that I don't say yes at once, but the fact is there came a gentleman here one day while I was out, and got a key, for we have two to open the house, from my wife, and he never came back again." That this was the means by which Varney, the vampire, had obtained the key, by the aid of which Charles had seen him effect so immediate an entrance to the house, there could be no doubt. "How long ago were you served that trick?" he said. "About 2 days ago, sir." "Well, it only shows how, when one person acts wrongly, another is at once suspected of a capability to do so likewise. There is my name and my address. I should like rather to go alone to see the house, because I always fancy I can judge better by myself of the accommodation, and I can stay as long as I like, and ascertain the sizes of all the rooms without the disagreeable feeling upon my mind, which no amount of complaisance on your part could ever get me over, that I was most unaccountably detaining somebody from more important business of their own." "Oh, I assure you, sir," said Mr. Nash, "that I should not be at all impatient. But if you would rather go alone—" "Indeed I would." "Oh, then, sir, there is the key. A gentleman who leaves his name and address, of course, we can have no objection to. I only told you of what happened, sir, in the mere way of conversation, and I hope you won't imagine for a moment that I meant to insinuate that you were going to keep the key." "Oh, certainly not," said Charles, who was only too glad to get the key upon any terms. "You are quite right, and I beg you will say no more about it. I quite understand." He then walked off to the empty house again, and, proceeding to the avenue, he fitted the key to the lock, and had the satisfaction of finding the gate instantly yield to him. When he passed through it, and closed the door after him, which he did carefully, he found himself in a handsomely laid-out garden, and saw the house a short distance in front of him, standing upon a well-got-up lawn. He cared not if Varney should see him before he reached the house, because the fact was sufficiently evident to himself that after all he could not actually enforce an interview with the vampire. He only hoped that as he had found him out it would be conceded to him. He, therefore, walked up the lawn without making the least attempt at concealment, and when he reached the house he allowed his footsteps to make what noise they would upon the stone steps which led up to it. But no one appeared, nor was there, either by sight or by sound, any indication of the presence of any living being in the place besides himself. Insensibly, as he contemplated the deserted place around him, the solemn sort of stillness began to have its effect upon his imagination, and, without being aware that he did so, he had, with softness and caution, glided onwards, as if he were bent on some errand requiring the utmost amount of caution and discrimination in the conduction of it. And so he entered the hall of the house, where he stood some time, and listened with the greatest attention, without, however, being able to hear the least sound throughout the whole of the house. "And yet he must be here," thought Charles to himself. "I was not gone many minutes, and it is extremely unlikely that in so short a space of time he has left, after taking so much trouble, by making such a detour around the meadows to get here, without being observed. I will examine every room in the place, but I will find him." Charles immediately commenced going from room to room of that house in his search for the vampire. There were but 4 apartments upon the ground floor, and these, of course, he quickly ran through. Nothing whatever at all indicative of anyone having been there met his gaze, and with a feeling of disappointment creeping over him, he commenced the ascent of the staircase. The day had now fairly commenced, so that there was abundance of light, although, even for the country, it was an early hour, and probably Mr. Nash had been not a little surprised to have a call from one whose appearance bespoke no necessity for rising with the lark at such an hour. All these considerations, however, sank into insignificance in Charles's mind, compared with the object he had in view, namely, the unraveling the many mysteries that hung around that man. He ascended to the landing of the first story, and then, as he could have no choice, he opened the first door that his eyes fell upon, and entered a tolerably large apartment. It was quite destitute of furniture, and at the moment Charles was about to pronounce it empty, but then his eyes fell upon a large black-looking bundle of something that seemed to be lying jammed up under the window on the floor, that being the place of all others in the room which was enveloped in the most shadow. He started back involuntarily at the moment, for the appearance was one so shapeless that there was no such thing as defining, from even that distance, what it really was. Then he slowly and cautiously approached it, as we always approach that of the character of which we are ignorant, and concerning the powers of which to do injury we can consequently have no defined idea. That it was a human form there was the first tangible opinion he had about it, and from its profound stillness, and the manner in which it seemed to be laid close under the window, he thought that he was surely upon the point of finding out that some deed of blood had been committed, the unfortunate victim of which was now lying before him. Upon a nearer examination, he found that the whole body, including the greater part of the head and face, was wrapped in a large cloak, and there, as he gazed, he soon found cause to correct his first opinion as to the form belonging to the dead, for he could distinctly hear the regular breathing, as of someone in a sound and dreamless sleep. Closer he went, and closer still. Then, as he clasped his hands, he said, in a voice scarcely above a whisper, It is the vampire." Yes, there could be no doubt of the fact. It was Sir Francis Varney who lay there, enveloped in the huge horseman's cloak, in which, on 2 or 3 occasions during the progress of this narrative, he had figured. There he lay, at the mercy completely of any arm that might be raised against him, apparently so overcome by fatigue that no ordinary noise would have awakened him. Well might Charles Holland gaze at him with mingled feelings. There lay the being who had done almost enough to drive the beautiful Flora Bannerworth distracted, the being who had compelled the Bannerworth family to leave their ancient house, to which they had been bound by every description of association. The same mysterious existence, too, who, the better to carry on his plots and plans, had, by dint of violence, immured him, Charles, in a dungeon, and loaded him with chains. There he lay sleeping, and at his mercy. "Shall I awaken him," said Charles, "or let him sleep off the fatigue, which, no doubt, is weighing down his limbs, and setting heavily on his eyelids? No, my business with him is too urgent." He then raised his voice, and cried, "Varney, Varney, awake!" The sound disturbed, without altogether breaking up, the deep slumber of the vampire, and he uttered a low moan, and moved one hand restlessly. Then, as if that disturbance of the calm and deep repose which had sat upon him had given at once the reins to fancy, he began to mutter strange words in his sleep, some of which could be heard by Charles distinctly, while others were too incoherently uttered to be clearly understood. "Where is it?" he said. Where hidden? Pull the house down. Murder. No, no, no. No murder. I will not. I dare not. Blood enough is upon my hands. The money, the money. Down, villains. Down. 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 What these incoherent words alluded to specifically, Charles, of course, could not have the least idea, but he listened attentively, with a hope that something might fall from his lips that would afford a key to some of the mysterious circumstances with which he was so intimately connected. Now, however, there was a longer silence than before, only broken occasionally by low moans, but suddenly, as Charles was thinking of again speaking, he uttered some more disjointed sentences. "No harm," he said, "no harm. Marchdale is a villain, not a hair of his head injured. No, no. Set him free. Yes, I will set him free. Beware. Beware, Marchdale. And you, Mortimer. The scaffold. Aye, the scaffold. But where's the bright gold? The memory of the deed of blood will not cling to it. Where is it hidden? The gold. The gold. The gold. It is not in the grave. It cannot be there. No, 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 not there, not there. Load the pistols. There, there. Down, villain, down, down, down. Despairing, now, of obtaining anything like tangible information from these ravings, which, even if they did, by accident, so connect themselves together as to seem to mean something, Charles again cried aloud. "Varney, awake, awake!" But, as before, the sleeping man was sufficiently deaf to the cry to remain, with his eyes closed, still in a disturbed slumber, but yet a slumber which might last for a considerable time. "I have heard," said Charles, "that there are many persons whom no noise will awaken, while the slightest touch rouses them in an instant. I will try that upon this slumbering being." As he spoke, he advanced close to Sir Francis Varney, and touched him slightly with the toe of his boot. The effect was as startling as it was instantaneous. The vampire sprang to his feet, as he had been suddenly impelled up by some powerful machinery, and, casting his cloak away from his arms, so as to have them at liberty, he sprang upon Charles Holland, and hurled him to the ground, where he held him with a giant's gripe, as he cried, "Rash fool! Be you whom you may, why have you troubled me to rid the world of your intrusive existence?" The attack was so sudden and so terrific that resistance to it, even if Charles had had the power, was out of the question. All he could say was, "Varney, Varney, do you not know me? I am Charles Holland. Will you now, in your mad rage, take the life you might more easily have taken while I lay in the dungeon from which you released me?" The sound of his voice at once convinced Sir Francis Varney of his identity, and it was with a voice that had some tones of regret in it that he replied, "And wherefore have you thought proper, when you were once free and unscathed, to cast yourself into such a position of danger as to follow me to my haunt?" "I contemplated no danger," said Charles, "because I contemplated no evil. I do not know why you should kill me. You came here, and yet you say you do not know why I should kill you. Young man, have you a dozen lives that you can afford to tamper with them thus? I have, at much chance of imminence to myself, already once saved you, when another, with a sterner feeling, would have gladly taken your life, but now, as if you were determined to goad me to an act which I have shunned committing, you will not let me close my eyes in peace. Take your hand from off my throat, Varney, and I will then tell you what brought me here." Sir Francis Varney did so. "Rise," he said, "rise. I have seen blood enough to be sickened at the prospect of more, but you should not have come here and tempted me. Nay, believe me, I came here for good and not for evil. Sir Francis Varney, hear me out, and then judge for yourself whether you can blame the perseverance which enabled me to find out this secret place of refuge. But let me first say that now it is as good a place of concealment to you as before it was, for I shall not betray you. Go on, go on. What is it ye desire?" During the long and weary hours of my captivity, I thought deeply, and painfully too, as may be well imagined, of all the circumstances connected with your appearance at Bannerworth Hall, and your subsequent conduct. Then I felt convinced that there was something far more than met the eye in the whole affair, and, from what I have been informed of since, I am the more convinced that some secret, some mystery, which it is in your power only perhaps to explain, lurks at the bottom of all your conduct. "Well, proceed," said Varney. "Have I not said enough now to enable you to divine the object of my visit? It is that you should shake off the trammels of mystery in which you have shrouded yourself, and declare what it is you want, what it is you desire, that has induced you to set yourself up as such a determined foe of the Bannerworth family. And that, you say, is the modest request that brings you here? You speak as if you thought it was idle curiosity that prompts me, but you know it is not. Your language and manner are those of a man of too much sagacity not to see that I have higher notions. Name them. You have yourself, in more than one instance, behaved with a strange sort of romantic generosity, as if, but for some great object which you felt impelled to seek by any means, and at any sacrifice, you would be a something in character and conduct very different from what you are. One of my objects, then, is to awaken that better nature which is slumbering within you, only now and then rousing itself to do some deed which should be the character of all your actions. For your own sake I have come. But not wholly. Not wholly, as you say. There is another than whom the whole world is not so dear to me. That other one was serene as she was beautiful. Happiness danced in her eyes, and she ought, for not more lovely is the mind that she possesses than the glorious form that enshrines it, to be happy. Her life should have passed like one long summer's day of beauty, sunshine, and pure heavenly enjoyment. You have poisoned the cup of joy that the great God of nature had permitted her to place to her lips and taste of mistrustingly. Why have you done this? I ask you, why have you done this? Have you said all that you came to say? I have spoken the substance of my message. Much could I elaborate upon such a theme, but it is not one, Varney, which is congenial to my heart. For your sake, however, and for the sakes of those whom I hold most dear, let me implore you to act in this matter with a kindly consideration. Proclaim your motives. You cannot say that they are not such as we may aid you in. Varney was silent for several moments. He seemed perceptibly moved by the manner of the young man, as well as by the matter of his discourse. In fact, one would suppose that Charles Holland had succeeded in investing what he said with some sort of charm that won much upon the fancy of Sir Francis Varney, for when he ceased to speak, the latter said in a low voice, go on, you have surely much more to say." "No, Varney, I have said enough, and not thus much would I have said had I not been aware, most certainly and truly aware, without the shadow of a doubt, by your manner, that you were most accessible to human feeling." "I accessible to human feeling? Know you to whom you speak? Am I not he before whom all men shudder, whose name has been a terror and a desolation, and yet you can talk of my human feelings? Nay, if I had any, be sure they would have been extinguished by the persecutions I have endured from those who, you know, with savage ferocity have sought my life. No, Varney, I give you credit for being a subtler reasoner than thus to argue. You know well that you were the aggressor to those parties who sought your life. You know well that with the greatest imaginable pains you held yourself up to them as a thing of great terror." I did. "You cannot, then, turn round upon ignorant persons, and blame them because your exertions to make yourself seem what you wish were but too successful." "You use the word seem," said Varney, with a bitterness of aspect, as if you would imply a doubt that I am that which thousands, by their fears, would testify me to be. "Thousands might," said Charles Holland, "but not among them am I, Varney. I will not be made the victim of superstition. Were you to enact before my very eyes some of those feats which, to the senses of others, would stamp you as the preternatural being you assume to be, I would doubt the evidence of my own senses ere I permitted such a bugbear to oppress my brain." "Go," said Sir Francis Varney, "go. I have no more words for you. I have nothing to relate to you. Nay, you have already listened sufficiently to me to give me a hope that I had awakened some of the humanity that was in your nature. Do not, Sir Francis Varney, crush that hope, even as it was budding forth. Not for my own sake do I ask you for revelations, that may, perhaps, must be painful for you, but for the sake of Flora Bannerworth, to whom you owe abundance of reparation. No. In the name of all that is great, and good, and just, I call upon you for justice. What have I to do with such an invocation? Utter such a sentiment to men who, like yourself, are invested with the reality as well as the outward show of human nature. Nay, Sir Francis Varney, now you belie yourself. You have passed through a long and, perchance, a stormy life. Can you look back upon your career and find no reminiscences of the past that shall convince you that you are of the great family of man and have had abundance of human feelings and of human affections? Peace. Nay, Sir Francis Varney, I will take your word, and if you will lay your hand upon your heart and tell me truly that you never felt what it was to love, to have all feeling, all taste, and all hope of future joy concentrated in one individual, I will despair and leave you. If you will tell me that never, in your whole life, you have felt for any fair and glorious creature, as I now feel for Flora Bannerworth, a being for whom you could have sacrificed not only existence, but all the hopes of a glorious future that bloom around it, if you will tell me, with the calm, dispassionate aspect of truth, that you have held yourself aloof from such human feelings. I will no longer press you to a disclosure which I shall bring no argument to urge. The agitation of Sir Francis Varney's countenance was perceptible, and Charles Holland was about to speak again, when, striking him upon the breast with his clenched hand, the vampire checked him, saying, "Do you wish to drive me mad, that you thus, from memory's hidden cells, conjure up images of the past? Then there are such images to conjure up, there are such shadows only sleeping, but which require only, as you did even now, but a touch to awaken them to life and energy. Oh, Sir Francis Varney, do not tell me that you are not human." The vampire made a furious gesture, as if he would have attacked Charles Holland, but then he sank nearly to the floor, as if soul-stricken by some recollection that unnerved his arm. He shook with unwonted emotion, and, from the frightful livid aspect of his countenance, Charles dreaded some serious accession of indisposition, which might, if nothing else did, prevent him from making the revelation he so much sought to hear from his lips. "Varney," he cried, "Varney, be calm. You will be listened to by one who will draw no harsh, no hasty conclusions, by one who, with that charity, I grieve to say, is rare, will place upon the words you utter the most favorable construction. Tell me all, I pray you, tell me all." "This is strange," said the vampire. "I never thought that a human could thus have moved me. Young man, you have touched the chords of memory. They vibrate throughout my heart, producing cadences and sounds of years long past. Bear with me a while." "And you will speak to me?" "I will." "Having your promise, then, I am content, Varney. But you must be secret, not even in the wildest waste of nature, where you can well presume that naught but heaven can listen to your whisperings, must you utter one word of that which I shall tell to you." "Alas," said Charles, "I dare not take such a confidence. I have said that it is not for myself. I seek such knowledge of what you are, and what you have been, but it is for another so dear to me, that all the charms of life that make up other men's delights equal not the witchery of one glance from her, speaking as it does of the glorious light from that heaven which is eternal, from whence she sprung." "And you reject my communication," said Varney, "because I will not give you leave to expose it to Flora Bannerworth?" "It must be so." "And you are most anxious to hear that which I have to relate?" "Most anxious, indeed, most anxious." "Then have I found in that scruple which besets your mind a better argument for trusting you than had ye been loud in protestation. Had your promises of secrecy been but those which come from the lip, and not from the heart, my confidence would not have been rejected on such grounds. I think that I dare trust you, with leave to tell to Flora that which you shall communicate. You may whisper it to her, but to no one else, without my special leave and license. I agree to those terms, and will religiously preserve them. I do not doubt you for one moment, and now I will tell to you what never yet has passed my lips to mortal man. Now will I connect together some matters which you may have heard piecemeal from others." "What others are they?" "Dr. Chillingworth, and he who once officiated as a London hangman." "I have heard something from those quarters." "Listen then to me, and you shall better understand that which you have heard. Some years ago, it matters not the number, on a stormy night, towards the autumn of the year, 2 men sat alone in poverty, and that species of distress which beset the haughty, profligate, daring man, who has been accustomed all his life to its most enticing enjoyments, but never to that industry which alone ought to produce them, and render them great and magnificent. 2 men, and who were they? I was one. Look upon me. I was of those men, and strong and evil passions were battling in my heart. And the other was Marmaduke Bannerworth. Gracious heaven! The father of her whom I adore, the suicide. Yes, the same, that man stained with 1,000 vices, blasted by 1,000 crimes, the father of her who partakes nothing of his nature, who borrows nothing from his memory but his name, was the man who there sat with me, plotting and contriving how, by fraud or violence, we were to lead our usual life of revelry and wild audacious debauch. Go on, believe me, I am deeply interested. I can see as much. We were not nice in the various schemes which our prolific fancies engendered. If trickery and the false dice at the gaming table sufficed not to fill our purses, we were bold enough for violence. If simple robbery would not succeed, we could take a life. Murder? I call it by its proper name, a murder. We sat till the midnight hour had passed. Without arriving at a definite conclusion, we saw no plan of practicable operation, and so we wandered onwards to one of those deep dens of iniquity, a gaming house, wherein we had won and lost thousands. We had no money, but we staked largely, in the shape of a wager, upon the success of one of the players. We knew not, or cared not, for the consequence, if we had lost, but, as it happened, we were largely successful, and beggars as we had walked into that place, we might have left it independent men. But when does the gambler know when to pause in his career? If defeat awakens all the raging passions of humanity within his bosom, success but feeds the great vice that has been there engendered. To the dawn of morn we played, the bright sun shone in, and yet we played, the midday came and went, the stimulant of wine supported us, and still we played, then came the shadows of evening, stealing on it all their beauty. But what were they to us, amid those mutations of fortune, which, at one moment, made us princes, and placed palaces at our control, and, at another, debased us below the veriest beggar that craves the stinted alms of charity from door to door? And there was one man who, from the first to the last, stayed by us like a very fiend. More than man, I thought he was not human. We won of all, but of him. People came and brought their bright red gold, and laid it down before us, but for us to take it up, and then, by a cruel stroke of fortune, he took it from us. The night came on, we won, and he won of us. The clock struck 12, we were beggars. God knows what was he. We saw him place his winnings about his person, we saw the smile that curved the corners of his lips, he was calm, and we were maddened. The blood flowed temperately through his veins, but in ours it was burning lava, scorching as it went through every petty artery, and drying up all human thought, all human feeling. The winner left, and we tracked his footsteps. When he reached the open air, although he had taken much less than we of the intoxicating beverages that are supplied gratis to those who frequent those haunts of infamy, it was evident that some sort of inebriation attacked him. His steps were disordered and unsteady, and, as we followed him, we could perceive, by the devious track that he took, that he was somewhat uncertain of his route. We had no fixed motive in so pursuing this man. It was but an impulsive proceeding at the best, but as he still went on and cleared the streets, getting into the wild and open country, and among the hedgerows, we began to whisper together, and to think that what we did not owe to fortune, we might to our own energy and courage at such a moment. I need not hesitate to say so, since, to hide the most important feature of my revelation from you, would be but to mock you, we resolved upon robbing him. And was that all? It was all that our resolution went to. We were not anxious to spill blood, but still we were resolved that we would accomplish our purpose, even if it required murder for its consummation. Have you heard enough? I have not heard enough, although I guess the rest. You may well guess it, from its preface. He turned down a lonely pathway, which, had we chosen it ourselves, could not have been more suitable for the attack we meditated. There were tall trees on either side, and a hedgerow stretching high up between them. We knew that that lane led to a suburban village, which, without a doubt, was the object of his destination. Then Marmaduke Bannerworth spoke, saying, "What we have to do must be done now or never. There needs not two in this adventure. Shall you or I require him to refund what he has won from us?" "I care not," I said, But if we are to accomplish our purpose without arousing even a shadow of resistance, it is better to show him its futility by both appearing and take a share in the adventure. This was agreed upon, and we hastened forward. He heard footsteps pursuing him and quickened his pace. I was the fleetest runner, and overtook him. I passed him a pace or two, and then turning, I faced him and impeded his progress. The lane was narrow, and a glance behind him showed him Marmaduke Bannerworth, so that he was hemmed in between two enemies, and could move neither to the right nor to the left, on account of the thick brushwood that intervened between the trees. Then, with an assumed courage that sat but ill upon him, he demanded of us what we wanted, and proclaimed his right to pass despite the obstruction we placed in his way. The dialogue was brief. I, being foremost, spoke to him. "Your money," I said, "your winnings at the gaming table. We cannot, and we will not lose it." So suddenly, that he had nearly taken my life, he drew a pistol from his pocket, and leveling it at my head, he fired upon me. Perhaps, had I moved, it might have been my death, but, as it was, the bullet furrowed my cheek, leaving a scar, the path of which is yet visible in a white cicatrix. I felt a stunning sensation, and thought myself a dead man. I cried aloud to Marmaduke Bannerworth, and he rushed forward. I knew not that he was armed, and that he had the power about him to do the deed which he then accomplished, but there was a groan, a slight struggle, and the successful gamester fell upon the green sward, bathed in his blood. And this is the father of her whom I adore? It is. Are you shocked to think of such a neat relationship between so much beauty and intelligence and a midnight murderer? Is your philosophy so poor that the daughter's beauty suffers from the commission of a father's crime? No, no, it is not so. Do not fancy that, for one moment, I can entertain such unworthy opinions. The thought that crossed me was that I should have to tell one of such a gentle nature that her father had done such a deed. On that head you can use your own discretion. The deed was done. There was sufficient light for us to look upon the features of the dying man. Ghastly and terrific they glared upon us, while the glazed eyes, as they were upturned to the bright sky, seemed appealing to heaven for vengeance against us, for having done the deed. Many a day and many an hour since, at all times and all seasons, I have seen those eyes, with the glaze of death upon them, following me, and gloating over the misery they had the power to make. I think I see them now. Indeed. Yes, look, see how they glare upon me, with what a fixed and frightful stare the bloodshot pupils keep their place, there. Oh! Save me from such a visitation again. It is too horrible. I dare not, I cannot endure it, and yet why do you gaze at me with such an aspect, dread visitant? You know that it was not my hand that did the deed. Who laid you low? You know that not to me are you able to lay the heavy charge of your death. Varney, you look upon vacancy, said Charles Holland. No, vacancy it may be to you, but to me 'tis full of horrible shapes. Compose yourself, you have taken me far into your confidence already. I pray you now to tell me all. I have in my brain no room for horrible conjectures such as those which might else torment me. Varney was silent for a few minutes, and then he wiped from his brow the heavy drops of perspiration that had there gathered, and heaved a deep sigh. Speak to me, added Charles. Nothing will so much relieve you from the terrors of this remembrance as making a confidence which reflection will approve of, and which you will know that you have no reason to repent. Charles Holland, said Varney, I have already gone too far to retract, much too far, I know, and can well understand all the danger of half-confidence. You already know so much, that it is fit you should know more. Go on then, Varney, I will listen to you. I know not if, at this juncture, I can command myself to say more. I feel that what next has to be told will be most horrible for me to tell, most sad for you to hear told. I can well believe, Varney, from your manner of speech, and from the words you use, that you have some secret to relate beyond this simple fact of the murder of this gamester by Marmaduke Bannerworth. You are right, such is the fact, the death of that man could not have moved me as you now see me moved. There is a secret connected with his fate which I may well hesitate to utter, a secret even to whisper to the winds of heaven. Although I did not do the deed, no, I did not strike the blow, not I. Varney, it is astonishing to me the pains you take to assure yourself of your innocence of this deed. No one accuses you, but still, were it not that I am impressed with a strong conviction that you're speaking to me nothing but the truth, the very fact of your extreme anxiety to acquit yourself would engender suspicion. I can understand that feeling, Charles Holland, I can fully understand it. I do not blame you for it, it is a most natural one, but when you know all, you will feel with me how necessary it must have been to my peace to seize upon every trivial circumstance that can help me to a belief in my own innocence. It may be so, as yet, you well know, I speak in ignorance. But what could there have been in the character of that gambler that has made you so sympathetic concerning his decease? Nothing whatever in his character. He was a bad man, not one of those free, open spirits which are seduced into crime by thoughtlessness, not one of those whom we pity, perchance, more than we condemn, but a man without a redeeming trait in his disposition, a man so heaped up with vices and iniquities that society gained much by his decease, and not an individual could say that he had lost a friend. And yet the mere thought of the circumstances connected with his death seems almost to drive you to the verge of despair. You are right, the mere thought has that effect. You have aroused all my curiosity to know the causes of such a feeling. Varney paced the apartment in silence for many minutes. He seemed to be enduring a great mental struggle, and at length, when he turned to Charles Holland and spoke, there were upon his countenance traces of deep emotion. I have said, young man, that I will take you into my confidence. I have said that I will clear up many seeming mysteries, and that I will enable you to understand what was obscure in the narrative of Dr. Chillingworth and of that man who filled the office of public executioner and who has haunted me so long. It is true, then, as the doctor states, that you were executed in London? I was. And resuscitated by the galvanic process, put into operation by Dr. Chillingworth? As he supposed, but there are truths connected with natural philosophy which he dreamed not of. I bear a charmed life, and it was but accident which produced a similar effect upon the latent springs of my existence in the house to which the executioner conducted me, to what would have been produced had I been sufficed, in the free and open air, to wait until the cool moonbeams fell upon me. Varney, said Charles Holland, you will not succeed in convincing me of your supernatural powers. I hold such feelings and sensations at arm's length. I cannot assume you to be what you affect. I ask for no man's belief. I know that which I know, and, gathering experience from the coincidences of different phenomena, I am compelled to arrive at certain conclusions. Believe what you please, doubt what you please, but I say again that I am not as other men. I am in no condition to dispute your proposition. I wish not to dispute it, but you are wandering, Varney, from the point. I wait anxiously for a continuation of your narrative. I know that I am wandering from it. I know well that I am wandering from it, and that the reason I do so is that I dread that continuation. That dread will nor be the less for its postponement. You are right, but tell me, Charles Holland, although you are young, you have been about in the great world sufficiently to form correct opinions, and to understand that which is related to you, drawing proper deductions from certain facts, and arriving possibly at more correct conclusions than some of maturer years with less wisdom. I will freely answer, Varney, any question you may put to me. I know it. Tell me then what measure of guilt you attach to me in the transaction I have noticed to you. It seems then to me that, not contemplating the man's murder, you cannot be accused of the act, although a set of fortuitous circumstances made you appear an accomplice to its commission. You think I may be acquitted? You can acquit yourself, knowing that you did not contemplate the murder. I did not contemplate it. I know not what desperate deed I should have stopped short at then, in the height of my distress, but but I neither contemplated taking that man's life, nor did I strike the blow which sent him from existence. There is even some excuse as regards the higher crime for Marmaduke Bannerworth. Think you so? Yes, he thought that you were killed, and impulsively he might have struck the blow that made him a murderer. Be it so. I am willing, extremely willing, that anything should occur that should remove the odium of guilt from any man. Be it so, I say, with all my heart. But now, Charles Holland, I feel that we must meet again ere I can tell you all, but in the meantime let Flora Bannerworth rest in peace. She need dread nothing from me. Avarice and revenge, the two passions which found a home in my heart, are now stifled forever. Revenge. Did you say revenge? I did. Whence the marvel? Am I not sufficiently human for that? But you coupled it with the name of Flora Bannerworth. I did, and that is part of my mystery. A mystery, indeed, to imagine that such a being as Flora could awaken any such feeling in your heart, a most abundant mystery. It is so. I do not affect to deny it, but yet it is true, although so gravely mysterious. But tell her that although at one time I looked upon her as one whom I cared not if I injured, her beauty and distress changed the current of my thoughts, and won upon me greatly. From the moment I found I had the power to become the bane of her existence, I ceased to wish to be so, and never again shall she experience a pang of alarm from Varney, the vampire. Your message shall be faithfully delivered, and doubt not that it will be received with grateful feelings. Nevertheless, I should have much wished to have been in a position to inform her of more particulars. Come to me here at midnight tomorrow, and you shall know all. I will have no reservation with you, no concealments. You shall know whom I have had to battle against, and how it is that a world of evil passions took possession of my heart and made me what I am. Are you firm in this determination, Varney? Will you indeed tell me no more tonight? No more, I have said it. Leave me now. I have need of more repose, for of late sleep has seldom closed my eyelids. Charles Holland was convinced, from the positive manner in which he spoke, that nothing more in the shape of information, at that time, was to be expected from Varney, and being fearful that if he urged this strange being too far, at a time when he did not wish it, he might refuse all further communication, he thought it prudent to leave him, so he said to him, Be assured, Varney, I shall keep the appointment you have made, with an expectation when we do meet of being rewarded by a recital of some full particulars. You shall not be disappointed. Farewell, farewell. Charles Holland bade him adieu, and left the place. Although he had now acquired all the information he hoped to take away with him when Varney first began to be communicative, yet, when he came to consider how strange and unaccountable a being he had been in communication with, Charles could not but congratulate himself that he had heard so much, for, from the manner of Varney, he could well suppose that that was, indeed, the first time he had been so communicative upon subjects which evidently held so conspicuous a place in his heart. And he had abundance of hope, likewise, from what had been said by Varney, that he would keep his word, and communicate to him fully all else that he required to know. And when he recollected those words which Varney had used, signifying that he knew the danger of half-confidences, that hope grew into a certainty, and Charles began to have no doubt but that on the next evening all that was mysterious in the various affairs connected with the vampire would become clear and open to the light of day. He strolled down the lane in which the lone house was situated, revolving these matters in his mind, and when he arrived at its entrance, he was rather surprised to see a throng of persons hastily moving onward, with some appearance of dismay about them, and anxiety depicted upon their countenances. He stopped a lad, and inquired of him the cause of the seeming tumult. Why, sir, the fact is, said the boy, a crowd from the town's been burning down Bannerworth Hall, and they've killed a man. Bannerworth Hall? You must be mistaken. Well, sir, I ought not to call it Bannerworth Hall, because I mean the old ruins in the neighborhood that are supposed to have been originally Bannerworth Hall before the house now called such was built, and, moreover, as the Bannerworths have always had a garden there, and 2 or 3 old sheds, the people in the town called it Bannerworth Hall in common with the other building. I understand. And do you say that all have been destroyed? Yes, sir. All that was capable of being burnt has been burnt, and, what is more, a man has been killed among the ruins. We don't know who he is, but the folks said he was a vampire, and they left him for dead. When will these terrible outrages cease? Oh! Varney, you have much to answer for, even if in your conscience you succeed in acquitting yourself of the murder, some of the particulars concerning which you have informed me of. Chapter 83. The mysterious arrival at the inn, the Hungarian nobleman, the letter to Varney. While these affairs are proceeding, and when there seems every appearance of Sir Francis Varney himself quickly putting an end to some of the vexatious circumstances connected with himself and the Bannerworth family, it is necessary that we should notice an occurrence which took place at the same in which the Admiral had made such a scene of confusion upon the occasion of his first arrival in the town. Not since the Admiral had arrived with Jack Pringle, and so disturbed the whole economy of the household, was there so much curiosity excited as on the morning following the interview which Charles Holland had had with Varney, the vampire. The inn was scarcely opened, when a stranger arrived, mounted on a coal-black horse, and, alighting, he surrendered the bridle into the hands of a boy who happened to be at the inn door, and stalked slowly and solemnly into the building. He was tall, and of a cadaverous aspect. In attire he was plainly apparelled, but there was no appearance of poverty about him. On the contrary, what he really had on was of a rich and costly character, although destitute of ornament. He sat down in the first room that presented itself, and awaited the appearance of the landlord, who, upon being informed that a guest of apparently ample means, and of some consequence, had entered the place, hastily went to him to receive his commands. With a profusion of bows, our old friend, who had been so obsequious to Admiral Bell, entered the room, and begged to know what orders the gentleman had for him. "I presume," said the stranger, in a deep, solemn voice, "I presume that you have no objection, for a few days that I shall remain in this town, to board and lodge me for a certain price which you can name to me at once?" "Certainly, sir," said the landlord, "any way you please. Without wine, sir, I presume?" "As you please. Make your own arrangements." "Well, sir, as we can't tell, of course, what wine a gentleman may drink, but when we come to consider breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper, and a bed, and all that sort of thing, and a private sitting-room, I suppose, sir?" "Certainly." "You would not, then, think, sir, a matter of 4 guineas a week will be too much, perhaps?" "I told you to name your own charge." "Let it be 4 guineas. If you had said 8 I should have paid it." "Good God," said the publican, "here's a damn fool that I am." "I beg your pardon, sir, I didn't mean you." "Now I could punch my own head. Will you have breakfast at once, sir, and then we shall begin regular, you know, sir?" "Have what?" Breakfast, you know, sir, tea, coffee, cocoa, or chocolate, ham, eggs, or a bit of grilled fowl, cold sirloin of roast beef, or a red herring, anything you like, sir." "I never take breakfast, so you may spare yourself the trouble of providing anything for me." "Not take breakfast, sir." "Not take breakfast." "Would you like to take anything to drink then, sir?" "People say it's an odd time, at 8 o'clock in the morning, to drink, but, for my part, I always have thought that you couldn't begin a good thing too soon." "I live upon drink," said the stranger, "but you have none in the cellar that will suit me." "Indeed, sir?" No, I am certain." "Why, we've got some claret now, sir," said the landlord. "Which may look like blood, and yet not be it." "Like what, sir? Damn my rags." Begone." The stranger uttered these words so peremptorily that the landlord hastily left the room, and going into his own bar, he gave himself so small a tap on the side of the head that it would not have hurt a fly, as he said, "I could punch myself into bits. I could tear my hair out by the roots, and then he pulled a little bit of his hair, so gently and tenderly that it showed what a man of discretion he was, even in the worst of all his agony of passion. The idea, he added, of a fellow coming here, paying 4 guineas a week for board and lodging, telling me he would not have minded 8, and then not wanting any breakfast, it's enough to aggravate half a dozen saints, but what an odd fish he looks. At this moment the ostler came in, and, standing at the bar, he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, as he said, "I suppose you'll stand a quart for that, master?" "A quart for what, you vagabond?" "A quart because I've done myself up in heaps, a quart because I'm fit to pull myself into fiddle-strings?" "No," said the ostler, "because I've just put up the gentleman's horse." "What gentleman's horse?" "Why, the big-looking fellow with the white face, now in the parlor." "What, did he come on a horse, Sam?" "What sort of a looking creature is it?" "You may judge of a man from the sort of horse company he keeps." "Well, then, sir, I hardly know." "It's coal-black, and looks as knowing as possible. It's tried twice to get a kick at me, but I was down upon him, and put the bucket in his way. Howsoever, I don't think it's a bad animal, as a animal, mind you, sir, though a little bit vicious or so." "Well," said the publican, as he drew the ostler half a pint instead of a quart, "you're always drinking, take that." "Blow me," said the ostler, "half a pint, master." "Plague take you, I can't stand parleying with you. There's the parlor bell. Perhaps, after all, he will have some breakfast." While the landlord was away the ostler helped himself to a quart of the strongest ale, which, by a singular faculty that he had acquired, he poured down his throat without any effort at swallowing, holding his head back, and the jug at a little distance from his mouth. Having accomplished this feat, he reversed the jug, giving it a knowing tap with his knuckles as though he would have signified to all the world that it was empty, and that he had accomplished what he desired. In the meantime, the landlord had made his way to his strange guest, who said to him, when he came into the room, "Is there not one Sir Francis Varney residing in this town?" "The devil," thought the landlord, "this is another of them, I'll bet a guinea." "Sir Francis Varney, sir, did you say?" "Why, sir, there was a Sir Francis Varney, but folks seem to think as how he's no better than he should be, a sort of vampire, sir, if you know what that is." "I have, certainly, heard of such things, but can you not tell me Varney's address?" "I wish to see him." "Well, then, sir, I cannot tell it to you, for there's really been such a commotion and such a riot about him that he's taken himself off, I think, altogether, and we can hear nothing of him." "Lord bless you, sir, they burned down his house, and hunted him about so, that I don't think that he'll ever show his face here again." "And cannot you tell me where he was seen last?" "That I cannot, sir, but, if anybody knows anything about him, it's Mr. Henry Bannerworth, or perhaps Dr. Chillingworth, for they have had more to do with him than anybody else." "Indeed, and can you tell me the address of the former individual?" "That I can't, sir, for the Bannerworths have left the hall." "As for the doctor, sir, you'll see his house in the High Street, with a large brass plate on the door, so that you cannot mistake it. It's number 9, on the other side of the way." "I thank you for so much information," said the stranger, and rising, he walked to the door. Before, however, he left, he turned, and added, "You can say, if you should by chance meet Mr. Bannerworth, that a Hungarian nobleman wishes to speak to him concerning Sir Francis Varney, the vampire." "A what, sir?" "A nobleman from Hungary," was the reply. "The deuce," said the landlord, as he looked after him. "He don't seem at all hungry here, not thirsty neither. What does he mean by a nobleman from Hungary? The idea of a man talking about Hungary, and not taking any breakfast. He's queering me. I'll be hanged if I'll stand it. Here I clearly lose 4 guineas a week, and then get made game of besides. A nobleman, indeed. I think I see him. Why, he isn't quite so big as old Slaney, the butcher." It's a do. I'll have it him when he comes back. Meanwhile, the unconscious object of this soliloquy passed down the high street until he came to Dr. Chillingworth's, at whose door he knocked. Now Mrs. Chillingworth had been waiting the whole night for the return of the doctor, who had not yet made his appearance, and, consequently, that lady's temper had become acidulated to an uncommon extent, and when she heard a knock at the door, something possessed her that it could be no other than her spouse, and she prepared to give him that warm reception which she considered he had a right, as a married man, to expect after such conduct. She hurriedly filled a tolerably sized hand basin with not the cleanest water in the world, and then, opening the door hurriedly with one hand, she sluiced the contents into the face of the intruder, exclaiming, "Now you've caught it." D.N., said the Hungarian nobleman, and then Mrs. Chillingworth uttered a scream, for she feared she had made a mistake. "Oh, sir, I'm very sorry, but I thought it was my husband." "But if you did," said the stranger, "there was no occasion to drown him with a basin of soap suds. It is your husband I want, madam, if he be Dr. Chillingworth." "Then, indeed, you must go on wanting him, sir, for he's not been to his own home for a day and a night. He takes up all his time in hunting after that beastly vampire." "Oh, Sir Francis Varney, you mean?" "I do, and I'd Varney him if I caught hold of him. Can you give me the least idea of where he can be found?" "Of course I can." "Indeed?" "Where?" said the stranger, eagerly. "In some churchyard, to be sure, gobbling up the dead bodies." With this Mrs. Chillingworth shut the door with a bang that nearly flattened the Hungarian's nose with his face, and he was fain to walk away, quite convinced that there was no information to be had in that quarter. He returned to the inn, and having told the landlord that he would give a handsome reward to anyone who would discover to him the retreat of Sir Francis Varney, he shut himself up in an apartment alone, and was busy for a time in writing letters. Although the sum which the stranger offered was an indefinite one, the landlord mentioned the matter across the bar to several persons, but all of them shook their heads, believing it to be a very perilous adventure indeed to have anything to do with so troublesome a subject as Sir Francis Varney. As the day advanced, however, a young lad presented himself, and asked to see the gentleman who had been inquiring for Varney. The landlord severely questioned and cross-questioned him, with the hope of discovering if he had any information, but the boy was quite obdurate, and would speak to no one but the person who had offered the reward, so that mine host was compelled to introduce him to the Hungarian nobleman, who, as yet, had neither eaten nor drunk in the house. The boy wore upon his countenance the very expression of juvenile cunning, and when the stranger asked him if he really was in possession of any information concerning the retreat of Sir Francis Varney, he said, "I can tell you where he is, but what are you going to give?" "What sum do you require?" said the stranger. "A whole half-crown." "It is yours, and, if your information prove correct, come tomorrow, and I'll add another to it, always provided, likewise, you keep the secret from anyone else." "Trust me for that," said the boy. "I live with my grandmother. She's precious old, and has got cottage. We sell milk and cakes, sticky stuff, and pennywinkles. A goodly collection." "Go on." "Well, sir, this morning, there comes a man in with a bottle, and he buys a bottle full of milk and a loaf. I saw him, and I knew it was Varney, the vampire." "You followed him?" "Of course I did, sir, and he's staying at the house that's to let down the lane, round the corner, by Mr. Biggs's, and past Lee's garden, leading old Slaney's stacks on your right hand, and so cutting until you come to Grance's meadow, when you'll see old Matt Hunter of Brickfield staring of you in the face, and, arter that, peace, peace, you shall yourself conduct me. Come to this place at sunset, be secret, and, probably, 10 times the reward you have already received may be yours," said the stranger. "What, 10 half-crowns?" "Yes, I will keep my word with you." "What a go!" "I know what I'll do. I'll set up as a showman, and what a glorious treat it will be to peep through one of the holes all day myself, and get somebody to pull the strings up and down, and when I'm tired of that, I can blaze away upon the trumpet like 1 o'clock. I think I see me. Here you sees the Duke of Marlborough a whopping of everybody, and here you see the Frenchmen flying about like parched peas in a sifter.